Welcome to Bally Poker Live, broadcasting from the iconic Commerce Casino and Hotel, presented by Maverick Gaming, the heartbeat of high-stakes poker action. The chips are stacked, so be on the lookout for everything from jaw-dropping hero calls to brutal river suckouts. This isn't your average game. It's No Limit Texas Hold'em at its finest. Bally Poker Live. I'm Jay Flats, and I'd like to welcome back to the commentary booth Adam Johnson, who goes by the handle Comedic Gamble.
Be here. It's going to be a good time. I'm looking forward to being here. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is the place I've played the most poker at in my entire life. It's nice to be behind the curtain here.
Why are the X's and Y's so blurry?
Apparently, we're going to be in for some early action. Phil gave us a little insight. He came into the booth to say there's already a big hand brewing.
This looks like they're coming in hot today.
This is the first time I've met Kay. He was ready to go. He's like, where do I sit? Where do I get my chips? I'm ready to play.
Yeah, he was a very eager fellow when I met him, so I'm looking forward to seeing how his playing style is.
Going from K to the next letter in the alphabet, L.
Quite the sequence there. L's a regular in all the streams in LA. He plays a pretty fun, exciting brand of poker, so a familiar face to many that watch the streams, no doubt. Nice to have L in the mix.
With L right there.
Global Danny. I've had a chance to play next to Global Danny, and even though he showed me his cards a couple times, I still didn't believe what he had.
Yeah, he can. He's a live wire, that's for sure. The straw that stirs the drink in these games. It's going to be fun to see him watch. And then obviously Andrew Nemi, the super big-time poker vlogger. Nice to have him in the mix here today.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous of Andrew's nearly 200,000 subscribers on YouTube.
It's quite a following, well-deserved.
Played with my brother, Global Kenny.
He's going to be here both days, today and tomorrow.
I thought you guys.
And Mark, who only sits in seat 9, he does not settle for anything else. He says it's a vision thing. He goes, I got to see the cards.
Oh, that's interesting. Usually people that have that affliction often want to sit in the 5 seat, from my experience. But that's interesting that they likes the 9 as well.
Oh, third hit because.
And I noticed that Mark is rocking a St. Louis Cardinals hat, which kind of gave you a little bit of the ugh.
Yeah, I guess I maybe should put on my KC hat that I'm often wearing. But yeah, I'm a big KC guy, so we got some Missouri beef.
We'll pull up a man.
Well, all the way from 20 grand up top to 5 at the bottom, and we're expecting a lot of table talk.
Find the perfect thread to pull.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I think
Overestimating. Most of the time, I'm not even watching.
Thank you.
You are so funny.
Thanks so much.
Of course, it's a 5,000 minimum buy-in, 2,550 no limit hold'em. Of course, the stacks will increase as the session goes on, as people get stacked and reload, so it can be a lot of fun.
I think we're actually rocking 25, 50, 50.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do have a 50 ante, so.
I don't think I'm that observant. I'm very good, but I don't think I'm that observant.
Well, Andrew Nemi, we're excited to have Andrew here. This is his first time at Commerce with the new poker room.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dutch Japanese. What is your language?
This used to be a sports bar.
It did. It used to be the Arena Bar, which I used to
Bar.
walk by on many occasions.
Yeah.
When did you start playing here at Commerce?
Probably like right after Black Friday happened. I was an online professional, and then that got taken from me, so then I started venturing out west. So about 15 years or so ago, I think.
Yeah, I moved to LA 25 years ago. When I first got here, I was amazed that you can find a poker game 24/7.
It's a pretty around-the-clock ecosystem here, that's for sure.
And we've already got Phil Luck whispering.
No, next time.
How about we do it when Arthur gets here? Or it's too short-handed right now.
We didn't announce start.
Andrew and his wife recently moved from Vegas to Texas. He said he's loving it down there. He says everybody's so nice in Texas.
I guess so. You know, it's a pretty friendly southern hospitality, as they say, so it doesn't shock me to hear that.
Yeah, you win 3 in a row, and
Yeah, they say the term Texas heat, but it's Vegas heat that gets to you. It was 116 degrees last summer in Vegas.
It's hot, and it's super humid in Texas, and Vegas is a different kind of heat, as they say, but super hot nonetheless.
40 or 50 for half an hour.
It's pre-tip.
We pre-tip anyways, but no one ever says no to another tip. So.
Of course, if you're new to the stream, the green teal chips are 1Ks and the whites are 100s. The smaller purple and orange multicolored chips are the Annie's basically in blinds. Those are $50 chips. And you might see some of those pink chips. Those are the 5Ks. So
I've been calling those the flamingo chips.
yes,
Ooh, big hand brewing right here.
absolutely here.
I can see the flop.
Classic
Like
battle.
Phil playing a little camouflage, just smooth calling the ace-king here. Pretty odd, too, given it looks like it was small blind versus big blind. So that's a very odd flat there by Phil with the ace-king.
I like that you checked. It's either a trap or it's genius.
Oh, now I'm in good shape.
800.
Obviously, you don't want to see an ace on the flop when you have a hand like pocket queens, but when another ace rolls off on the turn, it makes it less likely your opponent has an ace. Really thought he would at least call one there and make kind of Phil prove it again on the river, but it ends up being a great read there by Mark.
Second duck, just the third.
Yeah, I always feel like pocket queens and pocket kings are just a magnet for an ace in the window.
Yeah, it can feel like that. People usually say that with like jacks, like, oh, I hate jacks, I hate jacks. But yeah, anytime you get that big pocket pair and you see that ace roll off, it ain't great.
No, I don't think it was. But you had like ace 8 or ace 9, some dumb ace, man.
A dumb ace. I can't just have pocket aces, huh?
No, you didn't have pocket aces.
Okay. Andrew was like, okay.
You could, but
Different table talk than at the lodge, you know?
Somewhat unlucky there, Phil flatting that raise pre-flop. If he would have 3-bet that, and they could have got that all in pre-flop, I think.
hand I would ever fold. You're probably the only one I would have folded to.
Pocket kings.
Wow.
I recently made a video with
Yeah,
pocket
this is-
jacks where
we
I'm
use
sleeping in
poker
bed and I
as
hear
a
a knock at the door and I get to the
means
door
to practice
and it's
our
pocket
both
jacks. And I'm
Yeah.
like, what are you doing here? I told you I didn't want to see you anymore.
It's a hand that can cause some frustration for many, that's for sure. Global Danny with the 3-betting hand here, the ace-4 of spades.
Duck those two.
Nifty hand to push the action with pre-flop.
Good luck, kids. Good luck. I kind of, maybe I should have called. I don't know.
King 9-7, couple spades. Very compelling flop here for a couple parties involved here. L with the pair and a flush draw. Global Danny with the nut flush draw. This could get interesting here. 1600 in the middle, checks through 5 on the turn, giving L a gut shot straight draw to go with this pair and a flush draw. Gonna bet 1,000 into 1,600 here. Definitely a raise or call spot for Global Danny. He's going to play it as a call here. Not much
Good luck to the
for
remaining
Mark.
two
It's going to
players.
consolidate
One
the
duck
heads
at
up here as we approach the river. 3,600 in the middle. Action spade on the end here. Both players making a flush, but Global Danny with the nut flush. If these players had bought it in for the min 5K, it'd be a trivial all in here, but they got some meat on the bone here between them, over 8K left in their stacks as they headed to this river. L's going to bet 2,800. Will he call off his remaining stack here? We shall see.
We are only on hand number 3
Yep,
and all in.
They got an all in out the gate here. L in a tough spot. River's a flush. Obviously, he's got to be thinking, could he be doing this with just a bare ace of spades? Always something you're considering when facing a hero call with the low to mid flush like this.
I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat right now. What does L do with the lower flush? Does he make the call or fold? 1 for call, 2 for fold. What does L do? Chat, what do you think? Does he have the discipline to lay this down? 1 fold, 2 call.
It's always interesting when these hands happen early on in the session. You have no context built up yet. You don't know how anybody's playing, so it's a lot of times you'd rather have this hand come up 2 or 3 hours into the stream when you have a read versus right out the gate. But L's getting put to the test here very early on.
Kind of hard to make a live read this early, too.
It is, unless, they may perhaps have a history between them prior to this, but I'm unsure if that's the case or not. But obviously some people's play can vary day to day with how their session's going, so hard to know that right out the gate here.
Global Danny is stoic, but he is dancing on the inside. And Danny's got to feel pretty good, because if L had the miracle Jack 10 of spades, he would have insta-called.
Oh, for sure. That would have been a super snap, but yeah, that's
Should I put a flush again?
tough spot here for L.
And L's not a player who vocalizes a lot.
Yeah, he's more of a stoic, quiet type from my experience, that's for sure.
He's not going to get any information. Danny is frozen in time.
He is. I think he's maybe hoping he'd twist the Oreo in front of him, maybe pick up something, but no such luck for L here. He's looking at a statue.
No problem.
Yeah, it's not an easy spot. Danny could be doing this with King Queen. Gets that top pair on the flop and catches 2-pair. He could be doing that with any 2-pair combo here.
Most often people are going to be having a bluff here just with the spade, but some people get kind of stubborn with really great made hands that kind of get squashed on the river out of frustration. But typically for most players, this is going to be a nut flush or second nut flush or a nut spade blocker. But crazy things happen on these streams, you never know. But obviously Global Danny holding the goods here.
Well, Danny's got the streamer's dream right now. Double up, third hand in, that's the streamer's dream.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. At some point we might be, I want to know what the record is for longest tank, because this is getting pretty lengthy. I've never called the clock on anyone in my life, and I think that maybe is a character flaw. I just hate calling clock on people. It's always going to be somebody that's going to pull that trigger before me, but it is a little tilting when you're in a game, and takes this amount of time.
Lets it go. He lets it go.
Let it go. He came to the right conclusion in the end. Nice fold there by L. That sets up an interesting dynamic here for the rest of the stream between these two.
And the duck game is on, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone is able to win 3 hands in a row, everybody owes them $300.
That is a great incentive for action. I love to hear that. That's fantastic.
Did you have 2 spades? And one of them was ace of spades. I'm pretty sure it was one of those 2.
Yeah, Phil mentioning he was thinking it's possibly a bare ace of spades bluff.
I know Global Danny can do that.
Can someone bet with me? Like,
I don't want to bet because I think it's 64%.
Does anyone think it's not a flush?
I think he has ace high flush.
Does anyone think it's not a flush?
I'll take not.
What odds would I take?
You would take not flush? $100?
No, I'll take not a flush.
You would say not. He don't have a flush.
I'll take it as a bluff. Yeah.
Okay, $100.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you want to go another 100?
The true sign of a degen gambler. The hand is over, and you're still betting on it.
We're still going to relitigate it and try to add more money in the mix. So
Anyway, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
pretty classic.
I'll give you 225 for 200 that he had a better flush.
So you give him better odds?
Yeah, 200 to 200 if you want. 225 to 200 that he had a better flush, a better hand than L. If you want. Only with you.
How high of a flush?
So he's giving you better odds.
That he has him beat.
Go with him.
No, you have that bet. That bet's 100. You already have that locked up.
Okay.
I can't get in the way of a bet that already happened. That happened. That's the past. I'm saying in a new future.
All right, whatever, sure.
All right, you got 2 bets down.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay, now you can say, right?
No, don't say it. Wait to half an hour.
You get $25.
In a half hour.
No, he doesn't. I never told him I'm giving him $25. That's if Andrew Nimi would like to give him a cash incentive. Andrew, wait the 28 minutes. We're already, yeah, obviously.
I actually saw on the.
God, if I read that one wrong and I just dropped 225,
You don't
I'm
want
gonna
to
feel
say
like
right now?
Don't say it. It's only 27 more minutes. Let it germinate. Maybe we get more bets down. Global. More bets. You know. That's always a possibility. I know I gave 12.5% juice. I can maybe increase that for another wager.
Phil trying to get a lot of action in. I was just watching some Bally Poker Live highlights on the Twitter page, and Phil and Locke had a kind of similar hand where he turned a bear spade into a bluff on the river.
$100.
That's 100 to the pot.
I think he had the king of spades.
Don't worry about it. You're gonna make more flushes. You know.
I get just one more hundred in there.
Okay, if I gave you.
I have to fight.
He just
back.
won the hand, though. How can he?
No, previous.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're talking about the side
I'm not
bet
gonna
and
bet more.
I forgot
I
about
gotta,
this.
because you are an experienced bluffer. I've seen you bluff.
Who?
You, I've seen it. I've
Yeah,
seen it on the
you
live.
got the
I've seen some
vibe. You got
flips.
the vibe of this established.
I don't know, bro. You know some cutting edge stuff. So I'm gonna not make any more bets.
Cutting edge.
Why he?
220.
Action flop. Here we go.
Compelling flop here. Andrew raised pre-flop with the king-queen suited, flopping top pair, and Mark with the jack-high flush draw. And as an Omaha player, I'm very keen to point out he's got a lot of backdoor straight draws as well, wrapped around that queen with the jack-10. Nine or king would get him open ender as well. Now he turns a pair and a piece with the flush draw.
Car wash your car, fill it up with gas, and bring the car back. If that wasn't, if I lose this bet, mad respect. If that's a bluff, I am literally going to try and steal your car keys, wash your car, and top it off.
Wow, that's how confident you are?
That's how much, no, that's if I lose. I'm happy to do that because I'll be in the presence of a master. Imagine if he lets me into his life, lets me wash his car. You know, where that could lead. You know what I'm saying? Whoa.
Straightening right out there, goes check on the end. That'd be an interesting spot for Mark to kind of go nuts and do a massive overbet bluff with the straight blocker in his hand, pulling a jack as well.
Can't put a price on having a new hero. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Does that play with
Not easy to go for big air off the top, so I get that.
I'd have to learn.
Had some showdown value as well with the jack, so.
You pay 100.
He bet 100. He thinks value. He says,
No, I paid 100 because.
he forgot to give us. He paid 100 because he forgot to get rid of his duck. You can't hold
I
it
have a
if you
bad
don't
feeling that's
own
going to
it.
happen a lot today.
Yeah. It just goes on forever, right? The duck game?
Yeah, kind of.
Until
there's
if the
people
Nick-
saying,
You mentioned earlier that you don't call the clock. I've never called the clock in a cash game. I have definitely called the clock in a tournament.
Oh yeah, tournaments, it's super annoying with the tanking.
Even if I'm not in the hand, I'll be like, clock.
Yeah. that's-
You're not in the hand, bro. Yeah, but you see the blinds are going up over here, yeah.
I'm in the hand in the sense that I'm subjected to the clock, so I kind of am in the hand in a way.
Never called the clock in a cash game, but I've definitely called it in tournaments.
Here's the hand that Doug. You got Mark Cutter making it 1,000.
And I don't know how to fold 40% of a royal pre-flop. Like, we've got some great suited hands. I will play almost any denomination to get to the flop with 40% of a royal.
You definitely wanna see a flop with those kind of starting connecting cards for sure. Definitely has some potential.
I'm tempted to pay $6 to Andrew to see if he'll let me off the bet. I'm starting to have a lot of doubt. And here's my number two reasons why I'm doubting this bet. After the hand got through.
Big 3-bet here by Mark with the ace queen of diamonds. It's gonna make it a smooth 1,000 here pre-flop.
He was tickled with it happened, whatever it happened was, and I don't believe it was.
Looks like Andrew's gonna close the action here. We're gonna be 3 ways.
I'm thinking of offering Andrew $6.
1,000 apiece.
Andrew is set mining. Let's see if it works.
Ride the fun of it.
You're gonna ride the fun of it.
Bit of an orphan flop here. 7 deuce deuce, couple
Gets
spades.
the urn down. He knows a good bet. He's locked it in. I should have been able to feel that.
Mark going to continue forth here with a continuation bet into a couple players on this
Uncertain.
7 deuce deuce 2 spade flop.
I'll increase my bet to 200.
He may not take that, Al.
You'll take
I'm
it?
not accepting further action at this time.
No? I thought
I'll take $25.
Well, the duck game comes into play.
Yes.
Andrew trying to win back-to-back
Yeah,
hands.
he's got a little extra incentive to continue.
$25?
Yeah, I like the other side. I'm hedging.
Double paired board here. 7 deuce deuce, couple flush draws now. Big turn here for Mark. Picks up the nut flush draw to go with his 2 overcards. That would be good as well.
For 110, I can do 100.
No.
Okay, we do flat for a quarter.
Tough spot to hold on here for Andrews. Could be good versus 2 overcards, as is the case here, but he's totally destroyed versus higher over pairs, and even a hand like Mark's has a lot of equity versus him.
You owe me 105.
Anyhow, so
right, your lane.
discretion's the better part of valor there for Andrew. He just gets out of the way.
Here, give me a quarter.
Yeah, if you make that call on the turn, you're committing the rest of your stack on the river.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to call a big bet in a spot where you're like planning on folding the river. Just kind
Getting the
of
exposure, getting a little juice.
tough proposition there to call to hang on and hope it goes check, check.
And I know for sure there is no history between Andrew and Mark.
Yes.
They don't have any hand history together, so you got to read your opponents early.
And typically speaking, as a pro like Andrew is, you're playing with some guy that you don't think is a professional player, an older player. You probably think it's maybe a little more likely that type of person is going to be a little more conservative than super heroic. So,
well, we've got 6 players at the table right now. We've got 2 that are stuck in traffic. I'm hearing rumors of Arthur and Rich Asian Bro on their way.
It's always an ever-present thing. The traffic in LA, it's the deal. From about 1:30 to 6 or so, 6:30, you can get in a tough spot on the roads.
Well, I noticed when I first moved to LA, there was rush hour in the morning and rush hour in the afternoon. That's because people would go somewhere, park their cars all day, so those cars are off the road until they go home. But now there's traffic 24/7 because there's 100,000 Angelinos using their cars for work now.
Yes, that's the ride-sharing economy.
Yeah, rideshare, DoorDash, delivery for Amazon. So now, instead of there being a break in the day, now there's just 100,000 drivers circling the city.
It's a lot. I think California,
and you're in their way.
No doubt. California, it's like the 5th biggest economy in the world, I think. So lots of action and activity.
Yeah, that number keeps changing. Newsom just said 4th.
Oh, okay.
He just said 4th biggest.
I believe it. Why not? Number go up
that could
or
be
down.
That could be AI. Who knows?
Could be. Either way, it's quite an ecosystem for commerce. At the Commerce Casino, no less. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic. Gamble and Social. Got Jay Flats as well. Dueling Banjos here today. Bally Poker Live.
Faith in me being able to pull up.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
But I had nervousness, and I sold out to my. I got nervous.
I really wish that
I lost 100 here.
The real question is, how do you not pay me with a flush?
Andrew didn't increase the bet with me. Smart.
I was going to pay you 6 to get out. What? Just trust your instincts, Phil. You know what you've been here before.
You should have trusted me.
I should trust you and me.
You know I'm good.
Terrible.
Now, look at the action. Mark has a duck and stays in.
Yep, that's a fairly liberal defend, but with the duck equity, he's got a little more incentive to get in there and flop mine, so not much in the flop for Mark other than 2, 3, 4, I guess, going for him, but could roll off a 10 would be best as well, but pretty tough to proceed there with that holding.
Yeah, I had the nuts. I had the nuts.
130.
Very crazy hand.
The last time I was in the booth, we had the 5th hand was the 3rd hand Alonzo had won in a row. We gave away the duck bounty on the 5th hand of the game.
Pretty special.
I'm calling it.
This is a very interesting call by Andrew here with the 9-7 of diamonds. Danny raised pre-flop and bet the flop. Perhaps seeing if Danny's going to go check and he can lead rivers.
Thank you.
You can catch like a 10 or 8 of diamonds as well for some, he has some back doors with the 9-7 on the Jack Diamond flop, but very interesting call on the flop here by Andrew.
300. And then just make then 2,000.
And I'm assuming if you're calling that flop, you almost have to lead the river here when it goes check. Otherwise, I think you're torching a lot of money just calling with 9 high, no draw on the flop here. So I'd expect Andrew to lead here, and he does.
6.
For a little under half pot here.
Everyone knows where they're sitting. It's quite easy.
Yeah, but it's just not fair. I mean, it's 4.
I think you're right. I think this is going to get through as well.
6. It just.
I think it just may, although he did bet a little less than half pot. So on a paired board like this, 5s could be good some amount of the time.
It's exactly the
flush draw on the flop did brick. So I kind of thought Andrew might lead a little stiffer here on the end, maybe like half pot to 80% pot or even full pot, but less than half pot gets it done. Well played there by Andrew.
It's equally fair. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Andrew thinks he's folding out pocket pairs to that size in the river, but I think he's definitely think he's going to fold out, you know, bigger high card hands that beat 9 high. So
Damn nuts.
a lot of utility for Andrew to lead there with the 9 high after goes check, and I think that was a big part of why he called the flop with absolutely nothing. Is
I wouldn't have played it any other way. I think that's the best
to take down the pot as it played out. Well done there by Andrew.
Butter.
Yeah, not always an easy call in Danny's situation either. There's a lot of over pairs that play there, and those 5s looked very weak when you got 2 overs on the board.
Could easily be having a flop top pair that could be leading out with a lot of better hands than 5s. That's for sure.
An old one, but
Oh, some of the new ones I've gotten destroyed on.
Although some of those pocket pairs you could maybe discount with pre-flop action, but interesting hand to see for sure.
I comply.
That's one of those hands that's not going to make a huge highlight reel because it's not a huge big number pot. But as like a poker, you know, nerd or somebody that plays a lot, that's one of the more interesting hands to see, even though the pot size wasn't that compelling. Yeah.
But you called the action perfectly. You were like, here's exactly what's going to happen.
Yep.
This street, you called that perfectly.
Knowing that I'm the type to delay so long.
Sign of a misspent youth, Mr. Flats.
Not misspent.
Playing poker full time for 20-some years at this point. So
now we have ducks on the table, and now there's a duck on the board for Andrew.
How about that? A lot of synergy here with this hand. That's
very meta.
Let's see how Andrew plays it.
I talk a lot. Yeah, so I can get the rough curve.
We've got Baloo in the chat, Kiwi Special in the chat, Patrick Brown. Baloo says Andrew equals Texas poker.
1100.
C7, raise 1100.
Looks like Andrew took it down with a 3-bet. Kind of thought Kay might defend a little more wide there, given the duck incentive that Andrew had on the button. But easier said than done.
You get the red duck.
Lost and now
defend a tough player out of position, so not easy to do as well.
Double duck alert. We have double ducks.
Just early on in the street.
He's a beast.
Be an amazing time for Andrew to wake up with a nice holding here.
Everything else, razor point
He bluffed
truth.
me with the face when he like slid his cards in there. Yeah.
And for those that maybe just tuned in and missed the start, we were playing the duck prop. If you win 3 hands in a row, I believe each player owes, how much is it, Jay?
I think it's $300.
$300.
Last time we played, it was 300 side bet.
300 from each player, so
I'm lying.
It's a little $1,500 bonus right now.
no doubt.
I was just like,
Relieved.
I was just like, wow, you really folded
He's
a.
like, no way you folded flush.
That's
That
great.
kind of expression.
Oh, like kind of like amusement, amazement,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
something. Yeah. It's a very interesting
It's a
hand.
very good fold. Very, very good.
L's the best we got.
That's insane.
Front lines.
Oh man, we gotta play.
2 duck alert, you guys. Did you know that? Do you know that Andrew
Oh,
Nini's
shit,
on?
I didn't know. Sorry.
Oh, Phil playing table captain, letting everybody know. And he wakes up with a hand.
Unreal. What timing to wake up with a premium holding here. Ace, queen. If he wins this hand, it'll be 3 in a row. Everybody else will owe him 300 apiece. This is his time to shine. Let's see if anybody plays some defense here.
Yeah, last week when we had the first 5 hands, Lorenzo on his 3rd hand with the ducks. Close. He actually had queen jack, flops top pair, turns 2 pair, rivers a boat.
Okay.
What a run.
Yeah.
What a run. And look at Kay waking up with a nice holding here. King, queen.
Good luck, sir.
Somebody has to defend.
Heads up to the flop here.
Queen would be disastrous
That
for
would
Kay.
be pretty nasty. 7-5-5 rainbow flop. I'm sure the entire table is rooting for Kay very strongly here. Nobody wants to lose $300 a piece if Andrew can take this pot down. Oh, where's the come on? Where's the defense?
So it's easy.
Of course, he was smoked, so good fold as well. But
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, the 5.
Hand number 9.
Here, this is K and I.
Duck, duck, goose.
9-7.
and Andrew really earned it with that 9-7 win. That was one of those 3 wins. He was
Does this stay in?
had to be pretty creative to do so. So happy to see him collect the bounty.
I was trying to advocate.
Given one of those hands that he won was pretty interesting.
Super
So
heater like that would be fun.
Thank you.
I already paid.
Okay.
All right, shout out to Eric, the dealer, one of our faves.
I'm glad I didn't go,
He's guessing that Mark or Phil will be the big winner today.
That's always a fun thing to guess. Who's going to
Yes.
be king of the mountain?
Because I called.
In the YouTube chat,
No good, Phil.
our attendance is up today. Hello, everybody in the chat. Tell us who you're rooting for.
Absolutely. Where are you from? Are you from abroad? Are you from America? If so, what state do you find yourself in? Always interesting to take the temperature of the audience and see where everybody's coming in from around the globe.
I barely can hear you.
Yeah, especially with.
Of course, we're
people
playing
yammering
$25.50 with a $50 ante $5,000 minimum buy-in here at the Commerce Casino Bally
and a gag.
Poker Live. Got off to a hot start, and it's going to be a lot of fun the rest of the way here.
6 raise 125.
Yeah, we've already seen a really disciplined laydown from L, who rivered a flush, but he picked up on something from Global Danny and folded it.
Saw Andrew Nemi went with a little root beer float call on the flop there. With the check call with 9 high out of position on a Jack 3 Deuce 2 club flop. So that was pretty spicy. So
You've just inspired me. I'm going to literally order a root beer float from Jenny. I'm going to get a root beer float.
when I first came here, before they put a little governor on the comps, man, when you could just order at will, I would get like 2 or 3 root beer floats a day. I'd get 3 squares a day, a couple root beer floats. I was going for big air with the orders, and then they cut off that little water spigot there later on, and now they kind of go off your hours in the comps, but they got a little more dialed in with that over the years. But it was a little good party there for a bit.
Look at the miracle bank on the turn for Mark.
Unreal. A little 2-out shout on the turn.
L leads out top pair, weak kicker. You think you got a little Hollywood from Danny here?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I guess he does have, a nut gut shot, and he's got a jack, which blocks the nuts, which would be Jack 10. So that is a spot where sometimes you will see people go nuts with a blocker.
Ooh.
He's got a diamond in his hand as well, so if a diamond rolls off, or he could draw to the nuts as well. But yeah, this is a very interesting play. The min raise, or not exactly min raise, just a little less than a 3x, but this is a very interesting play here by Global Danny. Of course, Mark light in the weeds with a turn set behind him. This is playing out very interestingly here. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. I think L's going to get it out of the way pretty easily here with top pair and no prospects on this straightening board. With some big heavy cards out there.
And Mark's got everybody covered.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what happens on a brick. Is Global Danny going to have the wherewithal to fire a massive shell on an unimproved river? And if so, is Mark going to be able to kind of hold on and make a crying call at the bottom set on a board with a lot that beats him? This could be very interesting here. I guess L's just kind of Hollywooding to save face. I can't see him continuing here with top pair. And no kicker, no prospects, no redraw. Oh my gosh, he's going all in. This is crazy. I did not see that on the menu at all. I mean,
that was not on the bingo card.
No, I mean, when somebody raises and then Mark flat calls the 2K, I mean, that's a pretty strong action there. I'm absolutely flabbergasted to see L jam over this amount of action here.
And Mark with the check mark.
Especially considering Marcus only have to call 2,800 more. I mean, it's not like,
I guess
wow, we've got quads.
Cinematic finish there on the river. But that was a wild hand. I cannot believe. I mean, it looks pretty odd, but, you got to tip your cap to L for going with his read there. That was a very non-standard go with there with King 6. And,
you got to get quads once in a while.
It's not easy to be in the octagon, and you got to appreciate players that kind of go with their gut, even when it's, well against kind of what the standard protocol would suggest. So that was a wild hand.
Yeah, neither one of us saw the shove coming.
No, I mean, it seemed like a super standard fold given, he had a raise and a flat call of a raise behind him with really no fold equity really either. A guy called 2K, he's only got to call 2,800 more.
The quads was kind of...
that was a wild one there.
All right, if you're watching on YouTube, tell your friends. We've already had the bounty duck game. We've already got L felted. He's rebuying 10 hands in.
Yeah, that was interesting, man. That was wild.
It was a very easy call for Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen that, had L raise, Danny raise, and then Mark, folds, whatever. But given there's a raise and then a flat of the raise with half the guy calling half his chips on the, I mean, that was a wild sequence.
Awesome.
4 threes.
See, I raised 150.
500.
Well, Mark didn't need the strength of all 4 threes, but we'll take it. We'll always take it.
That was wild. I mean, I guess I'm trying to I guess there's some worlds where, Global Danny's on a lark, bluffing as he was, and then
This week, isn't it? Or
Mark just has some diamond draw that he's flatting with there, but yeah, that's fairly optimistic thinking as well.
Tuesday of next week.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
1,500.
I don't know.
I'm like 50-50.
If it's this, it's Thursday or wait, is it Friday?
I think it's
It's soonish. I think Saturday or Friday.
I think it's Saturday.
Okay, yeah. That's what it is. Yeah.
Well, I think Kay's
So the
taking
danger of
advantage of his
playing
position with the
yeah,
Jack-9 off.
Yeah.
And L finding a 4-bet here with the ace-jack of clubs and a well-timed one at that. He's up against a perfect hand, another Jack-X that he has dominated.
Vegas.
Yeah, at that field festival.
And Kay makes the call.
Have you been going back and forth, or?
A lot of going back and forth, yeah. I played the Millie Maker. It's hard because you can get chips and then you don't have chips. And it's so sad when you go to the don't have chips part of the tournament.
Exactly.
Sometimes you have so few you have to leave the room or play another event. Like, it's just,
Low board here, 5-4 deuce with a couple diamonds. Nobody improving their prospects here.
but I've sometimes had little teeny wisps, dust turn into huge stacks.
L does have a gut shot with the wheel draw. 3 would make him
Craziness.
a wheel.
Did L go all in?
L just pushed the pedal to the metal there. He had a couple overcards and a gut shot to the wheel, and
5%.
perhaps a little steam coming out of the ears, perhaps from the previous hand, trying to get some money back after losing a stack.
That could have been dangerous if Kay had woken up with at least a pocket pair.
With the computer.
Yeah, I think so. I think L made a good read there. I think L was probably aware of him perhaps being perceived as being a little steamy there after losing that last hand. And I think he probably thought if Kay had any kind of reasonable pocket pair that he probably just would have shifted in pre-flop, given the context.
Oh, there's Phil, yeah. And then the flesh and the juice.
You're
But
going to
if
play
you
the
can run
main,
hot,
right?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they're better.
No.
If you run hot, you just get their stacks, and you're like,
In any of those tournaments, you have to run hot or you're not going to win.
yeah, that's a little true too.
That's
But
just
it helps
the way
to
it
not,
is.
like,
Well, yeah.
you have to run super hot if you're terrible. If you're average, you don't have to run demon hot, just regular hot. All right.
Talking about a little World Series of Poker talk there. I've made a few trips already. Going to go back in a few days, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Got some very compelling events coming up. 10K PLO I'm going to be playing on the 28th, and we'll have the main event around the 4th of July following that up, so should be a lot of fun.
Well, I think you should tell everybody in the chat what you're doing on July 1st.
Oh, well, that is also true. In the event I somehow do not final table the 10K PLO, I will be doing some stand-up comedy with Joe Stapleton, who invited me on the show. There's going to be a stand-up comedy show at the Poker Org Lounge on July 1st at 8 p.m. So I'll be doing, I think, 5 to 10 minutes of stand-up comedy. A lot of poker and gambling jokes are in my act, so it'll be an interesting audience to do those in front of on this occasion. So looking forward to that. Caitlin Komeski is going to be on the show as well, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you happen to be in Vegas on July 1st, I'll be telling some jokes. So that could be fun.
Well, has a serious face.
Well, Global Danny is not laughing because his king's got no action.
Yeah, that's not fun when that happens. But nobody went broke taking a profit, as they say. I've had worse things happen to me than win the blinds. So, could be worse.
Well, we've done 12 hands. We've had the duck game come through, and L's rebought. We've got 2 players on the way.
Lots of moving parts, lots of actions, a lot of ins, a lot of outs, a lot of what have yous here so far. We've seen like a 5-minute tank, hero fold in the end. We've seen God turn a set and river quads in an all-in pot. So.
And Andrew Nemi making his debut.
Absolutely.
And we've got folks sweltering North New Jersey, Phoenix, Arizona, And Kiwi Special down in New Zealand. We are global.
The chat is hot as well. Another fun way to interact with the show. We appreciate all the likes and retweets and hearts and all that. Appreciate everybody interacting with the show as they do. A lot of great fans here that always interact with the show, and we appreciate that engagement as always. And I'm hoping they timestamp that Andrew Nemi hand that happened a few, maybe 10 hands in the stream or whatever. That was a really interesting hand. It wasn't a huge pot size, but I think that one was a pretty instructive hand and was pretty interesting. So,
yeah, I mean, he made a.
Hopefully that gets some love on a retweet or a post from the production crew.
He made an out of position move.
He did. He check called 9-7 of diamonds on Jack 3 deuce with a couple clubs, and when check on the turn, he led the river for like 40% at that, and did a little Jedi mind trick bluff on the end that works. So
over there, Phil, or just go
fold you will.
Okay.
You know, that's one thing as a poker player, we often kind of get trained like, oh, look at the big pots, but a lot of times the big pots are kind of set up hands, and a lot of what's going to win the day of you being a good professional or not, or all those kind of hands on the margins, all those medium to small size pots that you end up playing a lot of volume over the course of time, and that often is going to dictate how well you do at poker versus, whether your aces beat somebody's queens in a huge all-in pot that's going to have a big number on the pot size. So I think those hands that have some nuance and stuff are a little more interesting than some of these big number pots that oftentimes are just kind of coolers.
150 and a duck and a dream.
Yeah, it feels like these smaller pots is where you really get to start sizing up your opponent. Did they come to gamble? Did they come to fold? Sometimes it's that small couple $100 bet that really shows you more about your opponent.
That's where a lot of the skill comes in. You're just going to be playing such a higher volume of small to medium-sized pots than, some of the massive pots. So you really, the people that can win without showdown a lot, as they say, in those kind of small to medium pots, that's going to dictate a win rate quite a bit.
Could be good here.
I think that'd make a good T-shirt. Dictate my win rate.
There you go. A lot of eights going on in there.
I'm always looking for good T-shirt ideas.
King high, no good.
Yeah, I think that's something kind of amateur or aspirational players often kind of, when they're talking about poker, you always hear my king's lost to this, and it's a lot of bad beat stories, a lot of I run so bad, but, oftentimes it's all those small to medium pots that happen so often is really what is causing their problems as to why they're not winning as much as they think they should. But we have a tendency to focus on, just the biggest pots. But
Great of a 2 cards fly out.
It's something nice about poker is that you can't know everything. You learn something every single day, and Phil Locke has actually been very generous recently, watching the streams back and then giving constructive criticism.
Sure.
He gave me some notes recently, which I really appreciated, and because you're always learning about poker.
It's great. I mean,
always learning.
It's funny. I've played more at this casino than any other casino in my life, and
we don't have to.
If we rewound the clock back 10 years, you'd see me and Phil out there playing the 10-20 or 20-40 in a limit game on a pretty regular basis. So it's been a real treat to get to commentate with him playing today, because man, we played so much together and hung out outside the table, and he's been to a few of my comedy shows, actually, as a matter of fact. So he's a nice guy and quite a player. Not many players stand the test of time like Phil has. So it's pretty hard to stay ahead of poker's inflation, so to speak, with the game always getting better and evolving and solvers. And it's very impressive to be able to stay a winner in poker as long as he has. So shout out to Phil. Great player and a fun watch, as always.
Yeah, he was excited. He goes, you're in the booth with Adam Johnson today. He had good things to say about you before.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine, so he's just being nice. He's a nice guy as always. But yeah, we've played a lot of big PLO and big no limit over the years. Phil and I have.
Just enjoy the passage of time. Eventually,
sooner or later you'll get something right.
You can stay alive and enjoy time. You can even do it without enjoying time. You can just stay alive. And
I've been playing the dailies here.
Okay.
They've been smashing the guarantees.
Oh, that's great.
Here at Commerce.
Nice. Yeah, I sleep on the LA tournaments. I kind of mostly just play tournaments from the World Series because I kind of like I like more of a cash game guy. But I think I need to start showing the LA tournaments a little more love than I have been.
I'm 0 for 3 on my last 3 attempts at the daily here, but it's not been my game. It's just been my river luck.
Yeah,
I've always got it in with the best.
Yep, it can be hard to realize your equity in these huge field tournaments. It's it's pretty hard to finish top 5 of 1,500 people. It's just the math's pretty against you there. So.
Well, a friend of mine, Courtney Williams, he played a couple of the WSOP circuit events tournaments here, and he just won that massive 16,000 entry field.
Insane.
He took first place in Vegas.
Unreal.
Is it the Colossus?
Yeah, that's one of the big field ones. Yeah.
It's 16,000 entries.
Yeah, that's incredible. Against all odds there. That's amazing.
And when he got down to like only a few players left, the blinds were like 2 million and 4 million.
Yeah, I'd be curious how many big blinds they had, but yeah, that's pretty wild. You know, you play all this deep stack poker, then it comes down to people having 15 big blinds, and
I'm not gonna lie.
trivial all-ins with kind of cooler hands kind of win the day there.
If quad aces, I'll fight back.
Well, here at Commerce, a shout out to Kevin is our tournament director, and he's been putting on the dailies. And the 30,000 guarantee on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
Went over 90,000.
That's fantastic. I love that there's lots of different entry points for a young aspirational player to kind of work their way up, whether it's cash games and tournaments. You know, we all kind of fixate on the bigger buy-in stuff, and rightfully so. It's interesting, but it's nice to have a lot of great options in the small and mid stakes for people to kind of work their way up. I mean, I used to be a 1-2 player. I was watching this stream 20 years ago back in Missouri thinking about, man, one day if I could come out west and play in these big games. You know, I was just a little worker bee grinder in Missouri, fresh out of college, watching the stream from back in the day when Bart Hansen was a commentator. And it's really cool to kind of see how it ended up playing out over the course of time. So, but yeah, there's a lot to learn watching these streams. It's a good way to kind of get experience without having to pony up and go through the ups and downs that playing can bring you. So you can definitely learn a lot watching these streams.
Yeah, recently I've been able to do some of the ladies game, Jamie's Invite PLO, and for me, I'm still dabbling in the PLO world, and this is an amazing way to learn more about PLO by watching and doing commentary for it.
It totally is. It absolutely is.
Arthur's coming.
Because most of the learning content is online, and they're kind of featured around online games, which is not to say that those aren't useful. You can learn a lot and get a lot better, but online games play so differently than live games, and watching these streams is kind of a more accurate representation of the kind of games you're going to be playing in and the kind of people you're going to be playing against. And definitely can learn something from that and kind of get yourself some experience that'll be useful.
You might see a guy on your screen right now in a suit, top right corner. That's our producer. Shout out to Alex Lee.
Yep, shout out to Alex.
$10, I tell you.
How much you
The exact 10.
625 is like $4. So
$3,000.
$10.
$4 and something.
$10 for one.
You're trying to get
Every hand, $10.
Earl. Yeah, that's not Brad Owen. Yeah, that's Andrew Nemi.
Yeah, that's the other massive blogger.
Yep.
If he's curious about my hand, for $10, I would.
I could be wrong, but I think they maybe both have some type of equity stake in the lodge. I think perhaps, or maybe just one does, and I'm mixing up the other one that doesn't. But I think they maybe both own some piece of the lodge. Of course, obviously Doug Polk being the biggest shareholder of that company, I'd be pretty sure of. But yeah.
We just did.
Yeah, the only time I've been down there to Texas to play, I noticed as I'm walking towards the door, the entryway to that lodge, a guy in front of me turns around with a sad look on his face. And I'm like, oh, is it closed? He goes, no, forgot to put my gun in the truck.
Oh, yeah, it's a little different down there. It's a little different culture down there.
Because in front, it literally says no guns in the poker room.
Yeah.
This guy's like, oh, I got to go put it back in the car.
We've all had that mistake happen. We've all, forgot to check our firearm in the car before the casino. So,
but it was a shotgun. I was like, where are you hiding that? Where are we hiding that thing?
Renegade Cowboy Poker.
Save $10.
That's $10. When I pass away, one of my inheritors to my estate will be pleased to know that.
They need to earn their own money.
Yeah, but what if what they're involved with is something synergistic where they can only speed run the positive sum game they're playing?
We don't know a lot about Kay, but he's definitely mixing it up and getting in some hands.
He definitely is.
My parents spoiled me.
Andrew kind of in a similar spot. He was in a few hands earlier with the pocket fours on a paired board where, he thinks his hand may be good, but even if it's good, you got to fade a lot of equity with overcards and additional draws they may have. And, of course, you could be up against a bigger pair where you're drawing dead. So not a fun spot to be in. And He got outran with that turn and river run out.
How much do we love L?
Because this is the only thing I know, because I never did anything. I played poker and golf since I was 18 and never did anything.
Oh, yeah.
K got runner, 2 pair, but he did check the turn, so he might be able to get a little bit of money off of Andrew.
Perhaps. He perhaps could if he bet super small, but I think Andrew's probably going to find a check fold here. And I don't mind the check back from K with the ace. Obviously, he's way ahead or way behind there in that spot. And
No, that's no good.
not a pretty standard check there with the ace-10. Obviously, betting could be okay as well. But
And we all know with 2 jacks on the flop, no one ever has pocket jacks because that'll never happen in the history of cards ever.
nobody ever gets to have that much fun with pocket jacks, right? That is not allowed.
All right, nothing too crazy so far. L did try to go through with top pair, weak kicker.
Yeah. He went for it. He's in the basement as a result, but live by the sword, die by the sword. He's also a good candidate to shoot up that leaderboard as well with that style of play. So can never count out L. He's a tough out. He's probably the most experienced stream player possibly as well in this lineup. He plays tons of stream poker. So
yeah.
He's very accustomed to being stuck like Chuck on a live broadcast. So he's not uncomfortable with that dynamic. He's very used to that world. So he'll be just fine.
We are 6-handed, but we've got rumors of Arthur and Rich Asian Bro are on their way.
Rich Asian Bro, the Rab. See if he can fight through traffic.
He has a very loyal following. The last time he was on, the chat was dominated by Rich Asian Bro's friends.
Fantastic. Love to see it. Got to get that guy to a bringer show. Bring all the audience with him there. Again, we were playing 25-50 no limit hold'em with a $50 ante. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. Got Jay Flats in the booth with me as well.
Now I don't know what we just.
There's 3 C's, you know?
You can actually scan that QR code right there.
No C here.
No C, why?
I'd like to put it into the chat. How many people know what the QR means in QR code?
That's a great. I've never even thought of that somehow. That's an interesting little question there.
People say it all the time, and Rich Asian Bro in the house, ready for seat 3.
All right.
It's correct.
It's about to get interesting.
Oh, top to bottom, stack, yeah.
Yeah, stack it.
Brian goes by the name Rich Asian Bro.
Global.
And then just say top, middle, or bottom.
Yeah, top, middle, or bottom.
Middle. The white.
White. White was 3. There.
Do you even remember?
Yeah, no, it was like this.
Yeah, it was. I remember.
Yeah.
Hand his cards down over here.
And perhaps you may be wondering, well, who gets to sit where? How does that all work? They kind of they draw for the seats in most instances. I guess some players will get a preferential treatment. Looks like Mark requested 9, so they allowed him that request. But they're drawing for seats there. Pretty fair way to do
You're
it.
big blind, and now you're under the gun, Mark.
Yeah, Mark likes to say it's his vision.
Took us a long minute.
But I think it's, he's telling me about his back surgery. He's like, look, I just want to draw for the seat that I sat down in, and I don't want to change my seat.
That's fair. I think it's nice to have, drawing for seats, but obviously I think, it's not great to be too rigid, and you need to accommodate players that maybe have poor vision or just have a certain preferential treatment to a certain seat. Obviously, you want to avoid the predatory seat changes and stuff, which is an ugly side of poker. People are wanting to sit in certain places because they might think certain players, going to be more reasons to sit to the left of that position on, which, it's nice that they're kind of getting rid of that aspect of poker, which I love to see with a random seat drawing.
Well, shout out to the chat. I knew the answer, but a lot of people don't know. It's quick response.
That's cool. I did not know that. That's a good little trivia question there.
Socks older than him.
Yeah, I do a lot of audience warm-up for TV shows, and I'll ask everybody, what's LOL? What's BRB? What's TTYL? And then I'll say, what does it mean when you say USB? 90% of the population has no idea what it means.
I'm drawing blanks on that one as well.
In the chat, what is USB? We say it all the time. You got a USB cable? Can you plug in? You got a USB? Chat, what is it? USB.
Pretty interesting flop here. 8-6 deuce with a couple of hearts. Rich Asian Bro instantly flops a queen high flush draw. Mark flopping top pair with his jack 8.
130.
Aya. We already have an Aya.
Okay, here you go.
750.
Brian hasn't even sat down yet.
He hasn't even sat down, and Mark's just going to continue to bet his hand. He's correctly putting Asian Bro on an inferior hand / draw. Could have been spooked by that ace on the turn, but he kept plowing forward. Nice hand there for Mark.
Anyone.
Okay.
Oh, you know, chair.
Yeah, Skeeter's got it. Universal Serial Bus.
There we go. I did not know that.
Got a show for the button, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Correct. After
Brian,
you release
yeah,
the
Brian.
nip button,
Brian,
it's only done.
Brian.
via
Oh,
showing.
we need a chair.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Danny,
Are
if
you
you
using
remind
this table?
somebody you inherit
Andrew?
another button.
Hey, Jeff, how you
I know
doing?
about that one.
Good to see you again. We just need a refill over there. Andrew, are you using this table right here?
No.
Okay, cool. Is it okay if I grab it?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, Andrew. All right.
It's not. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's on me.
25, 50, 50 ante. Duck game is on as well. If you win 3 hands in a row, each player owes you $300. Andrew Nemi has already accomplished that feat so far. We shall see who the next person is to make such a thing happen here, winning 3 in a row. Nice little bonus, even more so now with more players arriving at the table, 300 apiece. Global Danny waking up with a nice one here. Pocket queens.
Danny.
Rich Asian Bro with the 3-bet from the blinds with the ace-10. Reckon we're going to see a 4-bet here from Global Danny. We shall see.
Is there a world where Global Danny just makes a smooth call?
That's possible, but I would say it's probably like 4-1 of him 4-betting over calling.
Hey man, welcome to the table. Here is a pre-flop 4-bet in your face. Here it comes.
And I think more interestingly is what does Rich Asian Bro do here facing the 4-bet? Kind of think ace 10 is more of a 3-bet bluffing hand than like a 4-bet or 5-betting hand. But it looks like he's going to pinch off a call here. Let's see a flop.
Ace magnets?
10, 8, 5. Just a good enough of a flop to get him in trouble here. Now he does pull ahead of some hands that was dominating him, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. So he's definitely got to feel good about that, but obviously he's still behind higher pocket pairs over the 10. Jacks, queens, kings, perhaps even aces, though he does diminish that a little bit, holding an ace himself. So this could be interesting here. Already 3K in the middle, and he's got, 5K behind, so not quite even a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio here. It's going to be pretty easy to get the chips in if he does anything but fold. Pot's already got so big. And Global Danny's going to bet 1,500.
I have a really bad feeling he's going to get felted.
Yeah,
2 or 3 hands into the stream.
This is
him.
Very tough spot. Like I mentioned, it's always interesting when you have these spots right when you start your session. You don't know how people are playing yet, and you're in the vice grips there right out the gate. It'd be a lot easier to have this hand happen 3 hours into the stream than 3 hands into the stream for Rich Asian Bro. So this is a tough one.
All in.
And he's going to go all in here. He's going to think his hand's good.
Ouch.
And it is indeed not. But you can't fault him for going with it. He could be up against a 4-bet bluffing range, and his 10 could be good here. And he's even got decent equity versus, catch a 10 or an ace to snap off queens here. So his equity is not 0.
You just sit down and you're a 4-to-1 dog for all your money.
Not ideal. Not ideal. But
ace or a 10.
Bit of a graveyard flop for Rich Asian Bro, given the stack sizes and him seeing a flop.
Oh, no,
And
he gets a
look
miracle.
at the river there.
AKA, Brian, you are a sick one that can do it, huh?
Oh, wow.
And you don't even go for the ace. You take the really rare 10.
You called it a graveyard flop, and he comes back from the dead.
Back from the dead.
When I was young, I did that shit a lot, I guess.
Bit of a Lazarus act here for Rich Asian Bro right out the gate.
Wow, Brian.
He was up against it in a pretty decent way, but as I said, his equity was not 0, and he realized it.
4, 5 outs.
Hit a 5-outer.
10%. One card to come, he's like 10%.
About
Boom!
20% chance to come from behind there, and it came to life there for him.
Any side embankment wall and hole in one it.
Well, my initial feeling was he was going to get felted,
Your first shot was
but I forgot about the poker gods.
It ain't chess. It ain't chess. There's some gambling involved. That's for sure. And thank goodness.
Meanwhile, I know you hired topographic experts to mark the lay of the land, and you do your computer analysis on the miniature golf course, and you know the exact angles. You make it look like a fluke. Meanwhile, you're out there training at 2 a.m. with the night lights and stuff, getting that perfect shot down.
What a start for Rich Asian Bro.
And get through the nip button.
Yes, that was.
Oh, you're a beast, Brian. A beast.
Rich Asian Bro 3-bet the ace-10. Got 4-bet, flatted the 4-bet for 1K more. Caught that 10-high flop with the ace-10, bested by the queens, but poker gods bailed him out on the end there. What a run for Rich Asian Bro.
Wow, the chat is feeling it for wow. Sheesh.
Tough one there for Global Danny, but getting right back on the horse, waking up with a nice holding here. Ace-queen is going to 3-bet to 425.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the word is out. We've got an action table.
Yes, we do. Ace-Jack-3 Rainbow. It's always amazing to get a nice hand right after you get stacked and you think nobody's going to believe you. Although not much for Kay to defend with here. Unless he does some kind of Andrew Neeme reverse float situation. But that'd be pretty optimistic on this board in a raised pot with the Ace-Jack-3 rolling off.
I'm going to add that to my repertoire, a nice reverse float.
Yes, that was a very interesting hand.
Oh, a real legitimate premium hand. Get through the nip button.
Hands, that's for sure.
Ace-queen on an Ace-Jack-3 board is totally not bluffing.
And there we go. Getting closer to that 3-hand in a row bounty, 300 apiece, the duck game.
You have released your nit button, I see.
Oh, the nit game is on. So the duck game is on pause.
Oh, you had 2 10s.
And the nit game is on.
Oh, okay, they switched games on us. All right.
No?
I got rid of it the first hand. Jack 8, suited.
Oh, Jack-8 of clubs. You flopped that pair of 8s. Yeah.
I was the first one to get rid of it.
I remember now, yep.
See, you're the only one who remembers.
I didn't remember.
I didn't remember. I didn't even know that had happened.
Really?
That was the first hand of the nit game.
And you were scared of showing the hand.
I don't remember.
You have the most of the advantage.
I don't know about advantage.
700.
You're not
Looks like it's folds around to the blinds here. Small blind versus big blind.
You know,
Do you feel bad? You would have rather lost, right?
I felt it coming, but I feel bad for it.
It looks like Phil's just going to duck out of the way there with the ace rag.
Thank you.
Whatever.
You had 6 outs.
I don't know why I kind of felt it coming.
Most players would probably raise an ace X and the small blind wouldn't fold it too, but
Something there.
Something in
a
there.
lot of ways to skin a cat, so to speak.
So 1, 2. So,
Yeah, queens haven't been too lucky today.
all right, this is.
I had one, Phil B, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's sudden death and inflection. This is inflection, 3 hands. Next is sudden death because there can be 2 losers. You have to get it done when it's down to 2 in one orbit. Otherwise, 2 losers.
Yeah.
So you, ostensibly, the guys without
Who's
the button-
left?
Phil, and
Andrew, myself,
No
and Al.
sudden death yet.
one more. Whoever gets knocked, or next person that gets rid of their button.
I'm all in.
I knew that. I knew he was.
What a
raising it.
crazy play here from Phil Locke, all in with the queen 5 of spades.
Behind.
Standard procedure.
These guys got out there, and it's like, you know, the military, you don't leave any men behind, you know?
Yeah, I get it.
Poor L, been in the meat grinder today. The wind's been at his face the entire time, and another strong gust this way from Mr. Locke this time.
Thank you.
What a bluff there.
I'm glad I didn't wake up with ace queen there. That would have put me in a tough spot. But you know I have to do it. It's inflection. Inflection. Sudden death. So when the button ends with me, the game is over.
Okay.
And the button's on me. That's the last hand.
Mark's going to raise the 8-7 of hearts. Spicy little suited connector.
Andrew's like sweating over there.
Looks like L going to defend out of the box. So he's going to defend by 3-betting here. He's going to 3-bet the queen 9 of spades out of the small blind.
You drove from San Diego.
Not a great flop for either player.
Couldn't have been worse of a flop.
I think L's aggression is going to win the day here.
Oh.
200 a man, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So 12.
Anything but all black, I would have defended you.
There. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can't believe I pulled
Did
my
you get your
king high.
200?
Yeah. Pulled my king high to you.
back,
Oh my God.
Crazy. What are you doing? King high? It's the nit game. You know I'm sick with the nit game. I don't like having that button.
So stupid.
You don't know how much I hate losing that game. You'll eventually learn, and you'll have to just race with me with queen high, you know?
King high I had.
That's a good hand. But queen 5 of spades is...
How can I fold king high?
Hey, let me tip you now so I don't forget.
Because queen 5 of suited is the bottom of my range. And you know that. You know that I have that or better. I'm calling if I have like 7-6 of clubs, you know? All right, heads up.
What a dumb fold.
It's just because it's the nit game, whatever.
We've got Phil and L headed to a flop with 2 clubs, 2 kings. L's 2 pair is best. Check, check. Cards are free. Phil decides to take a stab at it. Bets out 250. That's going to get through.
2 in a row.
The duck game is back on.
Do we post or no?
L, when you had 7-8 and you made a straight, I had 9-10 for runner 2 pair. When you bet 5,000, and I was just like 5 here, take 5. Oh shit! I like to pay people off. I enjoy, feeding the players. So he just let. So Mark has If I win 2 in a row, Mark doesn't owe anything. I check in the dark, King L. I check in the dark.
L and Phil, back-to-back hands. And it goes check, check. So these two are going to get to the river 2 hands in a row. L has the best hand, and Phil does it again. Gets to the river, leads out. And L will not make the hero call.
2 ducks.
2 ducks.
I don't have to show 2 ducks. It's only on the 3rd duck.
Yeah.
2 ducks in a row for Phil.
In the old days, I would have had to show what I had. But, Duck Dynasty. Building the Duck Dynasty 5 views. Thank you, sir. Everyone, high alert. If I get it, Mark Cutter owes nothing. Because he left. He didn't see the hand. Only value, duckies. Don't go crazy, duckies. Only value. Only value. You know, don't do some sick suicide thing. Look at this. They love doing this stuff. Don't be afraid, duckies. Don't be afraid. You know. You know? Oh, Andrew Nemi.
Might have folded for 5.
We now have
Right on the cusp.
the 2-duck alert. Phil has 2 ducks in front of him.
Ducks on the pond here at the Commerce.
It hurts.
A little part of me dies.
Some runners in scoring position, getting close to that 3-in-a-row bounty.
A new life.
Like, yeah, the forest grows because the leaves and they turn, you know, over time and whatever. It's okay.
Massive flop here for Andrew. Top pair and queen high diamonds. L with a gut shot to the 7 as well, but Andrew with the more compelling hand here by a mile. Let's see how he plays it.
1600.
Puts his foot on the pedal.
And L makes a prudent fold.
It's good defense.
You guys put the double defense on me. I actually kind of woke up with a hand on that flop. But I didn't see the flop.
Well, L went heads up 3 hands in a row and folded to 1 additional bet each time. He's got pretty high VPIP, 53% so far.
L's had a rough go of it so far, but he's been getting in there. It's just a matter of time before the worm turns for him and he starts raking in some pots of consequence. I believe in L. I've seen him play many times. He's tougher than a $2 stake. He ain't going to go away crying easy. He's going to be battling to the very end, so going to be very interesting to see him try to dig out of this hole he's in here in this first hour or so of the stream.
No.
Pots of consequence. I like that. I like that a lot.
That's what we're looking for here. Some needle movers.
Wow, he's going to sail into 2-duck land, huh? I can't do anything here.
Andrew waking up with a nice
Duck game's tough.
holding here. Ace, queen of hearts. Early position's going to make it 200 to go in this quarter 50-50 ante no limit
Good
game.
luck, guys. Good luck.
Defense.
I'll be rooting against one of you soon.
Ace on the flop would be spicy.
That could be interesting.
Ooh, even better.
Pretty nice flop here for Andrew. Top pair, backdoor nut hearts to boot as well. K with a nut gut shot. 7 would make him the nut straight. Unfortunately, L holding one of those outs in his hand with the ace-7.
Are you from around the area, Mark?
I live in Montecito, Santa Barbara.
Okay.
Pairing queen on the turn.
Hour and a half, unless with you never know with traffic.
600? Okay.
No traffic hour.
It's going to be a little less than half pot here when check 2. And it's going to
Duck alert. Oh, no.
rake in another pot.
Say goodbye to your 300s, guys. I'm prepaying right here. How much does it pay you? Serious question. How much does this pay you? And should you win your 3rd duck, I'm absolved of the 300. How much?
And I believe Andrew's the only person to win 3 in a row here so far, so that'd be pretty wild. He could get it twice before anybody gets it one time. So
I didn't even watch the.
I watch it. I was curious what he had, but not knowing isn't that better? You keep showing
more
it.
fun. Just really for the fun.
Okay, you guys vote on it.
Seems like it's better to show because,
Yeah, second.
For
third.
second duck?
because they're more likely to bluff. You want to show. You want more bluff.
It's more fun. Yeah. It's more
Okay,
fun.
so Brian, do you want to show the second duck?
Sure, yeah.
Mark, you think that's the way to go?
I don't care. I'll
I
show
think we should
every
show
hand.
every single hand on that.
No.
The words of a true degenerate.
I'll show
I
every
don't
hand.
care. I don't care. I'll show every hand.
he is
Second and third.
he is not going to put up a fight.
And
Okay,
also,
second and third.
Some place they even show every hand, but that's too much.
That's too much, yeah.
Let's just do second and third.
Well, let's see
Yeah,
if
second and
Andrew
It's more
wakes
fun.
up with a hand.
I'm not even watching.
He's got 2 ducks.
He has got all the incentive to. Can he will it
Experience, sir.
to be dealt?
Gain anything.
Yeah.
It's an $1,800 side
I
bet.
think you're
How many
more
has he
observant than me.
He's got suited.
But I'm trying to be
Playable hand.
observant.
He's definitely a decent hand to continue with. Seen a lot worse. Pretty tough sledding on the flop. He's got some backdoor diamonds.
Daniel, we're gonna
Catch a
show
5 or a
second
7 for a good shot.
Second and third duck take.
You have to show your hand.
Does not float the 100.
Yeah.
He gets out of the way. That'd have been pretty speculative multi-way at that.
I don't know how to play the 2-duck game. I'm still learning.
It's tough.
Mark needs a compliment all the time. It's like, I have a good hand, you gotta compliment me. I have a bluff, you have to compliment me. I defended for you, you're welcome.
100%.
Of course, if you're wanting to follow Andrew Neme's vlog, if you're one of the few people who somehow isn't already doing so, it's at Andrew Neme.
Should have let you buy out, Phil.
That's his YouTube blog. Give it a look-see.
100, I think, is the fair.
I was thinking like 60.
He's got 443 videos on there.
I would have paid 60. That's a fair, because it's not 100. It's not like a... It seems like you thought about the number.
Yeah, you can get a preview of Andrew's channel if you just click on the title page for our YouTube video today.
Progressive.
You just click on his name, it's highlighted in blue.
That's an easy way to do it right there. Definitely give him a follow.
That begins with
Don't even say that.
He's actually got a really cool video where he's emptying his cash boxes.
I saw the thumbnail for that. That was an interesting one, yeah.
Aggressive is a danger.
I had to do that recently here. I guess they made some kind of crackdown on the boxes in LA, so I had to close out my Commerce box and Hollywood Park box, and had to make all my rounds to collect all those things.
That's kind of a nice poker flex. Hold on, I gotta close out my box at the casino.
It's definitely, a little bit of a soft flex, I suppose. Definitely, when you play certain stakes, it's definitely behooves you to not walk out with a lot on you. You can definitely put yourself at risk doing so. So that's a little PSA to all upcoming poker players out there. Wherever you're playing a lot, if you're playing some big games, definitely try to get a box. And don't walk out with piles of chips and cash on your person every day. You could definitely be a target. I've had many friends get robbed and held at gunpoint and stuff like that over the years. So definitely want to minimize your risk when you can. So definitely try to utilize a box if you can.
Do you know the sad music from Charlie Brown? Do you know that?
I don't actually. Okay, yeah.
Anytime Charlie Brown is sad, that's the music that plays in my head when I leave the casino, whether I win or lose. I want to look like I've lost all my money.
That's smart.
I always walk out of the casino very sad. Never smile on your way out the casino. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, you don't want to look rich. Don't want to be flexing on your way out, that's for sure. We got a little interesting hand here. Set of sevens versus 2 pair between Mark and Kay.
I don't remember.
Kay with the way the best video is set.
That story sounds familiar.
Maybe you were there. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Mark needs one of the 2 remaining 8s to roll off here to get the winner's circle on this occasion. It's going to be tough sledding for Mark. We shall see. Crazier things have happened.
Yeah, Kay's going to end up with a full double up.
Yes, he is. He doesn't have a lot of meat on the bone left, so it's going to be a pretty trivial go with here for him with the set of sevens. And I think Mark's locked in here pretty much.
Mark needs an 8.
Well, that's the one hand I'd never put you on.
Bottom set.
Hard to be in much of a better spot than this in an all-in pot and no limit hold'em here. Only got to fade 2 outs.
And he avoids the Miracle River card.
He avoided the 2-out shout.
We've got Duck Polk in the chat. What is everyone quacking about? Well, if you're not familiar with the duck game, it's a simple side bet. It's a bounty if you win 3 hands in a row. Everybody else at the table owes you $300.
Pretty nice, compelling incentive to go after some pots.
Oh, it brings action.
Definitely appreciate it. That's one evolution of poker I definitely like, is kind of all the new wrinkles and stuff we're adding to the mix. Makes it interesting for recreationals to want to play and keeps it from getting boring and mundane if you're a regular like myself who's finding himself at casinos multiple days a week.
Well,
year over year, decade over decade, so it's nice to have some new things going on. So,
well, our first graphic, some people are like, yeah, okay, get on with it, because the third graphic is the one that everybody really wants to see.
Of course.
Who's winning, who's losing, and today we're just doing 2 graphics. L and Global Danny are the only 2 in the red on the day. Speaking of side games and bounty games, a few weeks ago, Yo Viral was in the house.
Oh, yeah.
And not only were we playing the 7 Deuce game, but also the 8-3 Octo Crab Cairo-inspired game.
Yes, that's his big deal.
And the Knit game.
Yep.
And the Duck game.
Man, you need to have like some piece of paper to write all this stuff
It
down
wasn't
on.
easy to keep up, and there was a lot of action.
I imagine so.
We had
man.
multiple rebuys in the first 10 hands.
That's a crazy amount of stuff going on there. That would have been a fun rewatch. Definitely check the archives for that one.
Yeah, shout out to Yo Viral for bringing a lot of action to our casino for 2 days.
Yeah, definitely check out the Bally Poker Live archives for that one and many other amazing sessions that have been played here over the recent weeks and years. Quite the Rolodex of poker experiences in that archive.
Bally Sports Live, you can watch our YouTube stream like you're probably watching right now, but you can also watch it on the Bally Live app where the footage is actually more clear.
Oh, that's slick. Nice.
Yeah, YouTube has so many servers that it looks good, but if you go to the Bally app, it looks even better.
The app life. App loving.
Okay, 1, 2,
to have a
3, 4,
dedicated
5, 6,
server to the app.
I'm a little nervous.
Pocket queens for Mark. Rich Asian bro defending with the Doyle 10 deuce.
That's Mark's gutter, actually.
3 times.
Mark has to pay 3 times.
Crazy hand here. Slot machine flop 777.
Just lost the pot.
He has to love seeing the window card. Then he sees the door card. He's like, I'm off the hook. And then the 7 comes.
And then he just got hit. He just got hit by the set of 7s too.
Nice there.
And Mark, he lives up to it. He said, I'll show every hand.
Yes, he will. He is not afraid
Wait, I'm 7?
to expose some cards.
You're 6.
I'm 6. Oh, I see.
There is some side action going on. I'm not quite sure what they're betting on.
Yeah, there's always a lot going on at the table.
Yeah, I just moved the button, right?
Especially the bigger stakes you play, the kind of more people want to just wet their whistle and feel something.
I
So
made it 150.
You did.
always a lot going on at a high stakes game.
Now, when they put the graphics up before, didn't get to see the VPIP, so I just want to see.
Oh, boy. And he had pocket queens at least for like,
We must not be tracking the VPIPs today.
you know, they're pulling the bandage off
I
so
don't
hard.
think after I paid the collection, I made $25. I don't think it made up for the $5,000 I just lost.
That's true. Oh. Whatever you want, whatever you can imagine, anything. Sushi.
There's the VPIP on the day.
There
Mark,
we go.
Mark's
There we
way
go.
up there.
Good. You would like feedback. There's
He
one.
is.
Steve Bass.
And some rarefied air there. 60, we'll call it 69% for the culture.
Extra pork and egg.
Close enough.
They have a lot of. I like the sea bass broccoli thing, or sometimes the salmon one, the fish with bok
7?
choy.
It's like El gonna jack it up here at 200 with the queen 9 of clubs from the hijack. Instantly gets punished by Andrew on the button. He's gonna find a 3-bet with the ace jack.
You're both after the duck. I respect that.
And make it 700 to go. 10K stacks between him as well. So
I would get the thing I get it.
heads up to the flop here. 1500 in the middle.
Sea bass. Very healthy. Live forever.
How much is it?
King 10 9.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kind of a mixed bag flop for both parties. Nobody
Take
flopping
whatever you
super
want.
strong, but
Lobster. Bring it.
each player flopping a little something to continue with here. L with the pair of 9s and a gut shot.
The sea bass is really.
And Andrew with the nut gut shot here as well with the ace jack.
The
So
funny thing about the menu here.
Yeah, they're holding each other's
For
gutter.
this room, that's
yes,
not
they
available
are.
up there.
How much?
There's 2 menus. General public, and then in here you can have general public plus special menu.
It's gonna go
Order was off.
check call here. Andrew with the C bet with the ace jack.
Something like close to that.
Brings the pot to 2,500 on this queen turn now. Andrew with the nut straight. Though it does bring a flush, which complicates matters a little bit. Andrew does have the jack of spades in his hand as well, which is quite useful. L with not a single spade in his hand, but that's not going to keep him from leading out here for 1,000 with turn 2 pair. Let's see how Andrew proceeds here. It's hard to imagine him doing anything but call, and he's going to continue with the call here. And another queen on the end. As fortunes finally turn for L here.
How do you do it? How do you get runner, runner, boat?
Flops bottom pair and a gut shot and ends up with a full house by the end of it. Not a bad sequence for L. Tough stuff for Andrew, who turned the nut straight with second nut flush redraw to boot, but
You're a 9-to-1 dog.
that
And you pull the miracle card. Now, how do you extract the most money? How do you do that?
That's a good question. I think he's probably going to maybe just lead small here and hope to get called by a straight or a mid-low to weak flush, maybe induce a raise, but we shall see. He might go the other way and just go big and try to make his hand look like a bluff, perhaps. It's going to be tough for Andrew here.
He's reaching for counting and for calling chips.
He's definitely, L's kind of been all over the road here so far today. He's a big loser in the game, so it's a little harder to make tough folds against somebody that's kind of big loser in a game that's kind of been in there a lot. So I could see him just calling here, and he's going to do so.
Full house is good.
Whoa. That's good.
Wow. Welcome back from the dead, L.
Yep, like I said, he was in the basement, but not for long. He's
nothing
a dangerous player. He sees a lot of flops. So.
And then queen.
He was due for the mean reversion. Nice hand there for L.
L is for legend, not some short other something. How does he do it, Mark Cutter? What the?
No longer the big loser now. Nice pot there for L.
Ancient explorers went and hunted for the fountain of youth. The modern explorers try and find the vein of how he does it.
They try to find the runner.
Wow. Yeah, they figure if they can figure out how he does it, they can do it too. You know? He did it to me last week. Runner to make the nut straight. I make 2 pair. No problem here. You want 5K? Take the money. Take the money. Enjoy the money. Enjoy the money, you know? Big blind it is.
Well, we're just looking at white chips and teal chips. No one's activated the... No, I am wrong. Global Danny has flamingo chips out in front of his stack.
Yep, it's pink chip season here, midstream. They're starting to find their way out of pockets.
And he's like, why? I play poker. It's like L, for sliding into base. They have him in the clubhouse. A little picture of him.
All right, Baloo is probably wondering how Andrew made the call there. When you're up against a polarizing player like L, he could literally have any 2 cards.
Of course,
there.
it's a heads-up pot, and L's, was big loser on the session, kind of playing a lot of hands. He kind of did a punt earlier with top pair, no kicker. So, when people see you kind of swerving all over the place, it's not easy to make, hero folds against somebody like that, especially in the heads-up pot. So I don't fault Andrew for that call.
Local Danny.
Sometimes it just don't work out.
No, he went
local Dan. He's like, dude, you're local as hell.
Bro, wow. Did you guys find fisticuffs in the parking lot afterwards?
I would have had to if I saw him.
Yeah. I would never imagine anyone had the courage or malicious intent to say such a thing. I know you're global.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up, huh?
Long recognized.
I got some.
A global brand.
Bro.
Take the duck.
250.
Like this, they want to jiggle fresh, yeah.
Looks like Andrew's going to make it 250 here.
Andrew Nemi makes it 250. I see what
with
he
the
did.
6-9 of clubs.
Brian makes it.
And Rich Asian Bro waking up with the goods.
Brian
Pocket
loves those
aces.
white chips.
I do.
He's going to 3-bet to 800. And Mark waking up with what would normally be a great hand, but not up against aces. He's in there with the ace, queen of clubs. Tough stuff for Mark here on the button with a big hand, but
there's the quarter small blind.
In a very bad way versus the aces. Not to mention Andrew holding a couple clubs in his hand as well.
3 ways.
3-way raised pot here, 2,600 in the middle.
It's messed up.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Clubs on the flop would be spicy.
That would be interesting, to say the least. Case ace would be pretty destructive as well. We shall see here. 10-10-9, couple diamonds.
Andrew's unfortunately got 2 pair.
He's going to bet a little less than half pot here with his pocket aces. Gets Mark out of the way, and now it's back to Andrew, who does flop a little something here in this 10-10-9 flop. He's going to play it as a check call. He's got some reason to continue here with the flop, and offsuit 4 on the turn, 5K in the middle. It's going to be very interesting to see what Andrew does to a second shell here. Calling the flop was kind of academic. the turns, kind of where the rubber meets the road in the hand here. We shall see.
Well, Rich Asian Bro has a bunch of dedicated followers in the chat right now. You know they're judging every little move that he makes.
Of course.
The global world also in the chat. Very active.
He's going to bet pretty big here. Not much for Andrew to do here, but fold or, I guess, turn his 9 into a bluff, if you ask me. I don't think he can continue calling there. It's been a wild raise, too. So pretty easy standard check fold there, I think, to that bet size especially. Nice fold there from Andrew. A nice pot there for Rich Asian Bro.
Couldn't have been a worse.
A little post-hand talk from Phil saying, oh, I got to look that hand up. I want to know what you had.
He's marking that one. Marking that hand down.
I've seen him do it. I've also seen him bluff like fucking nothing. Like he just doesn't care.
Like it's almost like he's a Rich Asian Bro.
He's hard to put down on the hand, you know?
Brian.
Look at it. He's paying thanks for his one duck. He's going to create a nice little lily pads and everything for the crew.
Two more is coming.
Such a nice duck master. He's going to take care of the ducks.
150.
7 raise 100.
Andrew going to raise a suited connector, 6-5 of diamonds to a $1.50. Rich Asian Bro going to continue with the Jack-8 offsuit, and Mark's going to feel compelled with the 9-5 of spades. He's going to get in there.
Sandwich again.
All right, good luck, players.
Didn't seem to matter last time.
Responsible gambling.
Which was delicious.
Yeah, if you have trouble, it's 1-800-GAMBLER.
King 9 deuce, couple clubs. Nobody connecting in a meaningful way here. Mark does spike a second pair with his 9-5. Rich Asian Bro, who flopped the least here, is going to be the one who leads. Interestingly enough, Mark's going to continue with middle pair. Flushing 7 of clubs on the turn. It does give Rich Asian Bro a gut shot, but gut shots aren't as compelling when the board has a flush. It's going to go check, check.
Mark Cutter.
Interesting bet here by Mark.
Bet 375. He won the little ducky. And he didn't show the hand. No, I don't want to see it. No.
Mark wants to show every hand.
No.
He's dying to show every hand. It's like, please let me show. Let me show, please.
No, but you guys don't show hands.
8 months ago, Mark, you said to me personally, said, Phil, anytime you want to see a hand of mine, I'll show
rule.
you. And I've never taken you up on it, but
Mark,
I know it's a live standing
Mark,
thing.
the rule for you is you cannot show.
Yeah, that's the rule, because that's hard for you to do.
It's very hard. I like to show big hands and
For
bluffs.
you,
Both.
second duck, third duck, you cannot show.
I show every but the third one, right? I show first and second.
It will make Mark go crazy. Can I show, please?
Oh, we're doing second shows now. Back to second show.
Second and third.
Second and third, yeah.
But Mark cannot show.
Yeah, he gets penalized.
He will
somehow.
die.
9 4. 1 2 4.
125?
Looks like Bro's going to make it a $1.25 here at the pocket sevens.
Thank you.
He's going to get 3 callers, 4 ways to the flop. Queen 8, 5, couple hearts. Set of 8s for L. Boy, the worm has turned for him. He's stuck in the basement pretty deeply so, and won that big pot, and well positioned here, although he will have to fade Mark's heart draw. Looks like L going to play a little possum and just check call here at this set of 8s. Hoping to drag in some players behind him. Like Asian Bro, who would be drawing to 1 out with the pocket 7s. And he's turning it into a bluff here. He's going to make it 1,100 to go after it goes bet and call. Mark, without too much thought, continues. Calls that raise. Now action back to L. And boy, this could not develop any better for L. Kind of undersold his hand by just calling on the flop. Now he's just going to just call again here.
Defense.
Thought he might put in a raise there. He's going to continue to kind of camouflage his hand and underplay it. Straightening turn here with the jack. 9-10 does get there. This would be a really heroic follow through. It was already a heroic check raise, but after you get called in 2 spots, firing another shell would be absolutely epic.
L checked. He checked.
Oh, you checked it? Oh, okay.
This would be a pretty mental follow through here, but it looks like he's going to find it. He's going to bet about pot. It looks like 3,500 into this $3,800 pot.
You did the right thing. You waited a pregnant, huge amount of time, and then you just addressed it. I think that was the right ideal path, I think. I don't know.
As if this hand needed any more intrigue, all players involved have a lot of meat on the bone. Stacks are deep in this one as well. This could be very spicy by the end here. We shall see. It's definitely going to be the biggest pot of the night, it looks like, with the stacks involved and what people have. This is going to be very interesting. I think at this point we might see a raise from L. We shall see here.
Unfortunately for Rich Asian Bro, drawing completely dead.
Drawing as thin as you get. He cannot win. And he's going to go all in here. Of course, if he could see the Rich Asian Bro is drawing dead, he would just call and let him rifle off. But obviously, it'd be pretty impossible to do that. He wants to protect his hand versus bigger draws and hands that maybe will get in on the turn but would fold to a spooky river. So definitely a fairly standard shove here by L. Not much for Rich Asian Bro to do here, but regret his action and fold. Gotta appreciate him going for it, though. He went for a big air with this hand. Check raise on the flop. Got called in 2 spots and bet again on the turn. I mean, showed a lot of heart in the hand to the Rich Asian Bro, but not gonna work this time.
Don't show.
Quite the comeback for L. He was big loser most of the stream, and I think that puts him in the winner's circle now after raking in that pot.
Me too.
$10, I tell you.
He is up $2,600.
If you pay me $10, I tell you right now.
He whispers
to you,
but you can't tell anybody else. It's your private gem.
Tell anyone else.
It's okay.
If,
nice hand.
Wow, it's so hard to get $10. What table is this?
I had 3,000.
Definitely, I would say the wildest hand of an already pretty wild session here. Definitely
Normally, you'd say, 2 duck alert when somebody has 2 ducks, but for L, I think it's fair to say 1 duck alert.
Of course, Rich Asian Bro was a late joiner to the stream as well. He missed like the first hour or so, but he is making up for lost time. He is getting after it.
He came to play.
He sure did. He sure did.
Oh, and he has the button too. This is terrible, huh?
This feels quick. We're 37 hands in already.
It is moving along. We did have a long tank from L early on, but aside from that, the pace has been pretty quick.
If you're looking to read your opponents early, we were 6-handed, which means you get to see so many more hands.
Yes, definitely a faster paced game the shorter handed it is, that's for sure.
And I'm still hearing the rumor that Arthur, who's driving in from Vegas, is still on his way.
Oh, lordy. Okay, gonna make it 300 here with the ace-10.
They don't respect the old man's limps anymore, you know? I made it 50. That's not intimidating.
Global Danny with the 3-bet here from the small blind with the 10-8 of hearts. Fell lock, limping with some cheese and getting punished, but I'm sure he'll setting up the groundworks to limp with the big hand later on, perhaps. We shall see. Old veteran always up to some tricks.
I can definitely say I've never 3-bet to 1300 pre-flop with 10-8 suited. I can definitely say that's not in my resume.
Yeah, that's something you could perhaps add to the mix, but don't have to do that to be a winning player. That's for sure, especially at the certain stakes games.
A little bit of
just play pretty solid, and rate to win.
Even though you were beating me, I felt abused a little bit.
But sitting next to you, I've already picked up 2 phrases that I love.
Especially against my
a lot of stuff I say is made up. So.
No, I love Reverse Float and Spooky River.
Yes.
That Spooky River card.
Yep, there can be some
Queens and Ace King.
rivers that can spook people off their hand, that's for sure.
I respect it, trust me. I respect your limp.
That time I couldn't get involved. I had a straight flush, too. Folded a straight flush.
You straddle?
Mm-hmm.
300.
No.
We had a really big hand last week when the ladies were playing PLO, and Julia, after her opponent turned the nut flush, she rivered the straight flush.
Oh, wow.
And got full paid. Fully paid.
I mean, they can't change it to 3. He's right.
Yeah, if he had said raise 200 more, then it would be 300. But he said raise 200.
Jamie's PLO game that's featured on this stream is always a lot of fun.
We're gambling with the shrewd, careful, smart, exacting gamblers. Like these are ex-Tesla engineers here, trying to draw blood out of each buddy. You know?
Pretty nice flop here for Mark. He's got the open-ender with the nut club redraw.
Wow.
No redraw for Mark, but he does turn a straight, as does L, though.
We are running fast towards a split pot.
I'm betting $250.
Yeah, he's allowed to do that. And he's also allowed to say a number afterwards, which doesn't matter. Right.
Why are you laughing?
Because she's trying to enjoy her life, too. You know?
Global Danny's 1%.
Yeah,
it represents the possibility of playing the board.
That could happen. It is possible. It is within the range of outcomes, however unlikely.
I would bet. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Although secretly, I kind of want to get a job dealing, but only to the 3-6 limit players. Like, I want to be in the trenches.
Looks like L's going to put in a race here.
Really feel the trenches, you know?
There's no way you can.
This is a bit speculative and creative, but a lot of times when I'm in spots like this, I like playing it just as a call, and then when the board pairs or brings in a flush, then I'll lead out with my straight because I realize that anybody that made a full house or a flush in the river is likely not going to raise that straightening turn. So that's one little trick you can do in a situation like this where it's a one-liner to a straight, and you bet you get raised by somebody that obviously has a straight. Some people just do the trivial all in, and then we do the chop thing. But
after L's the best. You're the second best.
Here's something very interesting. True. L bet out, and Mark said, "There's no way you have the 9-6," and then raised him, and then showing the ace of clubs. He's showing it.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's very probable.
And you could have the ace-6 of clubs, but yeah, I don't. Which could come in if another club comes on the river, but
like an hour 45.
Yeah, I wouldn't be showing any cards.
Yeah. Left at like 10.
L's not going anywhere.
Yeah, but if I'm L here, I'm just calling this, and then I'm blasting paired rivers because I know nobody's ever going to have a set playing it like this. Maybe we can see that play out here. That would be sweet, but no such luck. Duck on the end, but
could have changed the action if it was a club.
Club would have been interesting. A pairing of the board would have been interesting. Obviously, maybe a 10 or a jack for higher straights, possibly, or something. But
a fill lock. I know the fill lock. Yeah, he's got it.
These are always 2 6Xs pretty much when the hand plays out like it does on this turn.
75. He threw the 75
Whoa.
in there. Oh wait, L. What's going on, L?
75.
I'm all in.
You got 9-6 though? I call.
Chop it up, chop it
There's
up.
always the heroic, let me try to rep the higher tree chop straight deal. But,
Wow.
but yeah.
What do you think I'm gonna?
I really wish that board would have
I
paired.
could have nice six.
I would have been very curious to see if that would have pulled the trigger there, knowing that Mark pretty much never can have a full house.
I would bet.
Shout out to Philip Ivanov. Yes, this is live. We are doing commentary in the booth. We're on a 15-minute delay, but this is live today at the Commerce.
Folds like a little girl.
Little 2 of clubs.
Yeah, but I love being in that spot with the holding a straight, when somebody else is raising an obvious straight, and then
You guys played a fun hand.
playing a changing river, getting them off their hand.
Re-rolling, basically.
I would have if it was a club.
Yeah.
It would have been fun.
That would have been a nice move. They just both had a straight.
You just
They
missed
both
a
had
chop.
six. A lot of table talk. I like it.
Hey, L. She pushed the button.
Are you playing that?
Are we serious? Oh my god. It happened so much today.
Who has it?
Danny?
Well, Global Danny
no one
did
won
have
the
it.
hand. Yeah, no one won the hand.
And now
That's
Mark.
gonna happen,
Good job,
literally
good job.
It was a
so much
chop,
today.
Good job. I feel like the person who got it. And
No. I fight for the group. No, none of this, because then you're competing. No, you just wait till the button. If no one
to
notices.
get rewarded.
No, the
Person
rewards
that
are for
got
the
what?
community.
The person
We're here.
who caught it gets paid.
No. Terrible idea.
don't put the
Terrible
back in.
idea.
Yeah.
Jinx that idea. Don't bring it up again. It's
You're
a
the
terrible
best
idea.
at it.
It's a terrible idea.
You're the only one who caught
Off
it.
screen, I will tell you 5 reasons why it's a bad idea. Here, it's not even worth talking about, so I'm not going to bring it up.
Phil is too stubborn.
Very sorry. I thought a lot about that. I spent 17
No, actually,
hours.
you're not stubborn. You used to not play bounty, not
I'm
stand
not
up.
that stubborn. But just when I die on the hill. Because then we're both going to notice it. And then we're fighting in that little breath of time.
Me and Brian?
Notice it?
No, then you're chopping up the guy's
Let's
money.
go.
No, just
Let's do it.
community. He has a chance to get it back. It's friendly. Look, did he go for it? No, but he could have.
It's $50 more.
It doesn't matter the money. It's the principle of the thing. You're trying to create the duck to go away. That's all you're trying to do. You're not trying to punish him or whatever. Yeah, it's in there. You can get it right back. It's just like a little
Okay.
safety reminder. It's like put your seatbelt on a chime in the car saying ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
Just like, that's all it is.
I don't like the look.
Looks like Asian Bro's gonna hint at betting chips is all he has to do. Mark's gonna
Even that small one?
pitch his 5 high away there.
Well, I have to. I got 5 high. What am I supposed to do?
Well, I think what Phil and Elle are talking about is if you lose a hand
Yeah, good shot.
and you have the duck, but you don't give it up before the shuffle happens on the next hand, you got to pay.
That's interesting.
Because you lost the hand, you're supposed to give the duck up.
That's true.
So that's a little side bet.
I like that.
Yes, we're not doing it for the money. We're doing it for the. You're trying to just get.
He's Japanese too.
You're just trying to have good behavior with the duck. That's all we're trying to get.
Are you from Japan?
Thank you.
Oh, nice. I just went in December. That's fun.
All right.
I went to Shinjuku.
No one
You know what that
fights
is?
that much. Anyways,
Adam, have you ever been to Japan?
Have not. I have not been to Asia. I've been to Europe a few times. I went to
Nigeria.
Australia to play the Aussie Millions maybe a decade or so ago, but that's pretty much it. Just Europe and Australia
They promote
for me so far.
it's not
Right,
even
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah,
fighting
yeah.
anymore.
club.
I haven't even been to Canada yet somehow.
In the beginning, there's fighting, but now it's like,
Well,
oh, we look at
my girlfriend lives in Toronto.
Oh, nice.
And she actually works at
Oh,
the
is this a duck? You have one
Detour
duck?
Mine in northern Ontario.
Okay.
She works at a gold mine.
How about that?
She's a geology technician.
Begging me to put it in.
I
Interesting.
literally found a gold digger.
Absolutely.
Too much responsibility.
Working in the gold mine.
Well, you and I have a mutual friend, Joe Stapleton. Let's
Yes,
take a picture
Stapes.
and send it out to Stapes.
Stapes, what up?
Check. I I think I have to.
I am looking forward to seeing
Why not?
Staves perform in a week or so. He's got one of my favorite jokes that I happened to hear him say last time we did a show together, which he says, New York City, a city that never sleeps with you. Absolutely love that joke. Super short, super sweet.
450.
Play off the old phrase, but yeah.
You win. I got nothing.
Yeah, I did a show in Vegas at a place called The Space with Joe Stapleton.
Nice.
You win that pot.
And
look at that.
the room was full of poker players. And I did a bit where Joe was like, I don't know if this is going to work. But I came out with hoodie, sunglasses, the whole bit, and sat down. In front of me, a small table. And I just sat down and didn't move. Was stoic for about 20 seconds. And then I slightly raised my hand to check. And the crowd laughed. And some lady yelled, do something. And somebody else goes, wait, see, let's see what he does. And then I slowly took the sunglasses off. And then I slowly pulled the hoodie back. And then I stood up, started scratching my head, pointing at the board. And then I just leaned into the mic and I go, fuck it, I'm all in.
Nice.
And the whole room erupted because it was all poker players.
That's
except for one lady.
That's great.
Do something. Had to commit to the bit. It was a great space.
Wait to see if somebody called clock on you or not. Thankfully, nobody did that in the audience. That would have been funny.
Yeah, there's a guy named Mark Chinook, who's an amazing host and a great representative for the community in Las Vegas. He has a place called The Space.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And that's where we did...
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the show was that I did. Maybe there's a snowball's chance that we were on the same show before we even knew each other. It's been some time, but yeah, I can't even remember the name of the venue now, unfortunately. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we were doing it was the same weekend as we were raising money for Gavin Smith, rest in peace.
Oh, yeah.
We were raising money for his kids.
Great personalities in poker. He was a lot of fun to watch. R.I.P. Gavin Smith. Canadian poker player legend. WBT legend.
Bally Poker Live. Jay Flat's in the booth alongside Adam Johnson. He goes by Comedic Gamble. How long have you been running with that handle?
Maybe a decade or so.
Yeah.
I think I started off with like Bras World 84 or something, and then once I started to get into comedy, I was like, maybe I should switch this handle up a little bit.
Wow, Phil just goes for it. 5,200 in the middle with 54 suited
How about that? How about that? Picking a good time to do so. Nobody holding.
How much?
Too strongly here.
Rich Asian Bro has one duck.
Right now.
This is what happens when you have ducks.
That'll be great. It's like the perfect hand for Phil to be up against, a hand where he somehow has 2 overs with 5-4. That would be quite a sequence. Let's see it now.
Oh, I didn't realize that Rich Asian Bro had 2 ducks. That's why Phil's doing this.
Yeah, this is so funny.
I call.
Wow, okay, here we go.
Well, you're probably ahead.
He has deuces.
He's going to be delighted to see that he has 2 overcards in the hand. That's amazing.
All right, before we go to the river, if you're in the chat, who wins? Rich Asian Bro or Phil Locke? Phil has 2 overs. And the hearts.
This is so funny. Oh my gosh, this is so great.
Wow, what a display.
Phil was probably thinking, all right, I'm going to be up against Ace King, Ace Queen. I got a puncher's chance, you know. He was not expecting to see
wow.
a pair of deuces there. What a flop. Open ender.
And Phil is mathematically ahead.
3, 4, 5, 8.
2 50-50.
Bam. 4. Oh.
A 3, 4, 5, or 8.
I felt good on the turn. I don't feel it anymore. I'm not feeling it.
Can he find it?
5. Bang. Oh.
He does not. Ducks hold.
Thank you.
And everyone owes Rich Asian Bro 300.
What a hand. Wins, scoops the pot, gets the bounty. How you living, Rich Asian Bro?
Sorry, Phil.
$1,800 side bet.
Quite the hand there.
Hand number 41.
I already paid.
Yeah, you bet. Thank
That's
you.
from Phil.
I owe you money. Let me get some chips, too.
There you go.
Give me 2K, Phil.
Sure.
Sorry, Brian.
2K.
Thank you.
Building stacks.
Yes, he is. Rich Asian Bro. A late arrival, but getting after it.
Well, let's take a look at that stack. He's up 12 grand now.
Big winner
That makes sense, yeah.
by a wide margin at that.
Is 6 me or is it Brian?
You're 6.
No, he's 4.
A shout out to our production crew, our director Brian in the booth, calling these amazing shots.
Absolutely, some great shots here.
I love that overhead shot of the chip stacks.
Yeah, we're just doing it by a number.
Classic aerial zoom in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It came
6,
king
7.
7-6 or king 6-7.
How much are you adding on, Phil?
5.
5. Yeah, 5.
A lot of great people making all this happen here on the stream. Jeff and Brian and Hank the Tank, and so many great people that are
Little bananas there, yeah.
involved in making this a go.
I lost you.
Yeah.
It looks pretty.
I'm like an underdog to change a light bulb, so I appreciate all the people that can do all the technical difficulty stuff, because I'm an IRL guy. I don't know how to do much.
What's the over/under on you changing a light bulb?
It's not good. Check Bovada. It's I'm a dog.
Oh,
Let alone
man.
a tire at that. So
Yeah, Skeeter noticed Rich Asian Bro almost busted out before he sat down today.
he did. He got after it.
I did that one to myself.
His chips are definitely in play. It's definitely the guy you want to see as big winner if you're stuck, because you know his chips are not in lockdown.
Good move.
Nah,
Otherwise, you lose 300.
And of course, we saw L as big loser most of the stream, and now he's one of the few winners. So obviously, fortunes can change in a hurry.
Getting frisky.
A little frisky would be.
You can be down in poker, but you're never out. Can always change at a moment's notice.
Check.
One free card.
King of Hearts on the turn. Nobody connecting in a meaningful way here. This is often where the skill in poker comes in. Who wins those pots in the margins when nobody has much? Who can find those W's with some aggression? A good example of how L is a good poker player here. He's just good at sniffing things out when nobody's got much, of course. But look at Phil.
Really, I don't have much.
He heroes with a better cheese hand here. Queen high beating 10 high.
Wow.
Well, the duck makes me.
They both played that great. Great lead by L with absolute cheese and nobody holding much, and great sniff out there by Mr. Locke with the queen high.
Phil
Love to see
really
it.
wanted duck number 1.
You know, you're really getting even better pot odds to make hero calls in small pots like that, because it's so valuable getting a W, getting closer to that bounty. So
Probably not. I didn't talk to him about it anyways. So.
Okay, 1 duck. Come on, Phil. You got to get some of these chips back. Mid-hand poker pep talk. Can I get change?
How long is that?
Thank you, change.
It's actually not that bad. It's like 2.
2 hours.
Yeah. This morning it was an hour 45.
One more.
Not that bad.
Thank you, sir. Check.
What part of Texas are you from?
I live in Austin now.
Austin.
You ever been there?
No, I haven't. I want to go though. I have friends that live there. Big city. I have a lot of family in Houston.
Do you have family there, you said?
A lot of family, yeah.
A lot of family?
I'll be there. Is there a lot of poker out in Houston? You know?
There is.
There's poker. There's Austin. There's poker.
Any recs? Any good rooms I should check out?
I've got just the place for you.
I'll get your info after. It's not a strip club, right?
No.
There's a lot of those too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I want to go to the lodge.
I want to look that up.
I really want to go.
Is the lodge in Houston or
No way, you're crazy. I can know in
in Dallas?
Didn't Doug open a place?
I want to have the fun reveal all these little hands.
$10.
Working
Oh
on
my
it.
God.
Stuff. I did try to pay 30 for 6 hands,
Different.
but now that offers off.
Different laws.
The table is getting chatty. Mark's got the ace-queen offsuit under the gun +1. Makes it 150.
Because they don't charge a rake.
L's gonna limp in with a suited Doyle Brunson.
Fee or something like that. Social club.
Exactly.
Shout out to Cairo Loves You, just visited us in the booth.
On tilt they have.
Remember, if nobody loves you, Cairo loves you.
Yeah, the best time to go.
Oh no. That's.
Is that okay? What's this room called?
before your big blind and when somebody has one duck.
Maybe that's
only.
his room.
If they have two.
Wow, check around.
Once they have one.
Nobody wants to take a stab at this.
So yeah, probably just
And L gets there.
Yeah, I'm going. Well,
1, 2.
Finds that
in the end of July.
straight with the 10x on the end.
I have like family stuff out there. Yeah.
No,
Perhaps could get a call from Mark here if he bet less.
you can't go because you see.
A state of confusion on Mark's face. What are you betting with here?
Betting 1,000 into 525 is the L with the
If you don't look at your hand, you can go.
10x for a straight.
All your hand. So
Very fishy.
It's gonna be in
Very
2 or
fishy
3
bet.
That's an interesting bet for sure.
yes.
We're both gonna go in a couple of hands.
Or a 10.
Yeah.
He's hoping to get a hero call from Mark, maybe holding a non-boat King X, I suppose. Or also maybe folding out another 10x, avoiding a chop. So there's some reasons to lead out there.
I need $5.
Where's the detail?
$10.
I only have 5.
All right, a very dangerous player now has 2 ducks.
$10.
Of course, if you get that third duck, win that third hand in a row, each player owes you $300. It's been
How you alone?
prop that's been in the mix most of the stream here today.
Guess what I had? I gotta do that. I do that deal. After this hand.
So you were saying you play a lot of PLO. Do you prefer PLO?
Yeah, that's the game I mostly play. I mostly play like a 10, 20 to 50, 100 PLO pretty much in LA for the most part. Used to play here when the bigger PLO game ran, but it's kind of bounces around to different properties as things always do over the course of time and higher stakes circles. But yeah, I mostly play the 10, 20 to 50, 100 Pot Limit Omaha game, and I still play some No Limit on occasion as well. But I kind of switched over to PLO as my main game probably 8 to 10 years ago or so. So I still play No Limit a little bit, but PLO is my passion, that's for sure.
What's the main difference between PLO and Big O?
A Big O is an extra card. It's you get dealt 5 cards, and it also has a low side to it, so it's like a high-low game. So I just play Pot Limit Omaha, so it's just high only, and it's 4 cards. So, but Omaha's getting a lot more popular, so now you're seeing 5-card PLO, 6-card PLO, Big O, which is just high-low with an extra card. So there's a lot of
3 ducks for L.
L, big hand there. Nice bounty to collect.
Next turn.
No, wait, we didn't. No one even alerted. Oh my
Sure, the
god.
dealer did.
They did?
We talked about it for a little bit.
But yeah, back when I was a regular here playing the 10, 20, and 2040 No Limit, I started to switch over and I started playing the 2040 PLO here. And I'd play a lot with Phil Locke, who was one of the regulars in the game. Phil would play No Limit as well. But over the course of times, the kind of games bounce around different places. I used to play the PLO game that we used to run here regularly a lot. It was half 10-20, half $30 ante double board bomb pot PLO.
Oh my goodness.
So that was like from maybe 2020 to 22 or 23. I was here pretty much every day.
That sounds like a
4 or 5
bankroll
days a week.
crusher.
Yeah, it was a pretty good opportunity there for a while, especially when people didn't know how to play double board bomb pots. Yeah, it's Pot Limit Omaha is a great game. There's a lot of PLO tournaments now. Negreanu's become a big ambassador for it. It's kind of become his favorite game. He's doing a lot of kind of PLO promotional vlogs and stuff. And during the World Series of Poker, you'll see more PLO games above 10-20 than you will No Limit even. So at the higher stakes, it's really popular. Pot Limit Omaha is. So if you're a live poker professional, it definitely would behoove you to learn some PLO, I would say.
Yeah.
I had a chance to play in a couple of the Run Good tournaments.
All right.
And they've had bomb pot tournaments.
Oh, yeah. I played a bomb pot PLO tournament this year at the World Series. Every hand was a double board bomb pot. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
It's getting popular. Feels like it's a little more popular for PLO than No Limit, but there is some No Limit bomb pot.
But in the
games too.
in those games, you can't say you play that crap.
Yep,
you
everybody.
Can't.
Yep,
you can't.
If you're just wondering what the heck we're talking about, a bomb pot is where there's no action pre-flop. Everybody sees the flop, and then the action starts from the flop onward. So there's no pre-flop action.
Your favorite hand?
It's definitely an interesting game. It's almost like playing Minesweeper or something. You're like detecting like somebody making huge hands. It's when 8-9 people see a flop, people can connect with the board in a pretty strong way. So you're
Jack 9 of hearts.
It's like auditing for coolers or something. It's you see some huge hands being dealt out when everybody sees the flop.
Yeah, I got to be an ambassador for the Run Good series and play in the Bomb Pot tournament, and I outlasted all the other ambassadors.
So what's up, Brian?
Which was a good little brag.
Of course.
It was a bluff. It was a bluff, L.
If hearts come on the river.
I think it's great that poker's kind of added a bunch of wrinkles to the mix and making things interesting.
What's up, man?
Oh, man, you guys are playing too deep.
Special shout out to Corey Silver, one of the best dealers on the planet.
Yeah, doing the Lord's work, dealing the games.
Do not blame the dealer.
A good dealer is worth its weight in gold. I can definitely appreciate that going out to the World Series where a lot of the dealers are literally open micing it in the box. You know, God bless them. It's their first time, and you got to learn. You got to learn at some point. And the World Series has to hire so many dealers. I understand it's it's not easy to hire thousands of competent dealers that are often already have a post that they're occupying at their normal job. So it's tough to find good, capable dealers. When you find a good one, definitely tip them as much as you can. They definitely play a huge role in making games great. So
the last time
take care of your dealers.
The last time I was in Vegas, I played a tournament at the Golden Nugget, and there was an older female dealer who just didn't have time for people. So every now and then she'd go, it's on you, right?
Oh, I love that.
And I loved her.
Yeah.
I loved her.
Gotta throw her a bone or two for that. That's for sure, keeping the game moving.
And she had stories. She told this great story about Johnny Moss. How in the 70s, Johnny Moss was at a table that she was dealing.
Wow.
And the IRS came in and seized $65,000 cash off the table from Johnny Moss.
That's incredible.
And Johnny waited. The IRS made him sign a paper like this is going towards the money you owe the IRS. And the IRS took his money and walked out.
Wow,
and then Johnny waited and pulled a briefcase from under the table with another $100 grand in it. And he goes, well, they didn't ask for this.
That's hilarious. Oh, my God. What an epic story.
She said she dealt that hand when the IRS walked in.
That's too good. I think she needs to put some pen to paper with those stories. That's pretty great.
Oh, she was incredible. She was a nana with great stories.
Sounds like it. Looks like Mark might have a story to tell after this one. He's waking up with a big hand in a nice spot here on the button. Ace, Queen of Hearts finds a 3-bet to 600.
Where are the ducks?
And it looks like L got a 4-bet bluff as King 10 here. Getting spicy.
You and me again.
Yeah. Picks a pretty decent time to do so. Mark obviously has a big hand, but he doesn't have like aces, kings, queens kind of hands, so he's definitely going to be able to wiggle out of this with some aggression. Insofar as Mark doesn't flop too strongly here.
I know, you get even.
Trying.
But pretty good flop for Mark here. He's got ace queen on a queen 10-5, 2-spade flop. L does flop middle pair.
Keep missing it. Keep forgetting what I.
But this is working out perfectly for Mark. He's flopped top pair and L's in there with second pair. It might be tough for him to get away from it to a single bet.
I'm gonna be all right. You're gonna be okay.
Mark's gonna bet 1,300 into 4,200 here. Top pair. L's gonna continue.
You know what I mean, Andrew?
Flushing 6 of spades on the turn. Neither player with the spade.
That's nice of you.
Goes check very quickly. Pairing 6 on the end.
Vegas, bro.
Feels like L is just waving a white flag.
It looks like it. He might check call a certain size here. Looks like he's going to lead here. I don't know if he's putting Mark on like an ace-king kind of hand that 3-bet pre-flop, bet the flop, and gave up, I guess.
Wow, Mark got his chip in before L's chips hit the board.
Yeah, I wish we could. Okay, so it was $1,800, so I guess L went for a really thin value bet there with the tens.
I really hope that our director Brian gets that slow-mo chip.
Yeah, that
Mark
was.
couldn't get his chip in faster.
That was super fast. It would have been interesting had L bet, something closer to the size of the pot. He definitely would have acted that quick.
Okay.
It's kind of just like a blocking bet there by L. I guess almost like if L checked, probably would have went check.
Where I come from.
I'm not sure how scared Mark would have been of that flush or not, but
Santa Barbara.
Yeah, L had some showdown value, but he decided to take a stab at it.
Yeah, I really thought L was going to play that as like a check call or check fold potentially, I guess. But
she go to UCSB.
Mark hasn't been bluffing and barreling too wide, so.
Oh, he did.
1 year, yeah.
Best city college in the country.
Beautiful.
No, Santa Barbara.
I used to work. I had a company, or I worked at a company out there for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Tech company.
Yeah, a lot of the kids I play with all graduated from UCSB.
Santa Barbara, beautiful spot. Just a couple-hour drive north of us here.
You know Griff? Danny?
Oh, Darren, you're missing out. Darren Carlin in the chat says he's not a fan of the bird's eye cam.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's a great shot. I think it adds a little to the spice and to the production.
Kind of interesting spot here. Andrew flopping his set L with a gut shot to the 9. He's got backdoor clubs working as well.
He?
L gonna lead call here with his gut shot.
7 belly.
Ooh.
7 belly.
Flushing turn here. L does pick up a club draw to go with his gut shot. This is definitely a kind of spot that L could put the pedal to the metal here. Perhaps pressuring some made hands that would raise the flop, just like Andrew has here.
What are you taking pictures of?
Andrew gonna
don't be sorry.
bet half potish here.
Are you playing tomorrow?
On the turn with the set of 3s.
Do I look Japanese?
Does he look Japanese?
Yes.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I get Korean a lot, Japanese. Yeah, a lot of people. No.
Mr. Brian.
I would love to know what's going through L's head right now.
He's kind of thinking, do I want to
just
bluff raise this or just call this turn and play rivers? He's going to play some rivers. He's got the button, so he's definitely got the position.
Ooh.
And he ran down the flop set. Caught
You see that?
runner club.
Yeah, Godzilla.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Backdoor club equity comes home to roost here for L, much to the chagrin of Andrew, who flopped a set of 3s.
Bars? I forgot. I don't know what they call them. It's like some bar, like drinking.
Oh, did you go to Golden Guy? Golden Guy.
Oh, he knows a lot about the. He just went to Japan.
You flop bottom set, and it comes out club.
He goes to Japan.
Not great, that's for sure.
Back, yeah.
I go back. I'm gonna white sheet. The other guy out here playing.
Of course, L very capable of betting when check to with like an empty Jack 9 or an empty King Jack that doesn't have a club. That's
only a head 5.
I want to go with
capitalizing on the kind of nasty run out. That's definitely what Andrew's thinking.
I'm not worried.
Huh?
See this?
I would not be totally shocked to see Andrew call here.
That's two.
Wow.
And he does indeed find a call, and he's going to see the bad news there.
I thought he was going to be able to get away with it. Get away from it, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought Andrew was going to get away.
I think Andrew folds that if a lot of other people at the table make that bet, but I think given L is the one who made the bet, he knows L's a very tough, creative player. He's very capable of turning hands into bluffs, like a King Jack with no club, a Jack 9 with no club,
yeah, you're
Jack 8 with no club, and there's some bluffs there that L could end up with, and L is definitely the type to pull the trigger. So
your reputation can get you paid.
Absolutely. If some other people had that hand, I think it's a pretty easy, trivial muck for Andrew. But
hey, it's Darren Carlin's favorite overhead shot. Let's go.
Kind of shows the shape of the table, which I kind of like.
It's a big table.
It's definitely not your standard issue table you'll see on a casino floor, that's for sure.
Yeah, we all remember the old days with the cameras in the table before we went the RFID world.
That's for sure. We remember that world. For a brief time in 2020, I remember the plexiglass poker world where each seat was barriered off with like a plastic barrier, like a window in between. That was a weird time.
We all wanted to keep playing cards.
Yes, we sure did.
We all wanted to keep playing.
Ramifications be damned. We were wanting to get in there and gamble.
I know it's a bluff.
Huh?
I know it's a bluff.
No.
I definitely remember playing some plexiglass poker here at the Commerce during those times. They had the games out in the little like 10 area. That's kind of right where they check your IDs if you're coming from the parking lot side. Kind of where they hold like boxing matches and stuff would be where the tables were in that little 10 area. But it was a different time back then for a year or so. But
outdoor poker for a while, yeah.
Nice to have things back to normal.
Have you seen what they're building next door?
No, I'm unaware of that actually.
It is going to add traffic to the neighborhood. Right next to the Commerce Casino, a single parking lot will be the home to Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out.
Wow.
Right next to each other here in Commerce.
Mount Rushmore fast food chains there.
Yes.
That's hell of a combination there. Wow. I do remember now seeing a sign for In-N-Out on that some kind of construction. That's really exciting. I didn't know about the Chick-fil-A.
They're building them right next to each other.
So you'll have one place to eat there on a Sunday. So
yes.
that'll be good.
I don't play there at all.
All right, Nemi picking up top pair with the king kicker.
King, queen, jack, deuce, rainbow flop.
I feel like you'll fit into the hustler.
I play here and I play in Vegas a lot.
Andrew's first time on stream. He's down about 12K right now.
That's how it be sometime. But plenty of sand left in the hourglass for him to turn things around.
Who's that?
Belange, he's the host of the game.
Is that a raise with sixes?
I know, I play
Very spicy.
It seems like he's testing Andrew.
And it's funny, Andrew's had a couple spots where he's kind of called L based off of this kind of aggression we're seeing, but L's had it in both occasions.
If you
But
want to play, I mean, I can get you in. My friend's the host.
Oh, thank you.
now Andrew's kind of in the catbird seat, although a complicated one now with that ace coming on the turn.
You check raise the flop, and then you check the turn.
Goes check, check now on that kind of scary turn. Brings in the high side open ender with king 10, and then obviously any ace X, like an ace 10 gets there. Goes check, check, 8 on the end as well. Brings in 9-10 for the open ender.
Probably 50, 100.
Showdown value, showdown value.
Looks like
Maybe 100, like with the occasional 200.
There you go.
Andrew's going to finally win somewhat of a key hand versus L there.
A weird take. What story was he telling to check raise on the flop?
L just kind of does stuff sometime, as they say, a technical term. But and that's why,
Wow.
L gets some action in other spots that other players wouldn't, like that 4-club hand we just saw where Andrew called with a set on a board with 4 clubs. And he's doing that because, like we're saying, L can be all over the road at times. He's a very creative player. He's not... he's willing to color outside the line, so to speak. So, he's going to get some action.
Do a VIP after
Kind of an abstract player, if you will.
Yes, definitely not by the book, that's for sure.
They used to say whale.
We have another guy named E-Fan. You ever run into E-Fan?
I have commentated him on a few occasions. He's can play interestingly as well.
Sometimes when I'm doing a game and I'm watching E-Fan and I see his cards, sometimes I still don't believe those are his 2 cards.
Yep, it's always fun watching people play in creative ways. That's for sure.
How do you think, Al? How do you maybe
K
a winner over that?
has not made any noise in a while. He's not been getting playable hands.
It's been pretty quiet. Queen, 10, 4, a couple spades out there. Pretty good flop for Rich Bro. He's got a pair and a piece here, pair of 4s and a flush draw.
Play a lot of stud, played a lot of low ball.
Got some backdoor running straight draws as well. He's got the 10 Jack Queen, so
I mean, when
he can run into some backdoor straights as well. Surprising amount of equity with his hand.
Big games were
That was
stud
such a good
games.
flop, too.
And low ball.
Yes, it was. Nice takedown there for Rich Asian Bro.
Robbie, that one's for you.
7-card stud, but low.
I don't know who Robbie is, but Rich Asian Bro just pointed to this guy and said, Robbie, that one's for you.
Here we go.
I like all of them.
A lot of times people have favorite hands they like to play.
Yes, yep. Everybody's got their random weird hand.
It's easy to say you love aces pre-flop, but a lot of players I like King Jack suited. I like suited face cards.
There you go. Like some suited royalty in your hand. Nothing wrong with that.
150.
But it always gets me in trouble in tournaments.
Tournaments are hard. Hard to outlast hundreds or thousands of players.
Where'd Phil go? He quit.
I won a couple decent-sized tournaments when Party Poker was alive.
Yep, those were the days. 3-bet from L here with the ace-queen out of the big blind. Battle of the ace-X's here. Probably not going to see an ace in the flop, which means it'll probably come here. Way things work, but let's see how this one plays out.
I'm going to manifest diamonds on the flop.
That would be something. Rich Asian Bro with the
Or is that mine?
unsuited ace-deuce, but he does have position here. 3 ways to the flop, almost 2,800 in the middle. King 6-5, couple spades. Nobody connecting in a meaningful way here.
Oh.
L gonna bet 900, about a third of the pot here.
Yeah, no.
That's a good continuation bet.
He's hoping to get it through. Doesn't have to work that often to be successful. He's betting about a third of the pot here.
He wants that duck. He wants it. He's gonna get it.
One time, and then some guy got mad at me.
No way.
He was like, "Oh," he asked if I was homosexual or something. I don't know.
Oh, sexual harassment.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, be careful who you wink at.
Apparently, a conversation took a dog leg left here.
And then he was like, I like 3 or 4 bet him. I don't remember. And he was just like,
Not a bad time for the chip count graphic here. Mark with almost 25,000. Mark and L, big men on campus here at the big stacks.
It's rare that we see Phil Locke at the bottom.
He might be down, but he's not out for long. Always a tough customer, Phil Locke's. Can't count him out. He's stuck 5,000. Basically, he stuck a min buy here. The min buy is $5,000. So
Andrew Nemi not having a great day on his debut.
he's down a couple of shells, but he's going to be back again tomorrow. If you're just tuning in, he's going to be back tomorrow. Andrew Nemi back-to-back action here at the Commerce Bally Poker live stream. A couple fun days of action here.
A big shout out to everybody in the chat. We know who you're supporting. Remind us who you're supporting. Tell us. Here at Bally Poker Live at the Commerce Casino and Hotel, I think we're coming up on hand 50. We're getting pretty close.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting through the hands. Maybe at the halfway point or so of the show.
Hand 54 was our last hand. Shout out to Jenny, who's running food and drinks for the players and for the crew. Yes. I just had some delicious short ribs.
Yes, I was thinking about getting that. I think I ended up getting the chicken kebab. If I had a cholesterol number south of 200, I might have got that Galby, but
can't go wrong with the food here.
That food's fantastic. It's one of the nice perks of being a casino regular, playing at the casino. You definitely get to have a couple nice squares a day. The Galby's always good. I get the chicken kebab. Sometimes I get like kung pao, but
film here.
A lot of good stuff to eat at the casino.
Pretty well, but I haven't had a lot.
We have 2 players that got up off the table, but we are 7-handed, and from what I understand, Arthur is still en route.
Yes, he is.
But if you live in LA or you live in Vegas, we all know about the treacherous trek in between. It can take 4 hours or 10 hours.
You can get in LA traffic 30 minutes outside of Vegas. It can be wild. That 4-hour drive can turn to 5, 6, or 7.
But I've been in LA for 25 years, and they've been talking about a high-speed rail for 25 years.
That would be.
They never do it.
That would be something. Big hand brewing here between L and Global Danny. L finding a well-timed 4-bet with a pair of 8s, and he gets it through.
2 ducks.
Well-timed aggression for L. He's a dangerous man.
Duck
with
alert.
the plan.
Second duck, guys.
1 duck away from that $300 per player bounty. Win 3 hands in a row. Each player owes you $300.
Well, I see we got over 300 people watching, but only 51 people have hit the thumbs up button. It helps it out, helps the show, helps the algorithm. Hit that like button.
Yeah.
Tell your friends. We've got great game, great action. Jay Flat's in the booth with Adam Johnson, Comedic Gamble. Tell your friends.
Absolutely. It is a pleasure to be in the booth here. Good to see Phil Locke, Andrew Nemi, a lot of great players. Rich Asian bro I'm learning of. He plays a very entertaining brand of poker. It's been a lot of fun here so far. I was very curious to see how this second half ends up. People are always trying to get unstuck. As the hourglass winds down, it leads to some really interesting pots. So the action has just started here.
Sometimes the craziest hands happen right after the stream.
Yep.
Sometimes you'll hear about fortunes turning, stacks moving after the TV action is over.
Things happen here in the octagon here. Lots of action.
When we wrap up, I might roll over and buy into the $150 daily here at Commerce.
That'll be fun. Try to boost that Hendon Mob page.
Yep.
The LinkedIn profile for tournament poker players.
Who knows? I could have gotten killed, you know?
Queens? Yeah, a lot of people think.
Yeah, I looked up my Hendon Mob. There's a ton of stuff that just
me bad for
never got counted. And
you know, that happens.
Well, I go by Jay Flats, but my full name is Jason Flatley. So there's like an account for Jay Flatley, Jason Flatley.
Also, you're multi-accounting into the mob. I'm just kidding.
It's a flex. It's a flex.
No way, not a chance.
What if you have aces and then punt it off?
Oh.
Well, here we go. What does L wake up with on the button with 2 ducks in front of him?
Couple ducks on the pond. Can L drive him in here? Runners in scoring position.
Queen 5 off.
Can he make it happen?
CA raise 800.
Anybody got a hand to defend the table with?
Of course, he's going to biggie size it here to 800. He just wants to plow this through and get those bounties. Of course, Global Danny very aware of that, holding an ace in his hand. This could get interesting here if he decides to play some defense. He definitely has, you know, a hand you could be heroic with here. He knows L's really going to be lunging for that 3rd in a row pot here, and holding an ace is pretty compelling.
Well,
Let's see what he does.
He's got Andrew behind him.
Always tough with players lurking behind.
Okay.
And he's going to make it 3,000 just on account of holding that ace and the whole context of the thing.
Better.
Great instincts there by Global Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
No 3 ducks for L.
Making L pay the price.
Okay. I will not
Shout out to tech guy Greg just jumping in the chat.
leave you my staff.
L was trying to win 1,500, but ended up losing 800 in the process on that hand. Got to tip your cap to Global Danny there. Not easy throwing out $3,000 with a 4 in your hand, but you know, he was thinking about that ace more than the 4, and he put it to use. Well played there.
Waiting for one more hand.
I'm a straddle on the next hand.
Straddle next hand.
25.50. There's a 50 ante as well. The minimum buy-in was $5,000. Teal green chips are 1Ks. The whites are hundreds, and those pink flamingo chips are the big boy 5Ks. L going to make it 400 with King 8 offsuit here in position. Jack, Jack, 9. Almost 1,000 in the middle. L did raise this pre-flop with the King 8.
Where'd you get the cat?
Neko. Neko. That means cat in Japanese. Kawaii.
You know, in league, like,
In league?
yeah, league.
Middle league?
No, isn't there a night?
Is there a what?
The
Nico. Yeah. It's like a. I don't even know. It's some fantasy character though. It kind of looks like a cat. Yeah, a little bit. Like a mouse or something. Never put you to be a lead guy, man. I know, but I never expected you to be a lead guy. I don't know.
Interesting hand here, Kay.
Yeah,
Putting the pedal to the metal with the pocket 3s. His hand got counterfeited with that double pairing 9 on the end.
45.
And look at L going for it with the King high. This is excellent poker here between both these players. Both people going for it, but L got to speak last.
$10.
What a hand there.
$10.
Strong good.
Thank you.
$10.
I'm so good here, man.
Okay.
That was outstanding play there by L, and got to tip your cap to Kay as well for going for it with the counterfeited pocket 3s.
Yeah.
You come up. I'm sorry. No, it's free information for them.
And some cowboy poker here in that hand. That was wild.
I used to play a lot of Fortnite back in the day.
Straddle.
I mean, dude, who didn't play Fortnite when it was out though? Like right in the beginning, like everybody was playing that shit. No way, really?
Like I would like go check into class and I was like walk home. Play a couple games and go back.
I just play so much PC games that like I was just good at Fortnite because you know like a lot of it's just aim, you know. So I had a lot of fun with that game because so many people played it that like never played a shooter game before.
C2 raise 250. C4 call. 6, 7 close. A9 close. C1 call.
No, 50. Yeah, thank you.
Three max. Oh my god, I hate it speaking cards.
Check.
C1 check. 2 check. C4 back home.
Great development for L here, flopping trip sixes. K finding top pair as well with the king nine of spades. Tough timing for him. Definitely not a hand you can just check fold to a bet on the flop. He's going to have to continue here at this hand. Offsuit 3 on the turn. He's going to check to L yet again. L's going to basically bet pot here, targeting a king X that is going to have a hard time folding, especially given the brand of poker L's been playing today. He's been very aggressive. He's been in there a lot, mixing it up. So this is just really tough timing for K here.
Check.
Deuce of spades on the end.
Ayah.
4,600 in the middle.
Yeah, 9,000.
And L's going to bet 4K, basically putting K all in. Diamonds did miss as well. K doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so he kind of unblocks his opponent from having a diamond draw, as the nerds would say, which may make him want to call because he's kind of opening up the chance of L rifling off here with an unimproved diamond draw, but he's got the goods here. Flopping trip sixes here on this king 6-6 flop. And he's going to take the plunge here. He's going to see the bad news. Just found himself in a spot where he felt compelled to bluff catch versus the most live, active player at the table. You can see why he did it. It's just tough timing to wake up with a hand like that when L has the goods. That's a tough one there for K. And look at L. He was big loser most of this stream, and now he's possibly big winner after
I can change. Yeah.
that pot will get accounted for. That was a nice pot there.
The duck.
And just like that, L is big winner now, up over 14 large.
Alert, alert, red alert.
Because when it's red duck, the dealers are supposed to say the word alert.
L went from stuck 7K to up 14K. He's on a nice little 20K sizz.
Yeah, that's a decent spin up. That's what the kids say.
That's what they say. He is spinning up the chips as L.
2 duck alert.
He dug himself a bit of a hole, but he got out of it.
6. Give him any 2 cards. He's going to.
That red duck is very dangerous out in front of L.
Every chip.
$1,800 is the side bounty.
He is running duck.
If L wins this hand, it's 3 in a row, and everybody pays up $300. You know he's going to play any 2 cards.
From aces to deuce 7.
But how much will he call a pre-flop raise?
All these duck theories. If I have aces, I go all in. Give me pocket aces.
No one raising it up. Maybe Mark? No, even Mark limps in. He did a slow limp, too.
1,000 and...
Phil has a raising hand, yes. The King Jack offsuit, defending the rest of the table. Can L call just to see a flop? Or is L crazy enough to just shove it?
4-5.
He's trying to call out Phil's hand as well.
For the players that don't have a hand, which is a total of 1, well, I shouldn't talk. It's a multi-way pot. I'm not going to say anything. It's multi-way.
Very respectful.
Although you can read my mind, so you just do your thing. You're probably, it's mind melded.
Phil has raised it to just over 1,000 pre-flop. And L reaching for raising chips with just the Queen 7 computer hand. He wants this 3-duck brag. That's all this is. He wants to brag.
Man, he is really going for big air here. This is incredible to watch. Must-see TV. Look at L going for it. Wow.
And Phil, not much more to go over the top.
I'm going to be sick if you have aces.
No, I don't.
You don't have aces?
2 gunslingers at the OK Corral here going at it.
So it's 3, 4, it's 45 and a quarter.
Now put into consideration, Phil is all in for 48.25, but there is an additional 1,800 at stake. If L wins this, everybody owes him 300.
Absolutely.
I have a jack.
Jack is good.
Wow, we got a sweater open ender for L now.
What's the other one?
Phil does have one of the straight outs with a king in his hand.
No hearts.
No hearts for either player.
If you show both cards, I'll tell you what I have.
Needs an 8 or a king.
3 jacks.
Phil Locke finds the win. Called a 10K pot.
I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out if you had a heart.
$10.
No way. I'll take the 45 and a quarter.
I give you a lot of action.
That was
whatever. I give you the same action. I pay you up when you bet 5,000.
Super spicy hand there between those two.
You know what I'm saying? It's just play. We're circulating it around. It's about the duck life. That's what it's all about. Duck life.
What a hand.
And yeah, I can have 5 high. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it,
Well, we can take a quick look with that hand. Where does Phil stand? Only down 400. Well, the King Jack held up. L obviously trying to win 3 in a row and get the bounty. But now the little duck is in front of Phil Locke in seat 1.
Whatever the hell it is, so I know what's going on. It's a big 60-40 flip for 5K.
What turned out to be a defend for the table
5K or 10K.
ends up being a full double up for Phil.
I see 6 sit out.
8, 9, 10. I'm just even. I'm not even winning.
And again, sometimes when you play and you have a lot of familiarity with someone else, it's not always about the money. It's about, am I able to brag by winning the side bet?
No doubt, and you're kind of setting the tone for future hands, like, hey, you're not going to be able to kind of run me over.
I probably would have done that with 4 or 5 there, too.
And kind of sets the tone for the future as well. So that was a very fun hand there between 2 veterans of the Bally Poker live stream here.
Yeah, those 2 guys have a lot of history together recently here at Commerce.
That will not be the last time those 2 square off, that's for sure. And we are here for it when it happens.
Players in this hand. I act first with a check.
I do want to give a special shout out to Sacramento, California. We're really close to the governor approving a $750 million a year proposal for the California Film and Television Jobs Program. That would be huge for bringing entertainment back to Los Angeles. Over the past few years, we've lost a lot of business in entertainment for film and television that go out of state or even across the border to Canada. But if this gets approved, $750 million in funding to bring movies and television back to California, especially in Los Angeles.
Maybe that'll be the impetus to get Rounders 2 finally made. That would be nice.
Oh, my goodness. I watched a YouTube video recently on Rounders and just how bad it is. Everybody loves it as a poker movie, but just strategy-wise, it's such a terrible way to look at poker.
Yeah, poker and stuff always gets kind of made a mockery of in film and stuff, but they, it's like they never consult with like a poker expert or whatever. They need to give Joe Stapleton a call or something, have him consult for some of these gambling movies and poker stuff. But yeah,
well, Joe was a consult for
I forgot which show it was. That's why that kind of
the
popped
card
in my head.
counter.
Yeah, that's right.
The card counter. Yeah.
Oh, I got those.
You often hear that when there's like a sports reference in the movies and the way somebody says something like, oh, that's not how you say the playoffs or whatever in football or something, but yeah.
Well, I can give you a little slice into my world. About 2 years ago, I played Mickey Mantle in a baseball movie.
Amazing.
Called Ghost of the Game. And several actors had been hired to play legendary Hall of Fame baseball players. But they were actors who didn't play baseball, so I had to stop production and show these guys, look, if you're Pee Wee Reese on the Dodgers and someone hits a ground ball towards you, never in your world would you back up. So the actors were backing up when the ball was getting hit to them. I go, you got to charge the ball. You got to get low. I had to show them like little league fundamentals.
Yeah, I got the old Tom Amansky tape out there for that one. Yeah,
Tom Amansky, holy cow, that's a flashback.
We're going back for that one. Deep cut there, but yeah, that's it's always got to have some people with some inside domain expertise in certain industries to make things come off accurately, and not easy to do, I guess, for some.
Did you play baseball?
I did.
What'd you play?
In the field, shortstop and second.
Same.
I was a bit of a slap hitter. Never could hit for much power, but I was a pretty good glove guy.
I'll tell him.
When I was a kid, I pitched two innings.
Here we go.
That's it, my whole career, because we were down like 12-4 or something, and it was like really late. But I pitched the last 2 innings and went 2 innings of no-hit baseball. That's the only pitching I ever did.
Go out on top.
So nervous.
All fastballs. I had no movement on the ball.
All gas, no brakes, no off-speed stuff.
Came in high heat. Special shout out to Oral Hershiser. Oral's a regular here.
Yeah, you'll see him around these parts in LA casinos. Nice guy as well.
I've started leaving Dodger cards all over Los Angeles and telling people to hit me up on social when they find them.
That's pretty cool.
And I gave an Oral Hershiser card to Jenny, who's our food runner. She knows Oral. Took a picture, sent it to Oral, and Oral hit it back. He goes, oh, I love that card.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. He seems like a real nice guy. Nice hand here from Mark with the 4-bet. He found an ace-king.
Have to get a fist bump.
Rich Asian bro, 3-bet with the queen-jack.
Okay.
You're my DJ brother, you know?
You're going to make a move.
I make some light calls against you.
I was hoping you were going to do something.
You saw it.
That's one little perk about playing in Los Angeles. You never know who's going to be at the table. Lots of celebrities in Los Angeles, athletes, actors alike.
If I don't have any...
Often you'll see Don Cheadle playing. James Woods plays a lot. So there's a lot of famous people that find themselves at casinos here in LA. It's pretty cool.
I had a chance to talk with Rick Fox.
Oh, yeah.
And Rick plays a lot of tournaments here in Los Angeles. And it was interesting because he just had a question while he was waiting in line for registration.
Is that true?
And I told him a story about when I was a kid. I was in a 3-point contest in a mall in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And he was the Celtic celebrity there.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I got to shoot 3-pointers with him when I was a kid. And he's like, we did so many mall tours. He goes, I don't remember that at all. And then he goes, wait, aren't you the Kings guy? Because I used to be the in-arena host for the Kings.
Yeah.
And so he recognized me.
Cool.
So it's kind of weird as a kid to meet him later in life.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
While
That's
we're both
sweet.
in line for a $500 registration for a poker tournament.
Poker unites all. That's for sure.
Fold.
Yeah, the tournaments here at Commerce, they've been smashing the guarantees. It's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, they do a great job churning them out. That's for sure.
Nick.
And of course, if you come here to play a tournament, it's nice as well because you can actually stay at the hotel that's on site, so you don't got to jack around with, I got to rent a car and I got to drive through traffic and this is going to suck. I'm not get. No, you don't got to worry about that. You just come to the Commerce. You can stay on site, wake up, play the tournament. It's all right there for you. One-stop shop. So.
Yeah, the food's good, the staff's good. I've stayed here before. I had some friends that came in from out of town, and I was like, let's just stay at Commerce. I've spent 72 hours here.
I have done that on the tail end of some 20-hour sessions where I didn't feel like driving home, and I just said, you know what? Or, when a certain type of players coming to the casino a fair amount of times, and it's pretty useful to be on site. I've definitely forked over some dollar bills to be near the ball, so to speak, when certain people show up. So it's nice to have that option here, that's for sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, it's a debut for Andrew Nemi. He is unfortunately our bottom of the leaderboard in the basement. He's down about 12K.
Yes, he is. He is down, but he's also got not only this stream to get his money back and get unstuck, but he's going to be on the stream tomorrow as well. So definitely make sure you tune in tomorrow as well. We'll be back on the stream again. Queen 8-3 rainbow flop here. Mark flopping top pair, Asian Bro flopping middle pair, and Phil Lock with a what I call an optimistic open ender. He's got the 7, 8, 9. Catch a 10 or a 6 for an open end straight draw on the turn. Catch some other cards for gut shots as well. So if he goes check through here, Phil could see some nice turns, but he's going to have to pay a pretty penny to see it after Asian Bro bets 500 here with middle pair. And Mark going to continue with a call with top pair, and Lock does roll off a 9 here, a pair of 9s on the turn. I think the pot limit Omaha player and Lock made him lead there with all those backdoor straight draws he had wrapped around that 8.
I think he goes for a juicy overbet.
This would be very interesting. Mark does have top pair now with the gut shot, but nobody's holding a super strong hand, so if Phil really goes for a huge bet here, it could be successful, but it's going to go check, check. Ace on the end.
Action killer. And Mark lets out a big grin.
This could open the door for Lock to win the bet when check to here if he finds some gumption here. He's not going to win with 9 hot or with a pair of 9s most likely, so.
Beats everybody.
He could have got that through, I think, but easier said than done, that's for sure. Not easy to bluff into 2 people, but
It's always a good feeling.
kind of having the bottom of your range there with a pair of 9s when check to, that's not a bad time to toss out a bluff with a hand that's got so little showdown value, and if nobody found an ace, you know, make it tough on people to call there with the Queen X or a other kind of hand like pocket 10s or something that they could have, so.
Earl in the chat wants to know if we've got good steak here. We do. We got the Wagyu.
They got some good stuff here. I was a little jelly of that Galba you got earlier. I was going to contact high off of the aroma that was putting off. Galby's pretty good here.
Yeah, if you noticed that I hadn't said anything for a while,
yeah,
I was going to town on some short ribs.
No doubt. The food is really good here. They also have a nice elevated diner here called Mr. Banks.
Yeah.
That's close to the hotel side that I can get some nice breakfast at on occasion. So good food options here, that's for sure. And if you're staying here, they have a nice little outdoor shopping mall called the Citadel Shops that are just about a 10-minute walk down the street. So if you end up staying here for a week or 2 and go on a gambling bender, you could definitely have some reinforcements down the streets if you need some clothes or some essentials. There's a nice little epicenter of shops that are a short walk away.
Fired off now.
I recently got some dress shirts from the Calvin Klein store at the Citadel.
Yep, lots of options there.
Order. She already knows what
nice large outlet.
I thought I was going to order
retail shopping district.
Now.
I thought you were going to go all in.
Nope.
I thought you were going to add more chips. I was getting excited.
Okay, we got 3 ways to a flop. 4, 5, 6, 7. Phil Lock flops an open-ended straight flush draw.
Oh my goodness, and he also flops the straight with it. I mean, holy moly, what a flop.
The redraw to the absolute nuts. No one has a hand to keep going. I mean, Kay does have the wheel. I totally missed that. Kay has the wheel, and it's going to cost him. If he thinks the wheel is good on the river, he's in trouble.
Yeah, give me something.
They'll lock with the super primo nuts here.
Yeah, he already has the check mark. Kay might think they're going to be chopping this.
Yeah, that was a graveyard turn there for Kay. I mean,
what are you doing, kid? There's not even enough time to play.
Uh-oh, Arthur's in the house.
I bet.
they're going to bet 3K into 2K here. Kind of trying to act like he's maybe trying to buy out a chop from another ace-X hand that also has a wheel, or just repping some kind of bluff that he's trying to take down the pot with.
Pack of smokes. And then
Very tough spot for Kay here.
just fatigue.
Not an enviable position to be in with an ace for a wheel here.
And he's got to make a decision for a third of his stack.
Hey, Brian, would you put chips?
And is the duck game on as well? Because if it is, that also kind of makes people a little more likely to kind of bluff and go for it as well if that dynamic's in play.
Well, the knit game's on for sure.
Any other guesses?
I mean, Phil Locks is one of those hands you got to do a double take when you see the flop. You're like, did I really flop the nuts with the redraw to straight flush? And that was what a hand there.
Maybe call thin with an ace, but
What a beauty.
That's a good fold.
good fold.
Am I the small blind?
Yep, in the background there, you can see Arthur has finally made it to the Commerce Casino. He was stuck in some brutal traffic. Not much you can do about that. But he does have some time. We've got about an hour and a half, probably less than 2 hours remaining on the stream, but that doesn't mean the game's going to stop.
About 2 weeks since I got out of the nit game in the first 2 hands.
And I don't think the duck game is on. Phil might just be holding on to the duck for later hands, but right now it's the nit game is the side bet bonus.
Heads up, 3-way.
And opposite of a bounty you're going to take money from everybody.
Okay.
But if you are the nit, you got to pay everybody. And Rich Asian Bro's going to 3-bet to 700 pre-flop with the ace-queen offsuit.
Arthur, good sir.
Oh, what's up? Arthur comes with a to-go box and cash.
What up, King?
Shout out to Tom, miking up the players.
Look at the guy walks in, he's got a cool watch. 30,000. Let me take this off your hands. Here, let go of this. I'll put this down.
L with the jack-7 off.
Right here, okay.
He was under the gun +1, but he's going to let that go. Rich Asian Bro pulls a pot.
How you doing, man?
Very good, very good, very good. Haven't seen you in a minute.
All right, I'm gonna be doing a collection for this because he's on lunch.
And our big winner on the day,
Give me the
Rich Asian Bro is up 11,600.
black and red.
Red and black, yeah.
Give me the deck.
Why? We're
Black, red.
Let's take a quick look here. Yeah, up 11. L's up 94. Mark's up 73.
Yeah, just sit here.
Here comes black, red.
And Arthur now going to be seated in seat number 3. Take a look at the chip counts. I just did a little sneak preview. Arthur has become a regular here at the Bally Poker Live, our streams at Commerce Casino. You're listening to Jay Flats, and alongside me is Comedic Gamble. Adam Johnson's in the house. I'm getting some tips on my PLO game. I'm going to have to hire Adam to give me some coaching, because PLO is an expensive game to learn.
It definitely is, and I went into the game kicking and screaming. I was told to learn it for so many years, and I fought it, and now it's my favorite game. So definitely, you never know what game might end up being your best. So definitely pays to try out some things, and maybe you take to it better than you thought. So
I think the most expensive thing about PLO is when you have to use 2 cards, because when you first start playing PLO, you think you have the flush, but your 1 card does not do it. You got to use both cards. That can be expensive.
Yep, you must use 2 cards to make your best 5-card hand in Pot Limit Omaha. But what I've learned is, a lot of the skills that make you a good no limit player will transfer over to Pot Limit Omaha as well. It's also a big bet game, so it's not like you're totally starting over from scratch. A lot of the instincts and skills that you honed as a no limit player will transfer over to PLO. You just got to learn some of the blocking and tackling, so to speak, of the game, and once you do that, you'll be well on your way. And then at that point, when you walk into any casino, it's always nice to be able to play whatever the best game is, whether that's no limit or Pot Limit Omaha. But being able to play 2, you're gonna be in the catbird seat to be in the best game oftentimes at most places. So it definitely behooves you to learn the game if you're a working professional.
Well, in this hand, K is the only player with a diamond. But he checks it over to L, who is going to need a queen on the river, or possible chopping with a 4. And the river card is a queen, and L gets there. How does he do it?
He finds it there.
How does he do it? He's got 3 outs for a winning hand. There were chopportunities, but somehow he does it on the river and checks it.
He's probably pretty happy to take that one down there.
Don't need
and get rid of the knit button. So
No, now you got a bluff catcher.
The one good thing about playing PLO is you kind of learn when it almost makes you a better no-limit player, too. You kind of learn the game. You know, I'm thinking more about backdoor outs, and that's one thing. Once you learn more games, kind of one insight from another game will kind of find its way in another game. It can kind of strengthen the other game, too. So it's definitely strongly recommend kind of branching out and learning other games if you can.
Yeah, one thing I love about PLO games is the way the equity flips on the turn.
Yes, it can shift in a hurry, for sure.
And it seems like the pots are bigger. You would think no limit gets you bigger pots, but no.
Yeah,
pot limit builds, builds,
exactly.
builds.
It can be counterintuitive, but what you said is definitely spot on.
No limit seems to be great for bluffing.
Yes, there can be definitely bluffing, and it's definitely plays a little different.
Here are two premium hands.
Seabass with the box.
Yeah, Andrew versus K. Ace Queen suited versus Ace King suited. Man, what a matchup here.
I want the right
At the Bellagio.
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, the two players who need to get unstuck the most are in this hand.
And of course, you know, Andrew's fresh off the road here.
Arthur steps into it.
Man, both players that are new to the game waking up with some monsters. I mean, they got thrown in the fire real quick here.
Yeah, he's only.
Whoa, wait a second. Did Arthur sit down, get tens, and shove? He
Amazing.
did.
And Andrew with the Ace King suited.
Well, you want to get unstuck. And you got to play those premium hands and hope you catch one.
Unfortunately for Andrew and Kay, they're kind of sharing some outs. They're each holding an ace. Kind of makes it a better proposition for Arthur's pocket tens.
Kay lays it down.
All in.
He was in a bad way. Ended up being a great fold there for Kay. And
yeah.
Classic flip here with a little bit extra added equity given the burned ace and the muck as well.
Andrew Nemi making his debut. Can he catch an ace or a king in the window?
And ouch! Get out of here. Pocket tens.
What?
Good. Wow.
Right off the street and flops quads. Get
what
out of
in
here.
the world?
Your second hand?
That is incredible.
Whoa. You get stuck in traffic. You walk in. This is unreal.
What a start to your sesh. That is crazy. Unbelievable.
King Arthur just strolls right in and flops quads.
Yes.
And poor Andrew
him.
Nemi stuck in there at the ace king of diamonds. What he's going to do? He's been a big loser all day, and now he gets dealt that. He's been up against it all session as Andrew. It's been tough.
Wow, your second hand,
all good.
you get pocket tens and you shove, and you flop quad tens.
That's incredible.
This game never surprises me.
That is something else.
I used to say unbelievable, but now with poker I say
it's believable.
Believable.
Yeah, it's very believable. You'll see it all if you spend enough time on the felt.
Wow.
You should ask for tip right now.
What does he want?
Skeeter in the chat says, what I'm learning is always go all in on your first hand.
Right? Beginner's luck, I guess.
Thank you.
Get in there and get that early bird equity.
Yes. To.
I'm feeling for Andrew, but I'm a little relieved to know that he gets to play again tomorrow on the stream. That would really suck if he was only in here for one day. Wow. He's going to have a good chance to get it back, obviously, the rest of the stream, and then again tomorrow as well. So plenty of time for redemption for Andrew. Not that redemption in the sense, I mean, he's played great. Hasn't been making any errors or anything. Obviously, it's just a lot of times in poker, you're just going to lose money, and nothing you can do about it, and that's been his fate so far today.
Oh,
Rich Asian bro.
because of
He's under the gun +2. He's got pocket nines.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because of you.
Oh.
I tried a lot of colors already.
Right.
I checked.
You
Arthur's
like
got
yellow?
7-6 of clubs.
Why?
2 clubs on the flop. We've got 3 ways. Global Danny's got top pair, king kicker.
It's filtered too.
And it goes check to Rich Asian bro who bets out 500.
I like
Arthur's
the
going to
green
stay.
one. You know green
Global
one?
Danny's going to stay. I wouldn't be surprised to see Global Danny check raise here.
Cedo. S-C-E, it's called Cedo.
Yeah, I never tried it
color.
because I thought the green one, I thought it was menthol.
No, it's not.
You can see Global Danny taking his time.
Right.
Going to recheck his cards.
I'll try that with you later.
I'd love to see like a 2K.
Tried a lot of other colors.
You've tried yellow because you.
Yep, he's going to go just over 2K.
Oh.
with the check raise. It's such a strong move with 3 players in the hand.
Gray.
Yeah, the light blue.
Yeah.
And that's it. He takes it down. And he shows it to get rid of his nip button.
No, because we're on stand-up.
We are playing the nip game. Arthur, rabbit hunting.
Thought I was going to get some.
I don't know if that last card in the rabbit hunt was a club, but Arthur looked a little discouraged, like he might have ended up catching a river flush. Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost 5 p.m. West Coast time here at Bally Poker Live at the Commerce Casino and Hotel. Let us know where you are. Where in the world are you? City, state, country, province?
On your button?
Tell us where you're at. Jay Flat's in the booth alongside Comedic Gamble, Adam Johnson.
Nice to be here behind the curtain watching all the action unfold.
If he plays the button, if that hand and you're supposed to have it, then they're both
Right, after he plays the button hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Got a couple new players in the mix that just arrived as well, so new blood always makes it interesting.
You get your ice cream still.
What, 5?
Is that Jenny? Is that her?
Yeah.
This is a one.
Jenny, get the service when you get a chance. Thank you.
Yep, we started 6-handed. Rich Asian Bro in seat 8.
Yeah.
And Arthur in seat 3. Late arrivals, but Arthur
Pretty please, may I have one?
got a nice, almost full double up on his second hand.
Unreal start.
Phil has the Ducks, but L wakes up with the Gretzkys. Or if you're a Yankee fan, the Aaron Judge.
That would also play, having an MVP start to his season.
2, or actually 1 Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Yes. And then, which kind, Al?
And any kind.
Oh, you got to be careful. Last week, L was unstoppable while eating Haagen-Dazs ice cream with one hand.
That's his power food,
He
apparently.
was unstoppable, and then followed it up with a piece of cheesecake and kept winning. So don't play L when he has.
When he's got a sweet tooth, he's dangerous.
Wow. Okay, here we go. Phil Lock, Set Mining, brought to you by the Detour Mine in Northern Ontario, Canada for hand 69. Let's see if Phil can keep the Ducks all the way through this hand.
And I think 69 is going to be an interesting hand because we got Global Danny with a nut flush draw and a gut shot to go with it. So definitely 2 hands that are going to be very willing to pile in a pile of chips. So this could get messy here. I think we're about to see a huge pot here between Global Danny and Phil Lock.
Well, Phil has no chance at quads. The other 2 was folded. He went set mining and got the 2s.
We got 2 8s in there as well, so some of Phil's boat outs are unfortunately in the hands of other players, but obviously he doesn't know that, of course, and he's got a flop set. And
this is how you stack all your
he's
chips
gonna get
and you
it
put
in
them
there.
all in there. Building towers, over the top, all in for 98.25.
And Global Danny's going to snap it off with the nut flush draw and a gut shot. It's going to be a pretty fair fight here. It's going to be a big sweat. Big 5-figure sweat.
And
incoming.
L has the over pair.
L does have the over pair, but
and he's the big winner on the day.
The call.
Wow.
But pretty prudent fold there from L.
Probably calling it.
As massive piles of chips get pushed towards the middle. Just a slight over pair with no redraw to anything big is a pretty trivial muck given the context of this hand.
I call.
95 and a quarter.
I call.
6 calls.
Here we go with 2 cards to come.
Both of us.
Got a set
Yes.
A set of 2s.
Do you have a hard draw?
and a straight draw.
Yeah.
A lot of equity.
That's what it felt like.
The graphics haven't caught up yet. We are heads up to the turn. Jack doesn't change anything. And the river.
拿2万，一点点。
Ace.
Does not find a win. Nice hold there for Phil Lock.
Phil
Walking
Lock.
between raindrops, staying dry.
Yes. And I'll say it again, set mining. Brought to you by the Detour Mine in Ontario, Canada.
A place we all are beginning to know and love. Thanks to Jay Flats, a place very near and dear to his heart.
Well played, Phil Lock. And No matter how good you are, you still have to avoid bullets.
You still got to fade it. It's never easy in this game.
And a quick glance. Phil was down big. Is he still down? Is he still down? I think my graphics in the booth are telling me that he is up.
Move the trip to this side. Here.
It can be a topsy-turvy game. You can be down in this game, but you're never out. Just one pot away from reversing the fortune. It ain't limit hold'em. You can just take one pot. It can be all that'll do it.
There.
To move that needle a different direction. Nice hand there for Phil Locke.
但是我的牌还是得在这看。
Okay, chat, I don't want to sound thirsty, but I need you to hit that thumbs up button. We've got a good crowd watching. We've only got 67 people that have hit that thumbs up button.
Players are putting on a show today, that's for sure. It's been a very compelling brand of poker these fellas are playing. It's been a lot of interesting hands, a lot of big pots, and that's just beginning now with some new blood in the mix and many players with 10K plus stacks as well. So a handful of 20K stacks in the midst. So definitely got all the storm clouds colliding for potentially a massive thunderbolt here before the end of the session.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm in the booth today. I'm also in the booth again tomorrow. I've been able to do 1 day a week for the past couple of months, and I'm learning new things every single time I jump in this booth.
It's a lot to see, a lot to learn here, whether you're a commentator or a player, especially if you're watching from afar and you're kind of wanting to know what these games play like. It's definitely a good way to get some experience on the felt without having to pony up and risk your own money. So it's definitely something I did as a youth in the game way back in the day, watching these streams from the prairie before I headed out west. Queen 7-3 with a couple clubs. L still in the lead here at the pair of nines. Though Rich Asian Bro with a couple overcards. He's got some backdoor straights working as well, wrapped around that queen.
AG brings up a very interesting question in the chat. Who lives in their grandma's basement? Yeah.
I guess that's the start of a joke that we're supposed to finish, I guess. Trying to figure that one out. It's a riddle.
Is this a self-projection, AG? Are you trying to tell us that you currently live in your grandma's basement? One thing I can tell you about L, he's definitely comfortable. That aloe hoodie looks so cozy.
He is. That's the new modern Lululemon. It's the new upstart to the athleisure sector. We got aloe, we got Lululemon, we got Viore. Definitely common selections from the upper crust of poker. Anytime you can pay a couple $100 for sweatpants, you got to do it. And I'm right there with them.
I just traveled from Philadelphia, and we went to a clothing outlet, and I bought a Puma cozy sweatsuit. I was so comfortable, I think I fell asleep standing up. It was incredible. All right, we're on hand 71. I got a feeling there's some big pot energy coming. Something's bound to happen with this
Definitely
hand.
some BPE.
Four ways to a flop. There's a jack on the board. Rich Asian Bro has a jack. But nobody's got the clubs.
Nobody holding too heavy here, but the Rich Asian Bro does have top pair and turns trips at that. Unfortunately for his sake, nobody else is really home here in the hand. Nobody's got much connection to the board.
Mark's got two pair.
No, sorry,
That pairing jack. Yeah, he does have two pair, and he can beat a 5X as well. So he's got a little bit of something to continue with here.
I did put an order. Yeah, I ordered. Yeah.
It's going to be tough to call a lot of rivers, though, but we shall see how this develops.
Thank you.
If a club can come out on the river, that's a good bluff card. There's a club.
It It is a club.
And in the first
Good bluff card from Mark by just calling on the turn. Could look a lot like he has clubs.
He could possibly rep that when check to. We shall see.
sometimes you just, like I just said, versus
Can he throw high heat like Bob Gibson used to do for the Cardinals?
No, he's
6 versus 3 jacks.
Trying to manifest action.
yeah. Hey, you know, we're trying. So far, Mark hasn't been too adventurous so far, but that can always change. You never know.
Just a shout out to everybody who signed my 7th grade yearbook. You'll be happy to know that I did, in fact, stay cool.
That's
True
very
story, true
useful.
story.
The yearbook signing day is a huge day as a youth.
I'm gonna give my
Big
age.
day.
I'm gonna give my age out real quick. I just missed my 30th high school reunion.
Wow, how about that? Big league reunion.
I couldn't make it.
Couldn't make it.
Shout out to Melbourne High School in Melbourne, Florida. I could not make it to the 30 year.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I turned 48 earlier this year.
How about that? I was a little pleasantly surprised and also depressed to learn how far, or not that far away I am from qualifying in certain seniors events at the World Series of Poker. What is it, like 50 or 50? When I saw the number, I was like, wow, I thought you had to be older than that for a seniors event. But
I think it's up to the tournament director, but some places it's 50.
I think, yeah, I know there's a super seniors at the World Series, but I think just the seniors might be just 50 even. But so you might have a very juicy tournament on the horizon here in a year and a half or a couple years.
Uh-oh, L.
Event.
Very dangerous when he's rocking the Haagen-Dazs.
Yes, he is. He's up against a big premium holding here from Mark with the pocket queens, though. Might be tough to get that one through. We shall see. You never know with L.
Now you need to raise the price of poker.
Looks like we're going to go 3 ways here after Mark 3-bet to 850 with the lucky ladies.
Oh!
And what a flop here. Set of 8s. Jack 8-5, rainbow board. Mark still with the overpair, but Asian Bro with the set.
The set mining is still going on.
It's still a thing, and it is alive and well in the hands of rich Asian Bro.
2,500.
He decides to not wait.
There's a bit of a milky, barely over min race here, and Mark just decides to go with it. And they got deep stacks here. This is going to be a
holy cow
36K pot here.
Whoa!
That I've run into doing that.
Mark just went for it here.
He's got chips behind, but man, that is a costly move.
It is. I mean, stacks are really deep between them as well, so that's a tough one there. Oh my gosh, he found it on the turn.
Wow. What is going on here?
Winning player.
No, it's not yet.
It is getting late early here at the Commerce. Holy moly, what a turn card.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Scary middle card on the end, but wow.
And rich Asian Bro might have to change his name to Broke Asian Bro.
Holy moly, that's a tough one there.
Oh, you flop the set.
Good call, Mark.
And you feel so good.
What am I supposed to do with that? I've won all in anyway.
Yes.
A good all in.
Wow. What a huge pot.
King Arthur!
Biggest pot of the night and won by a huge underdog.
Mark is now up big on the day.
But I owe money?
Crazy hand.
I might be. I think I might be.
So brutal.
Wow.
To be way ahead like that.
And the biggest pot of the session as well. I mean, that is absolutely rough stuff there.
The worst is when you're in there with a set of jacks, you got them both beat. And then
Well, here's the deal. If you're just joining us, I got a bunch of hands for you to check out. Number 9, number 10, number 20, hand 41, hand 67 when Arthur got quads on his second hand.
It was like 20 years
Hand
ago.
69 with some mining of sets. And of course, that hand you just saw set over set.
I got a lucky one.
And that's how you build stacks.
That's how you build stats and stacks, and you're building quite the archive as well, which is going to be very useful for production and all the fans of the Twitter stream and all that. It's going to be a lot of fun hands to watch.
Right.
Skeeter wins chat of the day.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That's a tough one there.
Just glad I didn't.
That was a huge pot.
With the set of jacks, you know. If the queen comes, it hurts me too. I got to share the pain. I just want to understand the knit dynamic right now. There's 2 buttons alive. And if we can suppress for 1, 2, 3 more hands, then it's a double collect, okay? And it went 125, 450, and it's on me, and I'm only in for 50.
Yeah, so part of the nit game, I think they're playing where if it gets around, the button gets around, and there's still 2 players left, then they both have to pay everybody.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what Phil's bringing up there.
No, it's not even about that. It's like, I'm going to be 3-way with...
I'm talking about how much more are we getting?
Oh, it's either...
It fucking happens all the time.
Wait, if there's one loser, it's 3.
Global Danny's got 40% of a royal,
6, 7.
and he's reaching for raisin chips.
14, or you win 12. If it's a suppressed game, if Global Danny can win this, and suppressed, he won it, it looks like. Maybe not. There's 2 more people.
Global Danny 4-betting the Queen Jack of Diamonds, gets the better Queen X to fold with some heroic 4-betting there.
2 or 4.
2 losers can lose 12
pair yet?
each, or 1 guy can lose 14.
So it's 2 or 4.
You don't have a pair up.
Yeah, you win 2 or 4. You're locked for that.
Then it doesn't matter that much.
We'll flip.
Oh, it doesn't matter for that reason, but like you...
Yeah, I think
With the interesting things that are happening...
Mark's going to stick around.
Looks like Mark's going to continue, try to flop a 5 here at this pocket 5s.
That's not far. 7-4 club.
Does the set mining continue?
He's got to be feeling a little wind at his back after turning that queen. I'd be
It's not about that. It's just
seeing some flops as well after that hand. That was quite the stroke of luck there. Maybe he can keep the luck running. Let's see here on this 4-bet pot flop here. Jack 9-8, couple clubs. No luck there for Mark with his black 5s. Global Danny flopping top pair with the nut gut shot. Backdoor diamonds as well.
For them, it's not a big deal either. They lose the same, they actually lose less.
I feel like the lucky ones are you and I got to sit in the booth today.
Right, this has been a treat here for detailing the action. It's been a wild one here.
They lose 10 or 12.
Offsuit 6 on the turn.
Less.
Whatever.
4-bet pot here. Global Danny.
Doubles, they're winning.
4-bet Andrew Nemes's 3-bet, who had King Queen. Mark flatted with the pocket 5s, and here we are now.
Mark is giving him a stare down.
He really is. He's just giving him the business with those eyes.
Ask Arthur.
Ooh, it does go check, check.
King Arthur.
Offsuit ace on the river.
Means everyone wins 400 or 200. The 2 losers lose 14 or 1,200. The question is,
could you not bet that?
He's so scared. He might
the
cry.
question
How did
is,
you not bet that? I would have just mucked.
Sorry?
I'm giving you a chance to hit the set.
Is sudden death a bad idea? You just let it grind down to only win 200.
Do you follow NBA action?
I definitely do.
Well, I can tell you right now that the Dallas Mavericks select Duke star Cooper Flagg with the #1 overall in the 2025 draft.
Yep, what's interesting is what happens after that, because he was definitely the unanimous #1 guy, Cooper was, to go in this draft, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens 2, 3, and 4. It's definitely a pretty good draft, experts are saying, but definitely had a unanimous #1 with Cooper Flagg in the mix.
Yeah, I saw that Ace Bailey was trying to tank so he doesn't go to one of the bad teams.
Yeah, I've heard some interesting discussion around that as well.
Also, I don't know if you watched The Bear.
That's a great show.
On Hulu and FX, the new episode.
Haven't seen the most recent season, so I think I've only seen maybe 2 seasons of it, I think.
I put up a video on my Instagram recently of me the next morning after binge watching The Bear, and I'm yelling at myself making coffee.
Okay.
I'm like, I got 1 coffee, 1 water, 1 creamer. Cousin, where's my water?
That's a great show. It starts off pretty intense, and I almost gave up because the brother's like really intense, and it makes for some really tense scenes, but I'm glad I stuck with it because it's a fantastic show.
Yeah,
got to catch up on that. Got to catch up on the most recent season of Severance. Got the most recent season of White Lotus. Some good TV out there when we're not watching these streams. If we want to turn off our poker brain, there's some good drama out there.
There's another one with John Hamm, Your Friends and Neighbors.
Oh, I've seen that one as well, yeah. There's that. I've been hearing about Landman.
Yeah, with Billy Bob Thornton.
I heard Jerry Jones makes an appearance playing himself.
That definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Phil Locke makes the call with the 8.
3 high, right?
8s and jacks.
Wow, what a call.
Good call.
Pretty close to a hero call.
10 yellows, or no, 8. 8. Thank you. 12.
We are 8-handed. We started out 6-handed. Rich Asian Bro in seat 8. Arthur in seat 4. Showed up late, but we've got plenty of action now. We're about 15 minutes after the hour here. Probably another hour of coverage. We usually do a legit 5-hour stream. We started a little bit late. I can blame all that on traffic.
King Arthur straddled 100.
Yeah, I did.
Global Danny looks like he's grabbing some chips. Yes, he did.
Oh, cool. We can take a break. Phil's going to do commentary for a few.
Oh, how about that? That will be something.
Live commentary from seat 1.
Hold.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
Head down.
Global Danny and Mark go into a flop, and Mark flops the world.
Goodness gracious. Running good in the hood. Mark, how you living?
Check, check. Wow, it's not a better... It gets worse. His hand gets worse.
He's got the whole board in his hand. He's got to leave some crumbs for somebody else to munch on. He's got everything on his plate here.
Too many. He's got too many pairs.
His hand is too good.
It's just kind of sad that you... Whoa, I didn't think he was going to make any money on this.
Yeah, I guess he bet so small he kind of coaxed Global Danny in there.
Let's see how much I can milk out of you.
Truer words have never been spoken.
How much can I milk out of you?
Mark is an honest broker.
This would be a terrible spot to bluff.
But so fun for the stream. Willie punt. Maybe he's picking up on the little comment Mark made. Maybe he's wondering if he's trying to seem strong when he's not or something.
He just makes the call.
He makes the call with King High. I mean, it's a board to maybe hero on, I guess.
Wow.
But not on this particular occasion.
Well, actually, ace-10 was the nuts.
And Mark, continuing his roll of the table, he's up about $24,000 right now.
He just won a massive pot a few hands earlier with pocket queens, jack 8, 5 rainbow flops. Asian Bro had the set of 8s.
That's a good hand.
Mark went all in with the overpair, snapped off by the set, and pinched off a 2-out queen on the turn for a 36K pot of the night.
Yes, of course.
So Mark is feeling it.
You know, you play with me enough.
I had a chance to chat with Mark before the stream today. He's an OG St. Louis Cardinals fan. He was talking about Stan Musial, Lou Brock,
nice,
and Gibson.
I should have asked him if he was at the World Series when my Royals beat him in the Interstate I-70 Series in '85.
Ooh.
Royals Cardinals with that famous call at first base where the umpire Don Dinkinger missed the call. And it's now subject of many sports documentaries. There's a lot of death threats and stuff off of that call he messed up. But that was an epic series between two interstate rivals for all the marbles.
Were you about the right age for Bo Knows?
I was like 4 or 5 years old, so I was aware of it when I was a little older. When he was kind of
Oh, here we go.
I barely caught it.
Kay went all in, and he's a 4-1 favorite. Andrew just trying to get some money back.
Trying.
Doesn't get there.
2, 3, 45 on the button.
Unfortunately, Andrew Nemi down big today.
He's been the poker pinata so far. Never a fun place to be in, but
the poker pinata.
He's been getting batted around all day, but he's been playing pretty well for the most part. It's just how poker goes sometimes. You're destined to lose some hands and lose some money on occasion, but
oh, never have a camera on the rail in front of you. Oh, that's bad luck. Right?
That's not as bad, You could play out of a rack and be real crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Well, Kay,
Hey.
I believe it's Kay's first time on the stream as well.
They said 2 a person.
Yep.
Thank you. Take 2 and pass it.
And Kay is still down about 8,600.
got a lot of ingredients for a real fun lunge at the tape here at the end. A lot of players are stuck. A couple guys stuck 5 figures, and Rich Asian Bro and K stuck 7, 8K respectively. So a lot of blood has been shed so far. So
Sunshine and rainbows over here.
definitely could see some fireworks here as we come to the close here in this remaining hour or so of live action.
1 raises to 300, 2 is 4, and 5 is 9. 6 300. Heads up.
So Andrew.
Yo.
So what bring you here for the stream?
What's that?
You're from Texas, right?
Yeah, I live in Texas now.
So what bring you here?
Hang out with you guys.
Oh, really? Okay. I might go to Texas next time.
What's that?
I might go to Texas next time.
Yeah, come see us.
I'm going to be making my way to Texas in mid-August. Going to play some poker out there and hopefully commentate some streams, maybe play on some streams. So might end up seeing Andrew out there in a month or so. Looking forward to seeing what Texas poker is all about. What a river here for Phil Locke. Finds a straight on the end, and he's got a straight over straight situation at that. Global Danny with the low side, 7 high straight, but or 8 high straight, pardon me, but Phil Locke with the straight to the 10. Unbelievable run out here for Phil Locke.
Wow.
Phil's gonna hate to find out that Global Danny had the low end straight. Obviously the Jack 9 straight was possible as well, which would have beat Phil.
Can I get a second duck?
Oh, 9 Jack.
I get a duck. I already had a duck. I get a duck.
Oh, duck alert.
Yeah, it's a 2 duck alert now, but I gotta get the duck first. I got one
Right
here.
there,
There's one right there.
right next to you.
Thank
What
you.
about the other duck? Where's the third duck?
You know, it's a metaphor for life. It's like it's a spiritual attainment. It's never attainable in perfection, but you can always grow towards perfection. So the third duck, in its absence, is a reminder that when you achieve the third duck, you're releasing at the same time. So if you achieve the third duck, you release. So you're always growing, always learning, always like a river, always changing but beautiful, the same and different. A man stepping into the water, you know.
Could you open a lecture for me next time?
Phil Locke doing some Alan Watts style poker proverbs here.
Just rambling.
Getting deep with it.
Philosophy.
I would have loved to like go to philosophy class with you.
Little philosophical Phil for us here. Always love to hear that.
What is the fee?
No. I really want to hear.
No, I would have liked to be in a philosophy logic class with you in college or something. That would have been fun. Yeah, classmate. You know, we go to school, we take the
group project.
No, that was a long time ago for me, but you did it recently. But then, you know, you walk to lunch after the philosophy class and you talk, and occasionally you have to disagree with the teacher because sometimes they get it wrong, you know.
Sometimes you do get it wrong.
I can see Phil Locke being some kind of college professor at a liberal arts university or something. That'd be an interesting post for him to man. He's got the gift of gab, a lot of wisdom to bestow upon any kind of student that's willing to listen. He's a man full of wisdom, is Mr. Locke. Been around the block a few times, that's for sure.
Yeah. You didn't call me?
One of the OGs of poker.
I just asked you to.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
After. What time are we ending?
If I were to check, which I'm not saying I'm going to do or not, would that complete the action and we would all start revealing our hands?
Yes.
I'm last act in every sense, okay.
You are impressing him.
I am with 2 ducks, going to take a very cautious line because
You're going
the
to take
dividend.
a knit run.
I'm going to knit check. Yeah, I have the best hand, but I'm going to knit it. Check.
Okay.
Check.
I check.
All right, you're first.
Ace is the best hand.
Oh, you don't have the best hand.
Oh.
Wait a second, just hold on a second. Let me do some mathematics here.
You haven't looked at your hand yet? Come on, I have a 2. Ooh. Yeah, 6 play.
6?
Thanks.
Well, the push you don't win anyway.
But he keep.
Mark, big stack at the table, almost 44K. Arthur, 39K. L, 30. Phil Locke with 25. Stacks are approaching the ceiling here at the Commerce Casino. Heavy action, 25, 50, 50 ante, no limit hold'em. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. I've had Jay Flats in the booth with me today as well. It's been a lot of fun here. Bally Poker Live, always a lot of fun here at the Commerce. Got quite the cast of characters today. Phil Locke, Andrew Nemi, Asian Bro, L, as always, fixture in all these streams. It's been a lot of fun here today. Looking forward to the finish here. Final hour or so of poker. Who's going to get unstuck? Who's going to blow that big lead? We shall see here. The leaderboard has lots of ups, lots of downs. Let's see who can finish King of the Mountain here at the Commerce. Bally Poker Live, quarter 50, 50 ante. Action is hot and heavy here. Can Andrew Nemi get out of the basement? He's dug himself quite a hole. He's a big loser on the day, but we shall see if he can dig out of that hole just like L did, who was big loser the first 30% of the stream or so and is now a big winner. So things can change in a hurry. We shall see here.
He said his girlfriend.
Oh.
And if not for that 2-outer that Mark hit, he would have been big loser. But since he hit that card, he's now a big winner. That's how it can go in poker. Just one card can make all the difference.
All right, kids. I see what's going on.
I check. Now I gotta look.
Nobody flopping too strongly here on this 7-4-4 2-diamond flop.
Yes, let's go.
Arthur's going to breathe on it and take it down with his pocket fives.
You gonna play tomorrow?
No need to huff and puff. Just take that pot.
Just taking it down. Nobody went broke taking a profit.
It's our drive, so.
We are coming up on 5:30, which is the worst time to get into traffic.
It's about peak bad, that's for sure.
We had a player last week announce when we started, he said, no matter what, I got to go at 4:30 p.m. And I go, well, technically, you're not going to be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's an odd time to leave.
100.
Some directions can be a lot better or worse than others, depending on which direction you're going. But yeah, you're definitely going to see some traffic around 5 o'clock.
I want to go restroom.
Yeah, something you'll learn early on when living in Los Angeles. You'll learn that LA is about an hour from LA.
Pretty much.
His 100 is in suspension.
I recently finally got that fast track, which is pretty useful. I don't know why it took me so long to get that.
What part of town are you in?
I live in East LA, kind of between Pasadena and downtown, pretty much is where my house is. And
You have nothing to do anyway.
I think I need to have.
Yeah, I'm downtown. I'm 9th and Broadway.
So we're on the next end.
That's a fun spot to be.
It was fun until they smashed and grabbed
the Apple store there.
Adidas and the Apple store. But what's funny about the Apple store is that once you take the devices outside, they lock up and you can't use them.
Yeah, kind of silly.
But forgot to
kind of silly.
$100 to the next spot.
He has another $100 penalty.
Yeah. Perfect. So now you have the duck and we play on.
With no defenders, I'm gonna win the second one. Ready?
Of course, if you're wondering what this duck game is about, if you're just now tuned in, it's been a prop they've been playing most of the session. You win 3 hands in a row. Everybody at the table owes you 300 apiece.
What can I do?
And when the duck's on you, that means you've won the pot. So you got to try to collect 3 ducks in a row for that bounty, for that payout.
I was right.
You are very right.
Wow. Arthur made the mistake of showing one of his cards.
Yikes, and Phil Locke flopping 2 pair here with
That's what Mark did.
3 deuce.
That's what Mark did.
I'm gonna bet
I'm
300.
teaching the young man.
Kind of a useful card to show. It is a board with 2 clubs out there, so you could rep a flush if another club rolls off, but obviously
It's hilarious.
great spot for Phil Locke to be with 2 pair knowing one of his opponent's cards. Pretty good spot to be in.
Wow. Back doors for Arthur and a prayer.
That makes things super interesting.
Ouch.
Too funny right now.
Obviously, Arthur could have 2 pair with that ace. He could have a set of aces.
And it goes check, check to the river.
Phil Locke's like, how did that card come off? You got to be kidding me.
I think a flamingo chip lands in the middle and Phil gets paid.
He's going to lead here for 4,400. Very interesting spot. Makes it such an interesting dynamic when that ace is shown, which was revealed on the flop or before the flop, but definitely made for some interesting post-flop action when that ace was revealed.
And again, the duck game comes into play. You
Yes, it
desperately
does.
want your second duck. Is there a world where Arthur goes over the top and makes it really difficult for Phil to call?
For some reason.
Arthur verbalizes 4-5.
Sunday, what's the date?
Gets out of the
Makes
way.
a good fold there.
I had you beat, I think.
A lot of players would level themselves into a call there with that hand.
yeah,
Definitely a good wiggle out there by Arthur.
Just to show, right?
You pay him $10, he will tell you.
No, never in a chance. There's no game right
Not
now,
even
right?
$10?
Just a regular.
There's no game. Do I get to know?
I'll show it for 50.
It looks like the duck game is off at the moment,
I'll see
apparently.
it on TV for free.
I can't show that hand. Of course I have the best
I mean,
hand.
what is this, a one-way street? Anytime you want, I'll tell
I'm not
you. but
paying.
you're
I've never
gonna
paid
tell
the 10.
me?
I've never
gonna
paid the
tell
10.
me?
Oh, I'll tell you what I had. Do you want to hear? I'm not going to show all these
Because I
guys.
think I know what you had.
Like, are you being genuine or no? Do I actually
Yeah,
owe
that's
100?
okay. That's what I thought.
You're not putting the duck again?
In the dark, right outside, so you were near.
Everyone knows Phil has it. He don't even need to tell us.
He paid his 100.
Right here.
I just put my 100 in. I just got back.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I owe it, yeah.
All right, see.
I had you, Arthur. I had you. 2 pair.
That's going to get up to like 1,000 by the end of the day.
I was going to say, you're not very good at this.
If you have ace king, you take all. If you have aces or ace king, you take all my money.
I have ace king.
Yeah. If you have ace king, if a queen came in the river, you just whack me. So I'm value betting, thinking you have maybe ace, like 7 of clubs. You're on a
King
flush
10.
draw.
You have a king 10?
It was king.
King something for sure.
I'm not telling you what I had. I had 2 pair.
Oh,
Yeah.
By the river,
No, he
after
didn't.
I have 2 pair, will be that. Like,
my 7 cards,
There's no way Arthur folded 2 pair there. Not a prayer.
my 7 cards, I had 2 pair with the 2 here and the combination of.
You know why Arthur showed you 1 card?
So I would show 4,000.
No, it's because you play your hands
Face
up anyway.
Yeah.
So he thinks it's fair. Show you 1 card.
you guys,
Nice.
turn the mic on. Could you turn your mic on, please? Mic on.
Your mic.
Yeah, right.
Your microphone.
Mine's good to go.
Next hand, let's do.
But that was a good fold.
You want to do
If you had ace king, I
Stand up next.
hope you have the heart to raise because I would have called. I didn't think you had
You want to
4-5.
call?
Next time.
I have to. I have 2 pair. You could be mind war, you know? Mind war. I have to protect myself against a future version of you.
was
That's harder to
I was
beat.
thinking about jamming though.
I would have to call. I can't, otherwise you'd just run the hell over me, you know?
All right.
I hated it. I was like, I'm gonna see ace king. I'm just gonna see ace king and Arthur gets my money. You know? It's like, whatever. Right, Andrew? Sometimes you're just like, I'm gonna put it in, he's gonna show me whatever, and I'm gonna give him the money. That's just sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Check.
Sure.
One check.
King Jack, 8 rainbow.
Plus.
Checks through, 3 on the turn. Nobody holding
Check.
much here.
Nice hand.
Andrew in the lead with a pair of 8s.
That's 7 bet 100.
He's going to bet half pot win check to here. Definitely
Okay.
a lot of reasons to believe your 8 may be good here when you're check 2 twice. Nice takedown there for Andrew.
That's for Phil.
Denying some equity from his opponents that invariably
Well, I was talking about.
could outrun him by the river card there.
First hand of Nicky.
He gets it, but it's
Yeah, he gets
it's on pause.
It's on pause. till
It's
the
on
big
pause.
game's over.
Who just called it? All right, Brian, good luck in this hand, in this game.
They started nickname, but that game is on pause.
That's correct. Son, you're right on point.
We can do them simultaneous.
Yeah.
No.
The players are trying to get a little saucy at the end here. Let's do both side bets at the same time.
Let's just do that.
Always gets interesting as it gets closer to the end of the stream. People want to get unstuck before the end.
For which game are we in? This is 200. 200.
200. The other one's 300.
And the duck game is in hibernation.
You sure you don't want to run them
It's hibernated. It's in hibernation. I can see he's in a coop, resting. He's asleep. Don't wake up the ducky. He's asleep.
6 foot. Salmon raise 250. 8-4, 9-4.
And you're going to make it 250 here with the ace-5 of clubs. Pretty favorable holding here. Nice hand to raise pre-flop and get things going with. Suited ace.
I know. It's either this or like this. Yes.
C4 raise 1,500.
And L going to make it 1,500 here with the Queen-9 offsuit. Very on brand here for L. I think Andrew's antennas are up here a little bit. Definitely a little skeptical of what L's trying to represent here.
Last time I folded this hand.
And he's going to play it as a call. Some players would use an ace, suited ace-X as like a 4-betting kind of hand, but he's going to decide to play this in position versus L, which also has some merit.
Shit, I'm probably priced in now.
Heads up to the flop here, 3,600 in the middle. L with the 3-bet. Ace, Jack, Deuce, rainbow flop. Andrew flopping top pair of aces here with the backdoor nut club draw. He's got some backdoor running wheel cards you can catch as well. Definitely kind of in bluff catcher mode with a hand like this, I would suspect, is Andrew. He's going to play it as a call. See if he can catch a useful turn here with that ace-5 of clubs, and he does indeed on cue. 3 of clubs. Turns a gut shot straight draw with a nut flush draw as well. Key turn card there for Mr. Nemi. And L is drawing dead as well, so maybe the worms turn here for Andrew. We shall see. Might be tough to coax much more chips out of L given the board and what he has, but you never know with L. He's going to bet 1,300 into 5,600, and L's going to wave the white flag and give it up. A nice hand there for Andrew.
Yeah, when you're trying to climb the ladder and get out of Grandma's basement, $3,150 will help you get there.
It's all useful.
We are 8-handed. The knit game is on. You can see our players have a red knit button in front of them. They want to get rid of that, or they might have to pay everybody $200 if you're the last person holding on to that knit button. Shout out to the YouTube chat. If you're still with us, just say hi real quick. Just say hi. Just say hi. I see we still have some dedicated folks hanging with us for this whole stream. Jay Flats in the booth with Comedic Gamble, Adam Johnson. We'll put I'll put my Instagram handle in the chat. Give me a follow. Give Adam a follow at Comedic Gamble. I've got some pretty cool news I don't think I've had a chance to share with you yet.
Let's hear it.
Late September, I start a new chapter. I will be traveling as one of the hosts of Wheel of Fortune Live.
Oh, that's really cool.
Touring the country, yeah.
How about that? That's super neat.
Yeah, we hit the road with the wheel. Get to play, it's like a small theater / casino tour.
Oh, fantastic.
So I actually get to go to Foxwoods Casino in the area that I grew up in.
Oh, that's cool.
I get to host Wheel of Fortune in my hometown. I'm excited.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I just signed the deal a couple days ago.
Ink has dried.
Of course, I didn't have pocket 10s at the time, like Global Danny.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice spot to be in for either of you, whether you got the pocket 10s or the cherry road gig.
Very excited to give away other people's money. That's all I ever want to do for the rest of my life is give away other people's money.
Pretty sweet thing to do, that's for sure. What a cool gig.
Well, Mark's in there. Does Arthur want to gamble to see a flop? Nope.
Pretty good spot to be in with your pocket 10s to be up against another 10x. Nine, 3 deuce, couple hearts. Global Danny, even with the 10 of hearts in his hand for good measure. Not much for Mark here. He does have a lot of backdoors actually wrapped around that 9. He's got the 10, 8, 9 backdoor spades as well. So kind of a surprising amount of equity if you just look at pocket 10s versus 10-8 on a 9-high flop, but 11% is a real thing. Let's see if Mark can realize that equity, but I'm assuming Global Danny is going to make it pretty expensive to do so. We shall see here. He's going to bet 2K into 3,300 with the overpair.
Mark is going to run for the hills.
You would think so. You have to be pretty optimistic to continue with that hand. Maybe a PLO player, very aware of backdoor draws, might feel so inclined, but that'd be pretty pretty optimistic peel there with 10-8. So good fold there by Mark.
All right, Baloo is still in the chat. Thomas is with us. Eric the dealer. Looking forward to see Eric back in the box soon. And Skeeter. We've got some fans of Rich Asian Bro in the chat still.
It's a pretty compelling name, I must say.
Two down and 6 to go.
I think Skeeter was a name of one of the Fraggles. You remember Fraggle Rock?
I do not know that one.
No Fraggle Rock?
No Fraggle Rock for the kid. I'm unaware of that one.
Down at Fraggle Rock.
Okay.
It was on HBO when I was a kid, Fraggle Rock. Anybody old enough in the chat to remember Fraggle Rock?
Yeah, I was shielded from such channels in my household growing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, didn't. I got to watch the HBO when I was doing sleepovers at friends' house, but no bikini car wash for me growing up, that's for sure.
Well, who were your guys when you were a young baseball fan in Kansas City area for the Royals? Who were you rooting for? Who were your favorite players?
Well, definitely the echoes of George Brett and Bo Jackson were still kind of reverberating a little bit, but Carlos Beltran was probably the first big star I really remember going to watch, and Zach Greinke won a Cy Young. That was a special time, and we didn't make the playoffs for 30 years. We beat the Cardinals in the '85 World Series. Then we didn't make one playoff for 30 years, which is pretty impossible. And then we made back-to-back World Series, and then we won the second one against the Mets, lost the first one to the Giants. I flew back. I saw every single home game.
Really?
Every single home playoff game. If I'm a huge baseball fan. I was at spring training this year. Like, I'm a nut. Like,
I love it.
I know more about other people's minor league prospects of their own team. I'm a pretty big baseball nut, so...
Yeah, I went to high school in Florida. I moved in 10th grade, so I went to a ton of spring training games, minor league games down in Florida. I met George Brett, got an autographed ball from George Brett, and Cal Ripken on the same day.
What a day.
At the Cecil Fielder Celebrity Softball game.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
What a day that was.
One of the coolest things I ever saw, spring training game, 8th inning of the game, Cal Ripken takes himself out of the game to walk the warning track and sign autographs for the entire 8th and 9th inning. He
That's
walked
really neat.
all the way around.
That's really cool.
He would periodically just look back at the game, make sure nothing's coming his way, and he just kept signing.
That was neat. What a neat
Kept
moment.
signing.
We double straddle.
Got that all-time consecutive game played streak.
Oh, yeah.
The Iron Man. Cal
I also
Ripken.
remember getting Kevin Millar, his first minor league home run ball.
Oh, that's cool.
And he signed it, my first home run ball, and I gave it to my brother who's a Red Sox fan.
Oh, did he try to keep that for himself?
He didn't. I go, here's your first home run ball, and he was like, that's crazy. He didn't.
Interesting.
I mean, it was a single A ball.
Sure, it's still a milestone kind of thing, even though it's a minor league ball, but still your first professional home run. That's kind of.
I think nowadays the onus is there, where players want that OG or that one-of-one card or whatever.
Yeah, collectible industry's definitely picked up some steam, that's for sure.
There's a whole bunch of moms that are collecting their sons' cards and trying to find the rare and hard-to-find ones.
Nice. Yeah, it's a cool little subculture. And speaking of that, I forgot if it's Harrington or I believe somebody recently started playing cards for poker players. I think I remember seeing that somewhere. I think it one of the well-known high-stakes players is really into collecting cards, and I think he started like some poker brand for playing cards, which is kind of a cool idea. So
yeah,
shout out to that idea, whoever that one was.
I recently saw an autographed Maria Ho card that went out.
Oh, that's cool.
I know that the Allen and Ginter style baseball cards, they put different personalities in there. A friend of mine, you probably know Adam Ray.
Yeah, I know of him. I don't know him personally, but I know the comic Adam Ray, yeah.
Adam Ray's got his autographed cards in the Allen and Ginter collection.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's been crushing it as Dr. Phil for Dr. Phil Live.
He's really good at the impressions and playing characters. That's been his new thing. Yeah, I haven't seen that show yet, but I've seen many advertisements for it, perusing the lineups.
I remember when he started doing Dr. Phil Live, I was actually still working for Dr. Phil.
Oh, that's funny.
As a warm-up comedian. And he was kind of like asking, give me a little dish on the side. I go, not while I'm getting a paycheck. I'm not saying a word.
Of course, that's funny.
I'm not saying a word. I worked for Dr. Phil for 3 seasons on the Paramount lot, which was incredible.
I bet.
Yeah, he doesn't have to show.
It was one of those shows where I could hype up the audience, and then I'd go sit at a coffee shop on the lot for 2 hours until they call me back to do it again for the second audience. I didn't have to work in between commercial breaks.
That's pretty cool.
So I would get my steps in and walk the entire Paramount backlot.
That's amazing.
3 days a week.
Pretty cherry gig.
3 races, 4 races, 300.
I ran into Miranda Cosgrove a few times. Little iCarly action they would film on the Paramount lot. And when I worked for Dr. Phil, you could tell he was in a good mood because he would come into work in a 57 Bel Air convertible.
Oh, that was the tell, huh?
Usually black Range Rover. But if he was in a good mood, he'd roll in with the top down. Can you imagine pulling up to a light and you look to your left?
That'd be a pretty funny sight to see, right?
Yeah.
That's when you knew he was running good.
How's your run good? He rode in the convertible today.
He's got the wind at his back today, that's for sure.
How is L's run good? He's got a few backdoor opportunities.
Yeah, he's got some scan opportunity here.
And he raises it. Mark's sticking around.
Sticking around that top pair. Maybe he can catch 2 pair, backdoor hearts. We shall see what develops here. And a backdoor heart does emerge at 10 of hearts on the turn.
Will L take another stab at this pot?
He's going to have to triple barrel this one to get Mark off the hand now that Mark has turned a heart draw to go with his pair. Goes check, check, and now Mark makes 2 pair at that 7 on the end. I think versus an aggressive player like L, I'd prefer just to keep checking and just kind of give him the opportunity to take a shot at the pot. I think when L checks back, he's pretty deficient of some strong, decent hands here. So I think I might give him a little more rope and check one more time. But now L does have a straight blocker in his hand with the 8. 8-6 and Jack 8 are straights. So perhaps we might see L go nuts here with that straight blocker in his hand and having a hand with no showdown value. Those are a couple ingredients to see somebody go nuts with, perhaps. But he's going to wave the white flag.
Check,
give it up.
Oh, wow. Good there.
My hand.
Oh, my.
It'd been interesting to see if L would have bluffed there, if Mark would have checked to him one more time. We shall never know.
Well, on the day, Mark is our big winner. I was just about to touch the graphics, and they come up just like magic.
How about that?
He bought in for $20K, which had him covering everybody at the table to start the day, and he still covers everybody at the table.
He is running good. He played that biggest pot of the day. I think it was 36K. Got all in with 2 outs, and he hit it.
And Phil Locke, who was down about 5K early.
He's been upward and onward, up 18,000.
We got a random Lou Pinella in the chat.
Yeah, a little Royals comment there. That's a little way back in the day Royals stuff there.
Fraggle Rock was great. Skeeter was a Muppet, though. That's right. Skeeter had glasses. He was the Muppet with the glasses.
Yeah, that's out of my jurisdiction on that one. I was unaware of that.
Thank you, Skeeter. I had a feeling Skeeter would definitely know the reference of his own name. Well, we're coming up pretty close to 6 p.m., so we have some stream left because we got a late start. Some of the players were stuck in traffic. I feel like Andrew Nemi would have wished even more players had been stuck in traffic.
Right, he's had a rough go of it, but you know what? He's played pretty well on the stream, and he's going to be back at it again tomorrow. He's going to be out for blood tomorrow. So, folks, you're in for a treat. Definitely tune in to tomorrow's stream. Got a great lineup, and Andrew's going to be back, and he's going to be out for blood after this session for sure. So definitely going to be some compelling poker to watch these final few minutes, and definitely tomorrow. So definitely stay tuned and check in tomorrow for that. Going to have Jay Flats in the booth again tomorrow, and I think I'm going to be doing comedy and playing some 4-card pot limit Omaha. So
nice.
I think I'm going to have my hands full with that tomorrow, though. It would be a fun one to be in here again tomorrow as well, but I got some irons in the fire I got to tend to.
Yep, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure who's in the booth with me. Maybe I can get some info out of our producers. Maybe somebody can give me a shout out and tell me who is with me tomorrow.
You ever solo dolo, or you think there's usually going to be somebody with you?
I mean, I prefer to have somebody in here hanging out for a while.
Yeah, definitely makes it go by fast and makes it fun.
But we did have, during the WSOP circuit events, we had a final table for the housewarming event, but it was broadcast on a Sunday night on Mother's Day night.
Tough draw there.
So I actually got a chance to call in the booth by myself for about 3 hours, and it was a very quiet table.
Okay.
The tournament table was quiet.
Okay.
So it was nice. I got to keep like a nice, even, steady pace. Calling tournaments is a little different than calling cash. You know, of course, you're talking ICM as much as possible, and you know, and how many bigs? How many bigs?
Different dynamics at play for sure.
And a couple players who made some early on mistakes at a final table got bounced out.
Yep,
and 9th, 8th, and 7th were kind of surprises. And one player was down to less than one big blind and made it all the way to 4th.
That's cool when those stories happen. That's what's cool about poker. Tournament poker, always those chip and a chair stories, as they say.
Chip and a chair.
But yeah, this has actually been a treat having doing a co-commentary booth. Most of my commentary sessions seem to be solitary endeavors, so it's definitely nice to have a partner in the mix in the booth.
Yeah, it always feels like you learn when you have somebody else in the booth because you get somebody else's perspective on things.
Sure. Definitely makes it fun.
You know, I don't have the high stakes experience that you have as far as, you know, the buy-ins that you're used to.
Extra money by just checking.
I'm still, you know, 5'10" at the most kind of guy.
5'10's that's definitely a decent sized game for sure.
Or misvalue or any kind of anything.
That's probably the highest stakes game that you can play where there's still like a fair amount of recreationals in the mix. So I think that's kind of a good sweet spot stake for a higher stake game. So
the old bull, young bull story.
Yep.
But at most casinos, 5'10 will be the biggest game they offer. So it's definitely nothing to shake a stick at. That's for sure.
But I do love that you can get a game, you can get action 24 hours a day in LA. A lot of cities, you do not have that option to get 24-hour poker.
I think it's the second biggest, most populated city in the country. So a big pool of players to draw from, that's for sure.
Every now and then I'll do what I call a double up. And I'll start at one casino, and if I double up, I walk.
Okay.
And go to another casino.
Okay.
If I double up, I walk. And so I got a quadruple double one day where I went to 4 different casinos, doubled up at all 4.
Wow, grand slam.
Yep. And went straight to Ruth's Chris
treat
for
yourself.
Filet steak. Yes.
How about that?
Quadruple up and ribeye. And
that's like the very anti-superstitious play, because a lot of times people are like, oh, I'm hot at this casino, I'm going to stay. And you're like, no, I'm going to keep pressing my luck at different locations. So I admire the cold-blooded, calculated nature that you have there. Some people would not want to leave where they're winning. But you're going for those extra passport stamps at all the casinos.
Well, I used to do I used to do a $200 mission.
Wow.
I would only bring my ID and $200, and I would go play 1-2 games.
He taught you a lesson.
And I was at a different casino, not named Commerce, and I brought my 200, sat down at a table, and quickly realized it was a table full of grinders that are there all the time.
Yeah.
Had my 200 in a rack. I look at my first hand. I was going to just let it go. It's pocket kings.
Oh, boy.
4 players all in front of me.
Great Scott.
And I have pocket kings. I'm still standing. My chips are in the rack.
Oh, Lord.
And I call, and it's ace-jack, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-queen.
Wow, what a spot to be in.
Against my kings.
Amazing.
And they hold up, and my 200 turns into 872.
That's incredible.
And then I just start racking it up, and I go to walk away, and the other player's like, whoa, 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 where are you going? I was like, I'm done.
That's the most surgical hit and run I've ever heard of. That's amazing.
You can't leave. Yes, I can. I don't owe you guys an explanation.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 872. I got back on the train because I used to be able to take the train to this casino.
Unreal. What a come up.
Yeah, that was it. 4x and never sat down.
That's pretty tough to top.
And my favorite part, I love the money part, but the dealer looked at me and just goes, yeah. Because he knows those grinders sit there all day long.
Yep. Yep. They were not liking that, I am sure. But you're there for you, not them.
Oh, yeah.
So get yours, as they say.
I mean, if you're at a private game with regular players you see all the time, it is standard that you either say orbit or 30 minutes.
Yep.
But I walked into a room full of guys that wanted nothing more than to just get all that back from me.
Cutthroat environment, dog eat dog world, and you gave it right back at them.
But every now and then I'll sit down at a table and somebody will look at me and go, Queen 10. I don't remember the hand, obviously, but they remember me.
Yep. That's always funny when people remember these hands. Like, I play a lot of poker. I have no idea what that is. But
or you sit down and somebody looks at you and goes, this guy.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't know you. Oh, I must have taken a bunch of money off of you, and you don't forget hands like that.
Yeah, it's always funny when people remember the dealers. Like, oh, this is my bad. I could not tell you any dealer that's did me well or good, or like I have no idea. But some people like cataloging certain dealers with their hot lucky dealer or their bad luck dealer. Or,
you know someone plays too much at one casino when they're like, I never win with this dealer.
Yeah, some people legit just like take a break when a certain dealer sits. It's pretty hilarious.
And the dealer will go, I just sat down. What do you mean? What do you mean?
And some people will be rude, like, how much more time you here? Yeah, there's some jabronis at the table, as always.
Well, I'm wondering if we have an issue with the graphics. We've got nothing popping up on the screen.
But yeah, it looks like some stuff's popping off as well. Maybe we can try to surmise it here with a different camera angle at least, maybe. We shall see here, but definitely chips are flying in there in the middle, that's for sure.
Looks like heads-up action between Arthur and L. Arthur double checks, but we have no idea what the players have.
Now we're a little flashback to OG televised poker where they didn't have the hole cards, so we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way here for the moment.
Flamingo chip in the middle.
And of course, this is the pot where all these big chips are getting in the middle.
Yeah, we don't know what they have.
See an ace, king, a couple diamonds, and a 7 out there.
Show the board.
Oh, it looks like
A6.
he had at least a pair of aces. Maybe he had 2 pair or something. I only saw the first 2.5 cards of that board.
Maybe I can roll back the clock a little bit.
But nice hand there for Arthur nonetheless.
And we're moving on. Yep, he put a flamingo chip out there, which is really aggressive.
King Arthur.
Nice hand there for Arthur. He's a late arrival, but he made quick work, got all in with pocket tens, made quads on the flop, and gunned down Andrew Neme's ace, king of diamonds.
No, I'm saying you turned it over, and you turned in your knit button, and I got to see that you had 2 pair.
Did you say you have, besides the Vegas show we talked about, do you have any LA shows coming up? Are you doing any stand-up here in LA?
I don't. I've just been doing a bunch of mics. I've been playing a ton of poker lately, so I've been doing a lot more poker and commentary than comedy lately. So I was actually a little apprehensive to do the show because I'd been a little rusty stand-up-wise, but I've been beating the trail pretty hard the last week or so I'm feeling pretty good about it heading into the shows, but we shall see.
Yeah, I had to revamp my material because all my jokes were about being single, and I'm no longer single.
Oh, okay.
And you can't invite your girlfriend to a show and do I'm single jokes.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way.
That can be tough.
Speaking of pocket aces, here
Holy
we go.
moly. L with the goods, and he's been the straw that stirs the drink here today, so he's definitely going to get some action. This could get interesting. Global Danny with a real nice hand, ace-10 of diamonds as well. We can see some fireworks here, that's for sure.
40% of a royal. Pre-flop, you got to see a flop. You got to see a flop when you have hands like that.
All right, here we go. L with the 3-bet to 1,000. Wow. King, king, 10, 1 diamond. L firmly in the lead, but definitely a king X is definitely in the range of Global Danny as well.
And with 2 kings on the board, Danny might feel really good about his ace-10.
Definitely a bit of a mixed bag flop for both players. Definitely might see them play it a little cautiously post flop. Obviously, L doing with a small bet here, 500 into almost 2,200. Global Danny gonna peel one. Brick offsuit 7 on the turn, 3,200 basically in the middle now. Curious to see if L goes into check call down mode and tries to bluff catch. It looks like that's what he's gonna do indeed. Doesn't want to lead and get raised off his hand by some random hand or a bluff. He's going to kind of control the size of the pot, give Danny some rope to bet worst hands, give Danny some rope to bluff some unimproved draws that he's doing well versed with the pocket aces. I like that check here by L. Let's see what Danny does here when check 2. He may think his 10s up are good here when check 2 as well. He's going to check back and kind of control the size of the pot as well. Offsuit 2 on the end. Both players kind of playing a little counter punchy here. Not leaning too far forward. A little afraid of those 2 kings out there.
Yeah, I'd like to see L get a little thin value here.
Yeah, I think he's going to lead here. He can get called by a 10x, a hand like jacks or 9s maybe, pocket queens,
that
perhaps.
Is almost a full-size bet.
And he's definitely betting near full pot here, basically 3,000 into 3,175 to be exact. And Danny definitely with a bluff catcher here. He's got the ace-10.
This
could be empty here.
This is looking like a very reluctant call.
Yep, he's just gonna try to.
This is good.
And he calls it with the aces. Aces are good for L. Nice hand there.
It is very tough to
spot
read
for Danny.
L
Yes,
for
it is.
aces.
Especially when you have an ace in your hand. That's a tough one there for Global Danny, but he limited the damage pretty well there. Only had to call 500 on the flop and then 3K on the river, so.
It feels like he lost the minimum there. But Global Danny is down big today. About 20 grand.
Yes. Him and Andrew in the 20K Stuck Club.
Yeah, you don't make T-shirts for that club.
No, it's not a good club to be in. I approached that club a few days ago. Thankfully, I stopped short of it.
Yeah,
but I was racing towards a minus 20K day a few days ago. Thanks to Strip Club Craig emerging at the casino, playing hands blind, and I was there for it. But it was a little worse for the wear at the end of it. But that's how it goes sometimes.
I wonder how someone gets that name, Strip Club Greg.
They own some strip clubs.
How do you get that one?
Yeah, he's a very successful businessman in that world, and he likes to wet his whistle at the casino on occasion.
Okay, 4-handed. Two players with an 8. Arthur a very, very small percentage lead. 2 overs.
He's got a couple overs, a nut gut shot. He's got a queen of clubs as well. He's got the boss club in the mix. Nobody else with the club beside Andrew with the 4 clubs. Finds top pair on that queen of diamonds turn. Nobody holding much. A couple players with the pair of 8s. Checks through. Flushing 5 of clubs on the end. 2,100 in the middle. Arthur leading very small here, 600 into 2K.
No club.
I guess hoping to get a call from a worse queen X or a 10X. Maybe hoping like a queen 9 calls or some kind of 10X hand. Maybe pocket jacks. Definitely a few hands you could get called by that are worse. But
Is Kay contemplating a shove? He could be thinking about trying to rep a flush.
That would be a pretty heroic shove.
But he's waving. He waves the white flag. When you pick up your cards like that, that's a surrender area.
If he had the ace of spades and the ace of clubs, that would be a pretty good bluff candidate. But not even holding a single club blocker, that's be pretty tough to pull the trigger there. Nice hand there for Arthur.
We are approaching 100 hands. We're getting there.
We are barreling towards triple-digit hands played here.
I think we're going to get there today.
Double straddle.
I know in a recent stream with a PLO, we did not get to 100 hands because PLO hands can take much longer.
They can, especially if they're doing, I'm not sure if they did any double board bomb pots, but those hands play really slow. As fun as they are, they can be really slow. But yeah, you got to deal 2 extra cards, and it takes a little longer to come to some conclusions.
I think sadly here for the stream, we can't do double boards.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. I think there's some red tape stuff going on with that now that I remember.
We can never run it twice either.
Yeah.
For now. For now.
Maybe things written in pencil. Things can change.
Last night I had the opportunity to catch a 4DX screening of Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. It's a wild ride. If you're a Jurassic Park fan, it's a must-see in the theater. Especially in 4DX where the seats move.
Oh, yeah.
Water sprays on you.
Pretty gnarly.
It's like going to a theme park for movies.
Yeah, I think I've done the Universal thing where they have some Jurassic stuff there, but
I actually spent 7 seasons on and off as a tour guide at Universal Studios, Hollywood. Yeah,
that's definitely a way a lot of performers and people kind of break in, get some public speaking and some live performance going on. So yeah, that's a cool thing to do.
I was once tour guide of the month, and I only worked 2 days in that month.
Nice.
But there was an arts group from Denver where the teacher had been bringing his students there as field trips for a long time.
It is.
And I just gave the kids a little special attention. You know,
Nice.
we got past the shark and I go, oh no, the shark ate all those kids from Denver. And they started yelling, no, we're okay. And then we got to the Bates Motel and I was like, hey, Norman. When Norman Bates comes out of the hotel room, I go, why don't you get the kids from Denver in the 3rd car? And they all started screaming. And the thing that got me tour guide of the year was the art school, as an assignment, had to write thank you notes.
Oh, that's cool.
Out of like construction paper, and they mailed them to Jay, the tour guide at Universal Studios.
That's pretty neat.
So they showed me the packet.
That's like my favorite thing there is that kind of ride that goes through all those parts, shows all the movie history. I forgot what they call that exactly.
The studio tour?
Studio tour, that's what it is. Yeah, that's always a fun one. I enjoy that. I probably enjoy that one the most there.
Oh no, Andrew hits his 10.
Andrew hits a card that's going to cost him at least another bet here. But he does have some outs. Maybe he can catch a 5-outer by the river. We shall see here. He's due to get lucky, that's for sure. He's been up against it all day as Andrew Nebe. And looks like he's going to have to gulp down an overbet to get to the river here. Al's going to bet 1,300 into 1,000 basically.
It has not been Andrew's day.
He's going to continue with the call. Not much else to do there but call.
Miracle River? No.
King on the end. I think L's going to still value bet his hand here, I would suspect, but unsure on the size. He likes going big, but this might be one of those spots where he goes like a 1/3 to 3/4 pot. We shall see.
630. Really? That's the last 3 times. It was pretty much 630.
Good read on your part.
What do you bet here?
I think about 2/3 pot.
Yeah, thank you.
He's betting a little bit there. About a couple thirds.
Reluctant call.
It's a check call there from Andrew. And L's been Andrew's nemesis.
All day.
He's basically been calling down L, and L's been showing him the goods. And then when Andrew's not in the hand, he's been seeing L showing kind of some squirrely cards to other people. He's just kind of had the tough timing. Versus L has Andrew been. It's just not lined up for him yet. But
yeah, quick glance.
Perhaps that'll change tomorrow. I'm not sure if L's playing tomorrow or not. But
turn it over. Fair and square. Everyone's allowed to get.
We shall see.
9. For 100.
Queens.
We are still 8-handed. Arthur just stepped away for a second.
In the dark.
Arthur had quite the introduction to the stream. Doubled up on his first hand in very dramatic, interesting fashion. Definitely want to scroll back and catch that hand.
I would like to invite James Adams to come be the third person in the booth. Come hang out with us, James.
Yeah, sounds like a real treat there. Nothing wrong with a little glass half empty personality in the mix.
Everybody folds. Everybody folds. Raise to 1300, everyone folds.
Sorry.
Yeah, I said it before. I would say it again. Like, it's been a pleasure having you in the booth with me because I'm learning a lot from someone who's had a lot of time in these streets.
Too many hours in a casino. I've been playing full time for 20 years now, so
wow.
Yes, didn't think I'd be playing full time this long, but it's flew by the first 10 or so years, just mainly a no-limit hold'em player, and these last 10 years, more of a pot limit Omaha player, but still play a lot of no-limit.
No quote-unquote regular gig? Maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. People ask me if I've ever had a 9 to 5, and I don't know what that is.
You know, this is now doing this commentary is about the first time I've had a paycheck in a couple decades, so this is this has been interesting. But yeah,
I've worked as an S-corp for 10 years, and it's the best move I could ever do.
That sounds a lot like an escort. So
S-corp.
Yeah.
I have an EIN, which sometimes impresses the ladies.
Global Danny here finding a key hand. Ace King with the 3-bet to 700. L with a nice little snapper hand. He's going to see a flop with the 7-6 suited. Heads up to the flop here, 1500 in the middle.
Wow.
Flops a joint, 8-5-4. How about that for L?
L.
He can do it.
Global Danny with the 2 overs. Does he want to take a stab at this? Whatever money he puts out there, he's going to lose.
Looks like he's going to check back and hope to hit an ace or king. Of course, it's going to be the worst thing for him if he does. But I imagine L is going to wager some chips here.
Feels like Danny can sense there's something rotten in Denmark.
Definitely got his antennas up, I think.
Sadly, the 4-5-8 is right in L's range.
And L is continuing to check here, which is the perfect play, given Global Danny's kind of holding an empty ace-king here. And Global Danny's going to check back and hope that ace-king has some showdown value. Pairing 4 on the end. L's running out of streets to bet.
Oh, something else.
And L's going to overbet now, trying to sell a big bluff here. Hoping to coax a hero call from Danny's ace-king.
Don't know if we have enough time in the chat, but 1 for a call, 2 for a fold. I think Danny finds the fold.
This would be an epic hero call, but you definitely see stranger things. Definitely a lot happens in these streams, especially with dangerous, aggressive players like L. If there'd be anybody you'd call this bet verse, he would probably be the prime suspect. So definitely some reason to ponder here for Global Danny, although it might not seem so on the surface with an unimproved ace-king.
Yeah, it's just dangerous because ace-king misses the flop 60% of the time.
Very tired.
I bet.
But it feels so strong.
Don't show it.
Danny gets out of the way.
Good avoid there by Global Danny. Pretty lucky to not have an ace or king roll off as well. Sometimes the luck is not catching the card you think you want to catch.
Yeah, I don't believe in blockers, but I know that the poker gods are real. I don't believe in blockers, but the poker gods can be cruel.
Oh, Lordy. You'll have a different feeling about that blocker stuff if you play some pot limit Omaha. Definitely plays a lot more of a role in PLO than no limit, but it definitely plays a role in no limit some as well.
think I'll play some.
You always have a seat.
Yeah. Good lineup?
Yeah, I think for me, the improvements I've made in my game are the value of position and continuation bets.
Sure.
You know, I think when I first started playing, I would check a lot more, and now I think my game just includes that. Stick with the C bet in your scenarios. Also, position bets. Those are the two things I've picked up recently. That
takes a lot of flight time, so to speak, to kind of be able to sniff out the good times to bet and good time to check. It's just you kind of got to put a lot of hours at the table to kind of suss out when you should bet, when you should check, and no substitute for time at the table.
But I am definitely cautious saying pot before the flop.
Yeah, I would definitely wait for that.
Yeah,
definitely want to wait for the flop, I would say.
Because I've seen players with a ridiculously wide range catch 3 of a kind on the flop when you're like, wait a minute, I'm playing 2 pairs suited aces and kings, and you've got 7 deuce deuce. So I've watched my range as far as betting ahead. L with another straight.
Turns the nuts here with the 9-7. Asian bro in there with top pair.
L is gaining momentum throughout the day.
Yes, he was big loser for probably the first 25-30% of the stream or so, but I
only have 1.
Caught a second life midway and onward.
Got 2. 1. How many do you have? 1? You don't mind just having 1? I hate it because it feels like a wobbly edge thing. I'm going to lose it or it's going to roll off the tip. 2 or more is fine. 1 is kind of like.
I have 1 here. I have a bunch of.
I know that. Sometimes, yeah, you can cap a green stack, I suppose. But I don't know, it always feels like I'm going to lose it. Yeah. I used to not babysit, paper route, and I would lose my money that I made. I literally would misplace it, whatever, put it in the fort. Sometimes I would find, yeah, and then I would like find weird, I would hide it and weird, and then I would
find it a year later and go.
I did find 2 different times. I forgot I had a stash pile place. What the hell is that? How do you do it, Al? You turn the nutter butters, and then on the river.
When you bet 5,000 into $500.
What is he doing?
L can do it. Getting paid off on those big hands.
I mean, it's either a stone cold or the.
How do you do it?
I've just been informed we are running out of time.
Oh, Lord.
Comedic gamble. I don't want this to end.
I know. It's been a lot of fun. There's been some fun hands, fun players in the mix here, as there always is. They curate some great lineups here, and it's been a pleasure to be part of the cast here today.
Yeah, L has been running pure, as they say in the poker streets, running pure.
He went from cold to hot in a hurry, that's for sure. Definitely got to applaud him for hanging in there when it was not going his way, but that's a good lesson for all poker players out there. Things can turn. You got to hang in there and just play your best game, keep putting your best foot forward, and you can end up in the winner's circle by the end of the session.
Unfortunately, on his debut, Andrew in the bottom, Nemi. Probably not going to be a fun video to make for the YouTube channel.
Yeah, but it might be fun. I don't know. I think, winning and losing big is a big part of being a poker player. So I think in some ways, kind of the worst days you have are kind of the most instructive often. So I'm kind of curious to see maybe how he formulates that video. But he's also got another day of action in store for tomorrow. So who knows? He might win $35,000 tomorrow and be up 10K.
The roller coaster continues.
So we shall see. I'm not counting him out.
Well, sometimes this highlight and graphics means that we're done.
It looks like the hourglass is concluding to the final few specks of sand here. So,
well, before we get out of here, remind folks your social, your handles, what you got going on, what's coming up.
Yep, I am at Comedic Gamble on X and Instagram and all that, and be in Vegas playing the World Series of Poker tournaments, and I have a stand-up comedy show that I'll be doing with Joe Stapleton at the Horseshoe Poker Org Lounge, 8 p.m. on July 1st. That's, of course, if I'm not in the final table of the 10K PLO. So,
which you should.
Either way, it'll be a fun day for me on July 1st. So,
well, I might be out in Vegas.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to being on the rail to watch you in the 10K.
Be fun. That would be fun. So, hopefully I have a great start to the month of July. So looking forward to that. It's been a very spicy month of June for me. I've had some roller coaster sessions playing basically like 50, 100, 100, 200 effective PLO with the way the games have been going where I've been at lately. So it's been a topsy-turvy month, and hopefully July 1st starts things off with a bang as well. So it's been a real pleasure being here, and I appreciate it. Jay Flats, it's an honor to be in here at the booth with you as always, and look forward to tuning into you tomorrow.
Well, we had a lot of fun debuting with Andrew Nemi. Unfortunately, the cards did not go his way.